Welcome to a world where passion ignites, danger lurks in the shadows, and love defies the limits of the supernatural. Here, shifters claim their fated mates. Powerful alphas fight for the ones they love, and the impossible becomes reality. Whether it's a growly werewolf, a scorching hot dragon, or a possessive vampire, one thing's for sure. These heroes are fiercely protective and undeniably irresistible. Get ready to escape into a story where magic meets seduction, and every heartbeat brings you closer to a love that's out of this world. Now, sit back, relax, and let the story begin.
Chapter 1. Diana. Merrick paused on the front steps of the Hearth Hollow Inn with Miriam's keys digging crescents into her palm. The old brass key ring was heavy, the kind of weight that always found a way to bruise. She liked that about it. A bruise meant something mattered. A bruise meant she'd taken hold of responsibility instead of just brushing by it. She chose the largest key and pressed it into the lock. The mechanism gave with a reluctant sigh, like a door exhaling after too many years. When she pushed, the hinges whined before yielding, and the scent of cedar and cinnamon curled out to meet her. The lobby lay in soft afternoon light. Dust floated in lazy ribbons through the air, settling over a faded rug patterned in worn golds and greens. The reception bell perched on the desk like a tiny crown, and the guest ledger waited open, its creamy pages bare. Diana stepped inside, and the floorboards creaked in greeting. The place had the uncanny sense of listening. Not judging. Just waiting. "Hi," she said, because she'd always been the sort to greet rooms and trees. "It's me. I brought tea and a stubborn streak." Her tote landed on the desk with a gentle thump. She traced the ledger's spine, her fingers skimming the cracked leather where countless hands had once signed their names. "We'll have new ones soon," she promised the book. "Nice names. People who tip and send thank you notes." The radiator ticked in the corner. She counted that as agreement. Behind the desk, a side office revealed itself with the familiar must of old paper and lemon oil. A stack of envelopes sat tied with twine. Miriam's spidery hand labeled the top. For Diana, first day. Diana tugged it open. Out slid a schematic of the building. A yellowed photo of the inn years ago with the porch painted a hopeful robin's egg blue, and a neatly written list titled, "Do these so I don't haunt you." At the bottom, in smaller script, "I'm kidding. Probably." Her smile tipped crooked. Miriam always knew how to lace affection with warning. The last sheet bore the council seal, a pressed leaf that shimmered faintly when she tilted it toward the light. The heading read, "Hollow Oak Council Coordination Notice. Contractor assigned, Rowan Baneville. Renovation assistance authorized. Begin at your discretion, pending safety review." Her eyes caught on the name. She said it aloud, testing the shape. Rowan Baneville. The syllables landed with the weight of pine and distance. Her imagination, maybe. That tended to run ahead of her anyway. She set the notice down and tucked Miriam's list into her back pocket. The inn would need a sweep before she made plans with a stranger. Learn the rhythm of the place. Feel its bones. She shrugged out of her coat, rolled up her sleeves, and climbed the stairs. The staircase groaned under her weight. She patted the newel post in apology and counted the creaks, 3rd, 7th, 9th. The second-floor hallway smelled faintly of lavender sachets tucked into drawers years ago, and varnish that had long since dulled. In the first guest room, sunlight spilled over a quilt patched in mismatched fabric stars. Diana pressed her palm against the wall and closed her eyes. Warm, tired, still willing to be useful. "I know that feeling," she murmured. Down the hall, a window fought her at the latch. She leaned in with her shoulder until it relented, opening on a breath of crisp autumn. Beyond the square, the forest blazed in copper and gold. The path through the trees led toward the glade where the council gathered, and even from here she thought she could feel the veil humming, subtle, insistent, like a violin note under the skin. Her phone buzzed. Miriam's name flashed on the screen. "Tell me the floorboards didn't pitch you through the cellar," Miriam said without preamble. "Not yet," Diana smiled. "They flirted with the idea." "Floors always flirt when you show up with a clipboard. You sound steady." "I'm trying." She glanced into the hallway mirror. Honey blonde curls framed her face in their usual loose riot. Dust smudged one sleeve of her cardigan, and freckles brightened when nerves pricked her skin. She didn't mind the reflection. It looked like someone determined. "I found your envelopes. Thank you." "Good. How does it feel in there?" "Like it's waiting for me to introduce myself properly. Not unfriendly. More testing." Miriam laughed, low and knowing. "That sounds right. Did you see the council notice?" "I did. Rowan Baneville. Should I be worried about a contractor the council sends instead of one I pick?" "He's not a punishment," Miriam said firmly. "He's a safeguard. Good hands. Simple work shirts. A way of standing that makes people rethink their nonsense. Quiet sort. Also the kind who shows up when he says he will. Let him take the heavy lifting until the bones are sound." "Are there strings I should know about?" "Only the ones you choose to tie yourself," Miriam said, her tone softening. "You have more say than you think, Diana. This town respects stability. It may take a minute for some to put a human in that category. That's not your fault, it's just history." Diana hesitated. "Why me, though? We've never met. I don't have innkeeping experience, and I'm nobody special." "Child," Miriam said gently, "you've been searching for home your whole life. Your gift lets you feel what others feel, which means you'll know exactly what your guests need before they do. More importantly, you answered the call. Not everyone would get on a bus with nothing but a suitcase and a stranger's letter." Diana's throat tightened. "How did you know about—" "Your gift?" Miriam cut in, voice calm. "Hollow Oak calls to people who need what it offers, and sometimes it needs what they offer in return. Everyone here is different in their own way, like that wolf of a contractor who's coming." "A wolf?" Diana asked, brows lifting. "Yes, dear. Shifters, witches, fae, vampires. You'll find them all in Hollow Oak. Safe haven for us and for the ones who need it. And you will, too." Diana swallowed. "So, Rowan is a shifter?" "Through and through. An alpha at that. A man of few words, but his actions speak volumes. He's come back to Hollow Oak, and you'll find you two have more in common than you realize. You can't run from that. You can't hide from it either." Diana felt her empathic sense stir, that ripple of energy whenever someone spoke a truth too heavy to ignore. She didn't understand the shape of it yet, only that Miriam believed what she said. "I'll come by tomorrow to walk to the kitchen with you," Miriam added. "Promised the council I'd let you breathe on day one." "Thank you, for the keys, for everything." "Keys are simple," Miriam said. "People are the adventure. Call if the boiler sings." They hung up with the comfort of women who didn't need to fuss. Diana tucked the phone away and headed downstairs. The kitchen smelled of copper pots and old rosemary. A scarred butcher block bore decades of knife marks. 2 mugs sat upside down on a towel, as if waiting for her. She found the good kettle Miriam had mentioned, filled it, and let it heat while she stared out the window at her new world. Later, tea in hand, she returned to the desk and set it beside the ledger. "So," she told the book, "you and me, we're going to be organized and charming. Game nights, story hours, breakfasts people brag about years later." She flipped to a fresh notebook page. Headings appeared under her pen. Paint colors, safety inspection, bed frames, contractor meeting. Her empathic gift whispered again as she drifted into the parlor. It wasn't sight or sound, more the echo of laughter pressed into wallpaper and grief made lighter by comfort. She stood in the center, closed her eyes and whispered, "I want to keep whatever this is. I won't scrub it out." A low wind picked up, rattling the shutters. Rain began to patter against the roof, soft at first, then steadier. Diana reached for her notes when a new sound joined the storm. A measured scrape above her, heavy footsteps moving across shingles. Her heart jolted. Contractor, Rowan Baneville. She turned to the door just as a firm knock echoed through the lobby, reverberating against cedar and cinnamon and every promise she had just made.
Chapter 2. Rowan. Rain ran off Rowan's jacket in thin streams, dripping onto the inn's porch as the storm pressed in around him. Old scars prickled beneath his shirt, the kind of warning that never lied. The storm had rolled in fast, autumn gray and sharp, but it wasn't the weather that held him there. It was the light spilling from the inn's windows, warm against the gloom. He'd meant to wait until morning. Instead, he knocked. Just a job, he told himself, flexing fingers that wanted to curl into fists. Fix the core, take the pay, move on. Nothing to do with the town that once let him walk away. Nothing to do with the fact that he'd come back anyway. The door opened and his wolf went perfectly still. Diana Merrick stood framed in the glow of the lobby. Honey blonde curls caught the light like threads of gold, her cardigan dusted with flour or maybe cleaning powder, sleeves shoved to her elbows. She looked like someone who worked until the job was done. But it was her eyes that stopped him, amber flecked with gold, steady, curious, unflinching. The wolf in him stirred, low and insistent. He crushed it back. "Ms. Merrick." His voice came out rougher than he intended. Rain tapped against the porch roof. "Rowan Baneville. Council sent me about the renovations." "Diana," she corrected, stepping back. "Come in before you drown." He crossed the threshold, careful not to brush her shoulder. The inn wrapped around him like memory. Cedar beams, stone hearth, the faded rug where he'd once sat as a boy listening to Miriam's stories. The smell was the same too, cedar and cinnamon, threaded now with chamomile and something sweeter, honey or vanilla. Focus. He forced his attention to the room. Water stains marred the ceiling. The front window rattled against its frame. The third floorboard sagged near the desk. The bones were speaking already. "Miriam said you'd be coming," Diana said. She'd moved behind the reception desk, one hand resting on an open notebook. "Though I wasn't expecting anyone in this weather." "Storm doesn't wait on convenience." Rowan shrugged off his jacket and hung it on the coat tree. His flannel underneath was damp but serviceable. "Better to see what we're dealing with before it gets worse." She nodded. Her gaze lingered on his forearms where scars cut pale against tanned skin, old marks from claws and construction alike. Most people looked away. Diana didn't. She studied them like they were a story she wanted to understand. "How long have you lived in Hollow Oak?" she asked. The question slid in sideways, too casual to be harmless. "Left for a while. Came back." "Recently?" "Recent enough." He brushed his hand along the banister. Solid oak, but the third step sagged. "Mind if I look around? Get a feel for what needs doing?" "Of course!" She grabbed a flashlight from the counter. "Lead the way." They climbed the stairs, her light steps following the weight of his boots. The hallway carried the scent of lavender and dust. Doors opened to rooms that hadn't held guests in too long. At the far end, a bucket caught water dripping steady from a warped window frame. "That's been going on for weeks," she said. "Miriam thought it was manageable, but it's not." Rowan crouched, checking the spread of water damage down the wall. "If we don't get into this soon, the frame will rot. Might need replacing." Her arms folded tight across her chest. "Expensive?" He glanced at her. She bit her lip, eyes sharp but worried. Something in his chest tugged hard. Protective instinct he had no right to feel. "Depends how deep it goes," he said. "Could be a day's work. Could be a week." He stood, wiping his palms on his jeans. "Won't know till I strip the siding." "And you'll handle it," she pressed. "The council didn't just assign you to write notes?" "I'll do what needs doing." His voice came out firm, more promise than he'd meant. She studied him for a beat, then nodded, tension easing from her shoulders. "Where do we start then? Roof or rot?" The practical question hit deeper than it should have. The way she said we landed heavier still, like he was already part of her plan, like she trusted him, and trust was a thing Hollow Oak had never given back easily. "Roof," he said. "Storm's not done, and you'll want to be watertight before the real weather sets in. After that, we'll see what the bones tell us." The bones. Every old building has a story. You just have to listen to hear what it needs. Diana tilted her head. "And what's this one telling you?" Rowan's gaze moved over the place. He'd run these halls as a boy, carried trays for Miriam, memorized which groans were harmless and which spelled trouble. The inn had been a sanctuary once, back when he'd needed one. "That it's been waiting," he said finally. "For what?" "For you," his wolf whispered. He clamped down on the thought. "For someone to care for it properly again." Her smile was soft, unguarded. "I can do that." His throat tightened. He turned, cleared his voice. "We should check the porch." They stepped outside. Rain fell steady, drumming against shingles. Across the square, griddle and grind glowed golden, Twyla's chalkboard luring the late crowd. The book nook sign creaked, and Rowan could picture Lucian scowling at a customer who dog-eared a page. The town hadn't changed. He wasn't sure if that was comfort or curse. Diana hugged her cardigan closer. "I've got the council's safety checklist and a map Miriam left. Want copies?" "Show me both. I'll make a work order and you can sign off. We'll take it in phases. You stay open limited or closed till I clear it." "Limited," she decided. "I'd rather move slow than make a mess." "Good." Back in the lobby, she spread the papers across the desk. His hand dwarfed the pages as he wrote notes in the margins, circling the north wall, underlining stair issues, adding a line under smoke alarms. She leaned in to point something out, her sleeve brushing his arm. "Here," she said, tapping the map. "The parlor wall. It feels tired." He pressed his palm against the plaster, listening. The timber hummed under his skin. "You're right." Her eyes lit like he'd passed some private test. "Can I ask something not about drywall?" "Ask." "You grew up here. The way you move through the building, the way you look at the square, it shows." He didn't answer. Some truth sat too heavy to spill. "You've got council backing," he said instead. "Not everyone gets that. Use it. Put your permits where folks can see them. If anyone gets cute about you being human, point at the paperwork." She exhaled, not relief exactly, but steadiness. "I can do that." A metallic tang brushed his senses. Roof leak spreading. "I'm going up," he said. "Tarp, then brace the north sill. I'll need a key for the service door." She tugged Miriam's key ring from her pocket, slipping one free. "Need help? Holding the ladder? Handing nails?" "Hold the ladder, that's all. No climbing in this weather." She nodded like it was an honor. He pretended it wasn't. At his truck, he grabbed a folded tarp and roofing paper. The ladder went up easy. Diana planted her hands firmly on the rails, feet braced. His wolf approved. People who held steady were rarer than people who talked. "Don't climb," he said. "If anything shifts, step back." "I'm not reckless." "Good." On the roof, rain slapped cold against him. He moved fast and sure, testing for soft spots, laying tarp where it would hold the flow. When the wind pulled, he braced, set anchors, and kept working until water ran clean away. By the time he climbed down, his jacket clung to him, heavy with rain. Diana stood ready, soaked at the shoulders. Curls frizzed into defiance. She hadn't budged. When he reached the bottom, she caught the ladder. Hand close enough to his, he could feel her warmth even through the storm chill. "Inside," he said. "You're drenched." "I'll make a towel offering to the laundry gods." The corner of his mouth twitched. In the lobby, she fetched 2 towels. She tossed him one without fuss and scrubbed her own hair with the other. That simple domesticity pressed against his ribs in a way he didn't like. He wiped rain from his neck and draped the towel on a chair. "I can pay for materials today," she said. "Miriam left a fund for emergencies. I'll bill each phase. No surprises." He crouched by the north wall, running his hand along the baseboard. Moisture lurked in the seams. "I'll brace this tonight. Tomorrow we pull the clapboard and see how deep it goes." "I'll be here." His gaze flicked to the ledger on the desk. Blank page, neat date across the top. He liked that she hadn't filled it with false names. He liked that she talked to walls and listened back. "Rules," he said. Lobby stays clear when work starts. Only you, me, and anyone I bring. Volunteers can handle safe tasks. I can manage that. If you need the town involved, give them small wins. Tea hours. Story nights. People like to see progress with their own hands. She blinked. You've given this thought. People stay calm if they've got something useful to do. Thank you, she said, and the way she said it carried weight. I'll draft a schedule and send it to the council aide. You'll look it over? Yeah. He stood to mark measurements on the plaster. She drifted closer with the papers, their shoulders brushing again. Heat crawled across his skin, his wolf pressing close. He locked his jaw and kept writing. Sorry, she murmured, not stepping away. I crowd when I think. It's fine. They worked in companionable silence, trading words only when needed. She asked questions without shame. He answered plain. When he told her a piece of trim was unsalvageable, she winced, then asked if they could reuse it as decor. He said yes. She smiled like he'd given her a gift. Rain eased outside, leaving the square wrapped in quiet mist. Rowan rolled the plan, slid it into a cardboard tube. I'll be back at dawn. North wall first, then stairs. Coffee will be ready, she said. He slung his tool bag over his shoulder, then paused. Back door swells. Use the front if you're alone. Lock both. If anything feels off, call the council line. Her gaze met his. Any reason I should expect trouble? He breathed out slow. No sense borrowing fear for her yet. Storms bring opportunists. They like shadows. All right. Her eyes searched his, measuring him as much as the warning. Thank you, Rowan. He tipped 2 fingers from the brim of his cap. Diana. The porch met him with the scent of wet leaves and the lake beyond the trees. He told himself again this was just a job. Fix the core. Leave. His wolf didn't agree. It paced inside him, shoving images into his mind. A warm lobby, names filling the ledger, a woman laughing because she'd finally found her place. Rowan went down the steps into the rain. He didn't look back. He already knew the sound of that door closing.
Chapter 3. Diana. The sound of hammering pulled Diana from sleep at 6:15. She lay still, listening to the steady rhythm above her head, then smiled into her pillow. Rowan had said dawn. Apparently he meant it. She dressed in jeans and a soft green sweater, braiding her hair back to keep it out of her face. The inn felt different this morning, more alive somehow, purpose thrumming through its bones. Coffee first, then she'd see what progress looked like. In the kitchen, a note leaned against the sugar bowl in Miriam's tidy script. Back at 9 with stories and tea. Don't let him work without breakfast. Monsieur Diana smiled and put the kettle on. Through the window, Rowan's truck was parked at an angle that shielded the work area from the morning sun. Thoughtful. She pulled bacon from the fridge and cracked eggs into a bowl. By 8:30, she carried a tray upstairs. Rowan knelt on the landing, prying loose floorboards with a crowbar. His flannel clung damp with sweat despite the cool air, sleeves rolled high to reveal forearms strong with corded muscle. He glanced up, pale eyes catching the light. Coffee, she said, setting the tray on a nearby sawbuck. And fuel. He rocked back on his heels, wiping his hands on a rag. Didn't expect room service. Miriam's orders. She passed him a steaming mug. How's it looking? Better than I thought. He gestured at the exposed subfloor. Rot didn't spread far. I can sister new joists to the old ones. Solid for another century. She crouched beside him, studying the wood dark with age but sound at its core. Beautiful work. Whoever built this knew what they were doing. Henry Caldwell and half the town, 1990. Rowan accepted the plate of eggs and bacon. Miriam's husband led the crew. I didn't know she'd been married. Lost him young. Heart attack. She never remarried. Said the inn was family enough. Diana's chest ached for Miriam, a woman who'd poured herself into these walls. She chose well. She did. His eyes met hers briefly before he bent back to his meal. "This is good. Thanks." They ate in companionable quiet, birds calling from the lake's edge and a doorbell chiming faintly from griddle and grind across the square. When she gathered the dishes, Rowan caught her wrist lightly. "Stairs are solid from here down. Watch the third step till I fix it this afternoon." His hand was warm, calloused. For a breath, neither of them moved. Then footsteps sounded below, and he let go. Miriam waited in the lobby, wrapped in a wool coat the color of autumn leaves, a wicker basket looped over one arm. "Good morning, dear." Her smile was bright, spectacles glinting. "Ready for a proper introduction to your inheritance? Rowan says the bones are sound. Of course they are. Henry built this place to last." Miriam opened the basket, producing a tin painted with roses and a thick folder. "Earl Grey with lavender, good for nerves. And these," she tapped the folder, "are the stories that matter." Stories. Every inn needs mythology. Come on. She led Diana through the lobby, pausing at the mantel where photographs crowded the shelf. Wedding guests, children opening presents, strangers raising toasts. "That one's from '98, Miriam said, tapping a photo of bundled-up families. "Blizzard trapped 12 strangers here for 4 days. They left as lifelong friends, still exchange Christmas cards." She pointed at another. "This was the night a siren sang in the parlor. Heartbroken over some sea prince, keened till dawn, and by morning half the town was in love with her." Diana studied the images, each one proof that the inn had always been more than shelter. "They all look happy." "Belonging is powerful magic," Miriam said. "This place has always specialized in it." Upstairs, the thud of Rowan's work echoed faintly. Miriam's eyes twinkled as she called, "Morning, Rowan. How's the patient?" "Responding well," he answered, and Diana heard a warmth in his tone she hadn't before. "Good boy. Don't let him skip lunch, Diana. Men forget to eat when they're focused." Heat touched her cheeks as they moved on. Miriam opened a guest room painted soft blue. "This suite's seen 3 marriage proposals. Something about the light makes people brave." The next held a story of a famous author, another of a father and daughter who reconciled over hot chocolate and Scrabble. Each space carried its own mythology, its own proof that this inn held lives and shaped them. "People come here when they need something they can't name," Miriam said as they paused at a window overlooking the square. "Your job is to help them find it." Diana clutched the tea tin tighter. "But I'm human. What if I don't—" "Have the instincts?" Miriam cut her off gently. "Your gift is different, not lesser. You feel what others feel. That means you'll know what guests need before they do. Trust it." Diana looked down at the square. Locals bustled between shops, the book nook's windows gleaming, the cafe chalkboard promising chai and gossip. Beneath it all, her sense picked up the steady hum of the Vale, woven into every heartbeat of town life. "You belong if you choose to," Miriam said. "That's the only rule that matters here. Choice, Diana. Not blood, not power, not history. Choice." The truth settled into her bones like steeping tea. "I choose to." "Good." Miriam's grin turned sly. "Now let's make it official. Time to meet Twyla." The cafe bell chimed as they stepped into warmth and cinnamon. Twyla Honeytree looked up from behind the counter, wheat-colored hair wrapped in a scarf, her smile radiant. "Miriam! And you must be Diana." She rounded the counter with effortless grace. "Welcome to the heart of Hollow Oak." "Thank you. This place is lovely," Diana said, shaking her hand. Warmth rolled off Twyla, with a shimmer that hinted at her fey blood. "Coffee, tea, fresh scones begging for company?" Twyla grinned. "Coffee would be perfect." Twyla worked the espresso machine, movements quick and sure. The cafe smelled of sugar, bread, and something floral that might have been magic. "So," Twyla said, sliding over a mug, "how's renovation?" Heard hammering before the sun was up. Rowan's making progress. Diana took a sip. Perfect coffee. Rowan Baneville, Twyla said, voice light but speculative. There's a wolf who needs a good reason to stay. Diana nearly choked. Excuse me? Oh, nothing. Twyla waved airily, but her grin was wicked. First time he's stuck with a project this big. First time he's had the right motivation. Twyla, Miriam warned, though her tone was amused. What? Just observation. Twyla reached under the counter and produced a wicker basket lined with gingham. Take these to fuel the renovation. Can't have hard-working wolves going hungry. Diana accepted the basket, warm with fresh scones. Thank you, but I'm not sure what you're implying about wolves needing reasons? Twyla leaned closer. Honey, some folks drift until they find something worth protecting, worth building a future around. Heat climbed Diana's neck. We just met yesterday. Time moves different in Hollow Oak, Twyla said with a knowing smile, especially when the veil nudges. The veil doesn't push, Miriam corrected. It clarifies. Diana looked between them. You're matchmaking. We're observing, Twyla said sweetly, but that wolf's been circling the idea of home for months. First time he stepped inside somewhere. She tucked extra pastries into the basket. These are his favorites. Not that I'm suggesting anything. Of course not, Diana said dryly. Good. Suggestion implies subtlety. Twyla laughed, bright as bells. Wolves don't do halfway. When they commit, it's everything. Diana's gift stirred, catching genuine affection beneath Twyla's teasing. They weren't meddling just for fun. They cared. For her, for Rowan, for Hollow Oak. He's helping with renovations, Diana said carefully. For now, Twyla agreed cheerfully, tying a ribbon on the basket. But when the time comes, don't let fear choose for you. Some things are worth the risk. Diana clutched the basket, the words echoing as clearly as Miriam's. You belong if you choose to. Outside, the hammering resumed, steady and sure, as if the inn itself approved.
Chapter 4. Rowan. Rowan had already wolfed down 2 of Twyla's scones by the time Diana came back with a handful of painter's tape and a pencil behind her ear. Cinnamon clung to his tongue, sugar on the edge of his thumb. He rubbed it away with the back of his hand and set the empty napkin on the desk. Fuel working? She asked, eyeing the crumbs. Yeah, he said. Thanks. Thank Twyla, she replied. She thinks you require pastries to reach your potential. He grunted, which only made her mouth tilt like she'd gotten exactly the reaction she wanted. They moved to the north wall. Morning light found its way through the cloudy window and made the dust look like a slow snowfall. He set his tape measure, squared his shoulders to the plaster, and started calling numbers. Stud here, he said, tapping the wall with his knuckle. 16 inches to the next. Read me off the marks as I go. She lifted the clipboard. 16, 32, 48. He measured beams, cataloged problems, and pretended not to notice how she hummed when she was nervous. It was a tiny sound, almost not a note at all, more breath than melody. It drew along his spine in a way he refused to name. Header's good, he said. Sill's where the trouble lives. We'll brace it until I can open the exterior. Tell me where to stand, she said, and how not to be in the way. You're not in the way. He set his square, penciled a line. Hold this end of the tape. Keep it flat. She stepped in. They were shoulder to shoulder now, her sweater brushing his flannel, her perfume a quiet ribbon of vanilla and tea. He kept his focus on the steel tape and the numbers, on the steady work of making a weak thing strong. Mark at 72.5, he said. She reached to take the tape, fingers sure. Their hands touched, light as a match strike. The mate bond recognition hit him hard, silver bright, undeniable. It rolled through his body and landed low, precise as a claim, sense sharpened. The inn itself seemed to hum. His wolf rose, ears forward, eyes on her. Mine. He shut it down fast, buried deep like he'd practiced. He let out a short breath, masked the quake with a non-committal grunt, and flattened the tape against the plaster. "Trim," he said, voice steady by habit. "Casings here are 2¼ inches. We can match or go 3 if you want it chunkier. Classic look either way." She blinked, the smallest hitch, like she'd felt something too, then nodded and found her place again. "What do you prefer?" "Match what's here," he said. "Makes the building feel like itself." "I like that," she said quietly. "Being itself." His pencil moved. "We'll keep it honest then." They worked through the measurements. He called, she marked. He braced his boot against the baseboard and set a temp cleat while she steadied the level with careful fingers. "Hold," he said. "Holding!" He drilled into the cleat and liked the bite of sound wood grabbing the screw. Progress, order, useful things. "Rowan," she said after a bit, "how do you know where the trouble lives just by listening?" He set down the drill and pressed his palm flat to the wall again. "Old buildings talk. Some groans mean they're settling happy. Some mean they want help." He glanced at her. "You ever pick up a feeling in a room, even when no one's in it?" Her mouth rounded with a soft laugh. "You have no idea." He did, actually. He felt it every time she walked close, and the air seemed to lean toward her. "Take the tape again," he said, voice flat to hide the thought. "We need a second brace." She moved closer. Their fingers met for a second time. His pulse kicked hard and even. The wolf inside him set a pace, circling, restless, and ready. He kept his expression neutral and talked hardware. "We'll need new shoe molding," he said. "This piece is done." "I like the name," she said. "Shoe molding. It sounds friendly." "Friendly is not usually how I'd describe trim," he said, and her smile bloomed like he'd given her more than a line. A knock came at the open door. Miriam leaned in with 2 paper cups. "Tea for the boss and coffee for the muscle?" She handed Rowan the coffee without waiting to be told which was which. "How's my patient?" "Stable," Rowan said. "Better after lunch." "Then don't skip it," Miriam replied, eyes dancing. "I made a stew. It's sitting in my oven. Diana, grab it around noon. Feed that man." "Yes, ma'am," Diana said, which seemed to please Miriam more than any promise about paint colors. When Miriam left, the room quieted again. Rain had stopped. The square outside sent in the soft shuffle of day. Rowan slotted a brace and let his weight push it into place. "You okay?" Diana asked, watching him. "You went quiet." "I'm at work," he said. "I'm usually quiet." "I can be quiet too," she said. She barely lasted 5 seconds before she added, "except when I hum." He looked up. "Noticed." "Is it annoying?" "No." That came out faster than he meant. He cleared his throat. "It tells me when you're thinking hard." "I'm thinking hard a lot," she said. "There's a lot of new to learn." "You'll learn it," he said, and meant it. She hummed again, a small thread of sound as she marked the board. He kept his breath even, controlled. It felt like trying not to step on a rug that kept sliding under his boots. They shifted to the stair landing. He pulled the 3rd tread, set it aside, and showed her the split running on the diagonal. "See this? That hairline crack is how she tells you she's tired." "She," Diana echoed, amused. "Of course the stairs are girls." He gave the underside of the tread a knuckle tap. "We'll replace this one. The rest can be reinforced." "Good," she said, then lowered her voice. "I'm getting attached. I don't want to rip out more than we have to." He liked that. He liked it more than he should have. He cut a new tread from a salvaged board in the pile. Sawdust lifted into the air, sweet as raw pine. She stood back, watching the careful way he measured twice, cut once. When he finished, he handed her a block of sandpaper. "You can ease the edges," he said. "Knock off the sharp. Small circles, light pressure." She took the sandpaper with a solemn nod and started in. Her hands moved steady, not tentative. He hovered, ready to correct her grip, then hung back and let her do it. She looked up after a minute, saw him watching, and flushed with pleased color. "Like this?" she asked. "Perfect," he said, and watched the word bring her a little taller. They set the new tread. He drove the screws while she held the edge firm. Knees brushed, her sweater brushed his arm again. She didn't flinch. He didn't either. He refused to. "Tell me about shoe molding again," she said, just to hear him talk. He could tell. "It hides the gap where the baseboard meets the floor," he said. Makes things look finished. I like finished, she said. Finished sounds like guests and names in the ledger and people arguing over who gets the last cinnamon roll. Twyla would bake more, he said, which made Diana laugh. They moved back to the north wall for the second brace. He handed her the level. She handed him the pencil. The rhythm felt easy now. He forgot he was trying to keep distance until the tape measure came into play again. "Ho," he said. She reached. Fingers brushed. The bond flared a second time, just as bright. The wolf pushed up hard enough to cut his breath, all teeth and claim. Mine. He set his jaw and anchored the feeling the way he anchored a ladder in a storm. Weight down, hands sure, no give. He forced his voice to stay in the safe lane. "Once we open the outside, I'll need to check the sill in daylight," he said. "We can talk about paint after. Porch color, too." Her eyes lit. "I found a photograph. Robin's egg blue." He made a non-committal sound. "You hate it," she guessed. "I don't hate it," he said. "I just prefer the porch to look like it belongs to a building that's been here a long time. But it's your inn." She thought about that, thumb worrying the edge of the clipboard. "What if we found the old color under the trim and used that?" "That I like," he said. "Let the past pick the paint." "Deal." She stuck out her hand without thinking. He stared at it for a heartbeat, then took it. Her palm was warm. His wolf surged again. Mine. He let go before he forgot the line he'd drawn for himself. "I'm going to rip some shims," he said, a little rough. "You can mark the next brace location. Same spacing." "Copy," she said, and turned to the wall like a soldier receiving orders. It should not have pleased him as much as it did. He cut shims at the miter saw on the porch, coming back to find her crouched with the level, tongue pressed to the corner of her lip in concentration. The sight nearly undid him. He set the shims down and reached around her to adjust the bubble. "Little more to the left," he said, his voice low because it had to be. "There, hold." She held. He set the brace and drove the screws. The wall firmed under his hand, a small victory you could feel, not just see. "Better," he said. She smiled up at him, bright as the work light over their heads. "Better," she echoed. Diana brought up the stew around noon. They ate at the desk, Rowan with his back to the room so he could see the door without thinking about it. Diana made him take a second roll, and he let her get away with it. "You always sit like that?" she asked, sipping her tea. "Like what?" "Back to the wall, eyes on the door." "Habit," he said. "From what?" "Life." He wiped his hands. "I'll pull the exterior clapboard after lunch. You don't need to be out there for that." "I can hand you things through the window," she offered. "Keep the pass-through civilized." He stared at her a moment, then nodded. "Fine, but if I say step back, you step back." "Understood." They cleared the dishes. He grabbed his bar and pry set, then paused at the threshold. She stood there with the clipboard tucked to her chest, stubborn and gentle in the same breath. He didn't know how he'd been so careful for so long and still ended up here, with his wolf pacing every time she said his name. "Diana," he said. She looked up quickly, like she always did when he spoke, as if the sound mattered. "Yes?" "Good work," he said. "You're not a volunteer who wants to play at fixing things. You listen." "High praise," she teased lightly, but the color in her face said it mattered. "Go open your wall, Rowan. I'll mind the inside." He gave a short nod and stepped onto the porch. The afternoon had brightened, the square carrying the ordinary music of small-town life. He breathed in wet wood and tea and the lingering sweetness of scones. His hands set to the clapboard, his mind set to the work. Behind the steady rhythm of pry and pull, the wolf kept moving, circling the same word until it left an echo in his ribs. Mine.
Chapter 5. Diana. The sound of clapboard being pried from the exterior wall created a steady rhythm as Diana washed the lunch dishes. Through the window, she could see Rowan working methodically, his movements efficient and sure. Each board came away clean, revealing the bones of the building beneath. She was wiping down the desk when footsteps echoed from the porch. Not Rowan's heavy work boots, but something lighter, more deliberate. Diana looked up to see a thin man in a pressed gray suit standing in the doorway, clipboard in hand, and an expression that suggested he'd found something distasteful. "Ms. Merrick?" His voice carried the clipped authority of someone used to being obeyed. "I'm Gerald Finch, aide to the council. I'm here to conduct the preliminary assessment." Diana straightened, wiping her hands on a dish towel. "Of course. Please, come in." Finch stepped inside, his pale eyes cataloging every detail of the lobby. He made a note on his clipboard, then another. Diana couldn't see what he was writing, but his expression didn't suggest approval. "I trust the renovation work has begun?" he asked, not looking up from his notes. "Yes, Rowan started this morning. He's working on the north wall structural issues now." "Rowan Baneville." Finch's mouth pursed slightly. "Interesting choice of contractor." Something in his tone made Diana's spine stiffen. "The council assigned him to the project." "Indeed, though I would have expected someone with your background to request more oversight." He glanced at her meaningfully. "Given your human unfamiliarity with shifter customs." The words hit like a slap, polite on the surface but cutting underneath. Diana felt her empathic gift stir, picking up currents of condescension and something sharper. Disapproval, maybe, or testing. "Where exactly should I be looking to learn about shifter customs?" Diana asked, keeping her voice level. "I'd hate to offend anyone through ignorance." Finch blinked, clearly not expecting the direct response. "Well, I suppose the council library has appropriate materials, though most humans find the subject matter challenging." "I'll manage." Diana moved behind the reception desk, claiming the space as her own. "Is there something specific about the renovation that concerns you?" "The timeline, primarily." Finch consulted his clipboard again. "The council expects a certain standard of efficiency. We can't have the town's primary hospitality venue indefinitely disrupted." Diana pulled out her own notebook, the one where she'd been sketching room layouts and tracking Rowan's progress. "We're ahead of schedule on the structural work. The north wall should be secure by tomorrow, and then we move to the stairs. And you're confident in Mr. Banville's assessment of the work required?" "Completely. He knows the building better than anyone except Miriam herself." Finch made another note. "I see you're closely involved in the day-to-day work." There was something loaded in the way he said it, like close involvement was somehow inappropriate. Diana's jaw tightened. "I'm learning how the inn functions so I can maintain it properly," she said. "That seems like responsible ownership to me." "Of course," Finch's smile was thin. "Though I do hope you're not interfering with the contractor's ability to work efficiently." From outside came the sharp crack of another board being removed. Diana glanced toward the window, catching a glimpse of Rowan examining the exposed wall frame. "He hasn't complained," she said dryly. "Naturally, Mr. Baneville is accommodating." Finch closed his clipboard with a snap. "I'll need to inspect the work areas before I file my report." "Be my guest, though you might want to ask Rowan before you get too close. He's particular about safety protocols." Finch's eyebrows rose slightly. "I hardly need a contractor's permission to conduct official council business." "No, but you need his expertise to avoid getting hurt." Diana smiled sweetly. Old buildings can be unpredictable. The aide studied her for a moment, clearly trying to decide if she was being deliberately difficult or genuinely helpful. Diana maintained her pleasant expression and waited. "Very well," Finch said finally. "I'll conduct my inspection and submit the preliminary report this afternoon." He moved toward the stairs, pausing to examine the work area where Rowan had replaced the third tread. Diana watched him test the new board with his foot, making notes about the quality of the repair. "The work appears adequate," he said, like he was disappointed not to find fault. "Rowan's very thorough." "Indeed." Finch descended the stairs and headed for the front door. "I'll return next week to assess progress. Please ensure all permits and documentation are readily available." "Of course." He paused in the doorway. "Ms. Merrick, might I suggest you consider hosting some sort of community event, The council appreciates gestures of goodwill from new business owners. Diana felt a spark of inspiration. Actually, I've been thinking about that. What would you say to an autumn hearth gathering? Nothing fancy, just an evening of shared stories and food by the fireplace. Finch's expression shifted, surprise replacing condescension. That's actually quite appropriate. The town enjoys its traditions. Then I'll plan something for next week. Give people a chance to see the progress we're making and meet me properly. Excellent. I'll note that in my report. For the first time since he'd arrived, Finch looked genuinely pleased. The council values community engagement. After he left, Diana stood in the doorway watching his precise figure disappear around the corner. The encounter had left her feeling like she'd passed some kind of test, though she wasn't entirely sure what she'd been tested on. Pompous. Diana turned to find Rowan standing just inside the door, wiping sawdust from his hands with a rag. His pale eyes were fixed on the spot where Finch had vanished. You heard that? Hard not to. He's got a voice that carries. Rowan's jaw was tight. What did he want? Preliminary assessment, making sure I'm not screwing things up too badly. Diana closed the door and leaned against it. Also making sure I know my place as the human outsider. Rowan's expression darkened. He say that? Not in so many words, but the message was clear enough. Diana shrugged. I think I handled it okay, even got him to approve my idea for a community event. What kind of event? An autumn hearth gathering, story sharing, food, fireplace ambiance, show the town that the inn is still a place where people can come together. Diana pulled out her notebook and flipped to a fresh page. Think it'll work? Rowan was quiet for a moment, considering. People here like traditions. Give them something that feels familiar and they'll warm to it. Good, because I just committed to hosting it next week. Diana started sketching a rough timeline. Think the lobby will be presentable by then? Should be. Might still have the smell of fresh paint, but nothing that'll scare off guests. Perfect. Diana made notes about food, decorations, invitations. Will you come? To the gathering, I mean. Rowan's hand stilled on the rag. Not really my scene. But you'll be welcome if you want. He nodded once, non-committal. We should get back to work. Daylight's burning. They returned to the renovation, but Diana found herself thinking about community and belonging, about proving herself worthy of a place she desperately wanted to claim. The autumn hearth gathering felt like more than just a social event. It felt like a declaration of intent. She was here to stay. She just had to convince everyone else of that, including herself.
Chapter 6. Rowan. Rowan tucked Diana's project plan into his jacket and headed across the square toward the hollow oak book nook. The afternoon sun slanted through the maple trees, casting long shadows on the cobblestones. He needed a reference manual for the electrical work, something comprehensive enough to guide him through the inn's outdated wiring system. The bookstore's windows gleamed in the golden light, hand-lettered signs advertising new arrivals and staff recommendations. Through the glass, he could see Lucian Vale behind the counter, dark hair falling across his forehead as he cataloged a stack of leather-bound volumes. The bell above the door chimed as Rowan entered. Lucian looked up, his green eyes narrowing slightly when he recognized his visitor. Rowan! The greeting was neutral, carefully polite. Lucian! Rowan approached the counter, noting how the panther shifter's shoulders tensed. Need a favor? That depends. Lucian set down his pen and leaned back against his chair. What kind of favor? Looking for an electrical manual, something detailed enough for old building work. Rowan pulled out Diana's project plan, unfolding it on the counter. Inn's got some complicated wiring situations. Lucian's eyes flicked to the papers, then back to Rowan's face. Working on the Hearth and Hollow? Council assignment. Right. Lucian's tone suggested he had opinions about that arrangement. Let me see what we've got. He rose from his chair with fluid grace and disappeared into the stacks. Rowan heard the soft sound of footsteps on the upper level. books being shifted and examined. A few minutes later, Lucian returned carrying a thick volume bound in dark blue cloth. "This what you're after?" He set the book on the counter. Henderson's Guide to Historical Electrical Systems, 4th edition, 1987. Out of print now, but it covers everything from knob and tube to early circuit breakers. Rowan opened the book, scanning the detailed diagrams and technical specifications. "This'll work. What do I owe you?" "It's a loan, not a purchase." Lucian's voice carried a warning. "I expect it to be back in the same condition." "Course." Lucian picked up Diana's project plan, studying the neat handwriting and careful measurements. "She drew this herself?" "Yeah, takes good notes." "Miriam chose well then." Lucian folded the papers carefully. "Human or not, the woman's got sense." From the back room came the soft sound of movement. Moira Marsh appeared, her mahogany curls escaping from their loose bun, reading glasses perched on her nose. "Rowan," she smiled warmly, though he caught the subtle way she positioned herself beside Lucian. "How's the renovation going?" "Moving along. Diana's got a good eye for what needs doing." "I'm sure she does." Moira reached for the project plan. "May I?" Rowan nodded. Moira spread the papers on a clear section of counter, her fingertips tracing the room layouts and repair schedules. "Such careful work," she murmured. "You can see how much she cares about getting it right." She closed her eyes, her hands hovering just above the papers. Rowan felt the subtle shift in the air that meant magic was being worked, gentle and protective. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Just a small charm," Moira said softly, "for clarity of purpose, success in the work ahead." Her eyes opened, meeting his. The inn deserves to thrive again. Lucian watched his mate work, his expression softening. "How's Diana settling in? Town can be particular about newcomers." "She's handling it." Rowan thought about the way she'd stood up to Gerald Finch, polite but unshakable. "Tougher than she looks." "Good, she'll need to be." Lucian's mouth thinned. "Some folks still remember what happened before you left. They'll be watching to see if you stick around this time." The words hit their mark, as Lucian had intended. Rowan's jaw tightened. "This is different." "Is it?" Lucian leaned against the counter, crossing his arms. "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like the same pattern. Take on a project, get people depending on you, then disappear when things get complicated." "I'm not disappearing." "No? Then what happens when Diana starts asking questions you don't want to answer? When the pack politics catch up with you again?" Lucian's green eyes were hard. "What happens when she needs you to be something more than just the guy fixing her roof?" Rowan's hands curled into fists. "It's a job, Lucian. Nothing more." "Right." Lucian's smile was sharp. "Keep telling yourself that." Moira placed a gentle hand on Lucian's arm. "Enough." She looked at Rowan with understanding in her brown eyes. "People change, Rowan. Circumstances change. What matters is what you choose to do now." She folded Diana's project plan and handed it back to him. "The charm will hold for the duration of the work. May it bring success and clarity." Rowan tucked the papers back into his jacket. "Thanks." "Take care of the book," Lucian said, returning to his chair. "And take care of the inn. That place has been the heart of this town longer than most of us have been alive. It deserves better than half measures." "I know what it deserves." "Do you?" Lucian picked up his pen, but his eyes remained fixed on Rowan. "Because that inn isn't just a building that needs fixing. It's a home. Diana's home now. She's putting everything she has into making it work." The implication hung in the air between them. Rowan felt his wolf stir restlessly, responding to what sounded like a challenge to his mate's territory. "I'll do right by her," he said quietly. "See that you do." Lucian's voice carried the subtle authority of his panther. "Don't break the inn, Rowan, and don't break the woman who's trying to bring it back to life." Rowan left the bookstore with Henderson's Guide under his arm and Lucian's warning echoing in his ears. The walk back to the inn gave him time to think about patterns and choices, about the difference between running away and standing still. Diana was waiting in the lobby when he returned, her hair twisted up in a messy bun and dust on her green sweater. She looked up from the clipboard where she was sketching furniture arrangements. Find what you needed, she asked. He held up the book. Should cover everything we're dealing with. Moira put a charm on your project plan too, for success. That was thoughtful of her. Diana's smile was bright. I like them both. They really care about this place. Rowan thought about Lucian's sharp words, the protectiveness beneath the challenge. Yeah, they do. Coffee? Diana gestured toward the kitchen. I just made a fresh pot. Thanks. She disappeared into the kitchen, returning with 2 steaming mugs. Rowan accepted his gratefully, the warmth seeping through the ceramic into his palms. How much more can we get done today? Diana asked, settling into the chair across from him. Depends on what the electrical inspection shows us. Might be simple rewiring, might need a whole new panel. He opened Henderson's guide to the section on circuit analysis. This'll help us figure out what we're dealing with. Diana leaned forward, studying the technical diagrams. Her shoulder brushed his as she pointed to a particular illustration. This looks complicated. It's not too bad once you understand the logic. He turned the page, acutely aware of her proximity. Old systems just follow different rules. She hummed that soft sound she made when she was thinking hard. The note seemed to resonate in his chest, his wolf stirring in response. Caffeine, he told himself. Just caffeine making your pulse jump. His wolf laughed at the lie, stretching languidly in the space behind his ribs. The animal knew better, had known from the moment their fingers first brushed over the tape measure. This wasn't caffeine or proximity or the simple pleasure of good company. This was recognition. This was home. This was exactly what Lucian had warned him about. Rowan closed the book and stood abruptly. I should check the exterior work while there's still light. Diana looked up, surprised by the sudden movement. Of course. Need help? I've got it. He headed for the door, needing distance from her warmth and the way she hummed when she thought. Thanks for the coffee. Outside, he breathed in the cool autumn air and tried to convince himself that Lucian was wrong, that patterns could be broken, that maybe this time he could be the man who stayed instead of the wolf who ran. But his hands were already shaking as he picked up his tools.
Chapter 7. Diana. Diana spent the late afternoon learning the inn's personality. The 7th stair creaked like an old woman sharing gossip, while the 3rd step from the top sang a different note entirely. The window in the corner guest room rattled at the slightest breeze, and the radiator in the parlor had a tendency to clank 3 times before settling into its rhythm. She was testing the firmness of the newly repaired floorboard when voices drifted up from the lobby. Female laughter, bright and musical, followed by a deeper male voice that carried the easy confidence of someone comfortable in his own skin. Diana descended the stairs, avoiding the gossip step out of habit now, and found 2 people in the lobby. The woman had copper auburn hair that caught the light like fire, her green eyes warm as she arranged trailing ivy in a mason jar on the reception desk. The man beside her was tall and lean, with sun-streaked brown hair and hazel eyes that seemed to catalog every detail of the room. You must be Diana, the woman said, turning with a smile that felt like sunshine. I'm Freya Bloom. This is Kieran. From the apothecary, Diana said, remembering Miriam's mention of the herbal shop. The ivy is beautiful. For prosperity, Freya said, adjusting the trailing stems. New beginnings deserve a little encouragement from the green world. Kieran set down a heavy terracotta planter near the fireplace, his movements economical and sure. Where do you want this one? Wherever feels right, Diana said. I'm still learning what the space wants. Smart approach. Kieran straightened, wiping his hands on his jeans. Old buildings have opinions about where things belong. Freya pulled herb bundles from a canvas bag, their scents mingling in the air. Lavender, rosemary, something that might have been sage. These are for clearing the space and protection. You can burn them or just let them dry naturally. Thank you. Diana accepted the bundle, touched by the thoughtfulness. Both of you. This is incredibly kind. Town takes care of its own. Let us know if there's anything we can help you with, Kieran said simply. Speaking of which... Diana hesitated, then decided directness was better than dancing around the subject. I had a visit from Gerald Finch the other day. He made some comments about my unfamiliarity with shifter customs. Freya and Kieran exchanged a look. Finch is a bureaucrat, Kieran said, his tone carefully neutral. He likes to make people feel small. What exactly did he say? That I should educate myself about shifter culture so I don't accidentally cause offense. Diana tucked a curl behind her ear. I'm assuming there are things I should know beyond basic politeness? Freya settled into one of the lobby chairs, her expression thoughtful. What do you want to know? Everything, I suppose. Pack dynamics, territory issues, whatever might come up in day-to-day interactions. Diana sat across from her. I don't want to stumble into some cultural minefield because I was too ignorant to ask and I have no idea where to begin looking. Kieran leaned against the mantelpiece, his arms crossed. Most of it's common sense. Don't challenge someone's authority in public unless you're prepared for the consequences. Don't get between mates. Don't touch without permission, especially if tensions are high. Mates? Another look passed between Freya and Kieran, this one longer. Shifters bond differently than humans, Freya said carefully. When they find their person, it's intense, permanent, not something to take lightly. Like marriage? Deeper than marriage, Kieran said. More primal. When a shifter finds their mate, everything else becomes secondary to protecting and providing for them. Diana nodded, filing the information away. What about pack politics? Finch mentioned those like they were complicated. Because they are. Kieran's mouth tightened slightly. Every pack has its own hierarchy, its own rules. Some are more flexible than others. Some hold grudges longer than they should. Is that why people seem wary of Rowan? Freya's eyebrows rose and Kieran's expression sharpened with interest. You've noticed that, have you? Kieran said. Hard not to. Rowan's got history, Kieran said after a moment. He was part of a pack outside Hollow Oak. Things went bad. He left. What kind of bad? The kind that makes people question whether you'll stick around when things get difficult again. Kieran's voice was matter of fact, but Diana caught an undertone of something sharper. Pack loyalty is everything to most shifters. When someone breaks that bond, it leaves scars. Diana thought about the careful distance Rowan maintained, the way he seemed to hold himself apart even when they were working side by side. But he came back, she said. Yeah, he did. Kieran studied her face. Question is whether he's back to stay or just passing through again. He's doing good work on the inn. Work's not the same as commitment. Kieran straightened, moving to help Freya arrange the remaining herbs. Some wolves need a reason to stay, something worth fighting for. The way he said it made Diana look at him more closely. There was knowledge in his hazel eyes. Understanding that went deeper than casual observation. You're speaking from experience. Kieran's mouth curved in a slight smile. Took me a while to figure out what home looked like. Sometimes it's not a place. He glanced at Freya as he spoke, and Diana caught the soft warmth that passed between them. The point is, Freya said, bringing the conversation back to practical matters, most shifters in Hollow Oak are decent people just trying to live their lives. Treat them with respect, don't take challenges personally, and you'll be fine. And if someone does challenge me? Stand your ground, Kieran said immediately. Don't back down, but don't escalate either. Most confrontations are about testing boundaries, not actual aggression. Good to know. Diana made mental notes, grateful for their candor. Any other cultural landmines I should watch for? Don't comment on someone's scent unless you know them well, Freya said with a grin. Shifters are sensitive about that. And if someone's eyes change color during conversation, give them space to collect themselves. Eyes change color? Emotional response, Kieran explained, happens when the animal side gets stirred up. Not necessarily dangerous, just intense. Diana thought about the way Rowan's pale blue eyes sometimes seemed to shift, taking on a silver quality when he was focused on his work. She'd attributed it to the lighting, but maybe there was more to it than that. "You're thinking about something specific," Freya observed. "Just processing," Diana said quickly. "This is a lot of new information." "You'll do fine," Kieran said with quiet confidence. "You ask good questions. You listen to the answers. That puts you ahead of most humans who end up in supernatural communities." "How do you figure?" "Because you're not trying to make everything fit into what you already know. You're letting it be what it is." He picked up the empty canvas bag Freya had brought. "That's rarer than you might think." Voices sounded from the porch, followed by the sound of work boots on the steps. Rowan appeared in the doorway, his flannel dusty and his dark hair mussed from the afternoon's labor. His eyes swept the lobby, taking in the new plants and the herb bundles before settling on Diana. "How's the electrical looking?" she asked. "Manageable. Need to run some new circuits, but the main panel's solid." His gaze flicked to Kieran and Freya. "Afternoon." "Rowan." Kieran's greeting was neutral, polite. "Making progress?" "Yeah." The conversation felt loaded with undercurrents Diana couldn't read. Kieran watched Rowan with the same assessing look she'd seen others wear, while Rowan maintained his usual careful distance. "We brought Diana some green friends," Freya said, gesturing to the plants. "Thought the place could use some life." "Looks good." Rowan's attention returned to Diana. "I'll be here early tomorrow to finish the wiring. Should have the north wall buttoned up by noon." "Sounds perfect." He nodded once and headed for the door, pausing when Kieran spoke. "Rowan, you planning to be around for Diana's community gathering?" Rowan's shoulders tensed slightly. "Haven't decided. Might be good for people to see you supporting the inn's future." Rowan turned back, his pale eyes meeting Kieran's hazel ones in what felt like a silent conversation. "We'll see," Rowan said finally. After he left, silence settled over the lobby. Freya gathered her empty containers, while Kieran studied the space where Rowan had been standing. "He's different with you," Kieran said to Diana. "Different how?" "Less guarded. He actually answers your questions instead of just grunting." Kieran's smile was knowing. "That's progress." Diana felt warmth spread through her at the observation. She hadn't noticed the difference, but if Kieran was right, if Rowan was letting his walls down even slightly, maybe that meant something. "The inn suits you," Freya said as they prepared to leave. "You belong here." "I'm starting to believe that," Diana admitted. "Good. Belief is the first step." Freya shouldered her bag. "The rest is just showing up and doing the work." After they left, Diana walked through the lobby, breathing in the scent of herbs and trailing ivy. The inn felt more alive somehow, blessed by the presence of friends and the promise of community. She thought about mate bonds and pack loyalty, about wolves who needed reasons to stay and women who were still learning what home looked like. Outside, she could hear the distant sound of Rowan's truck pulling away, and she wondered what it would take to make him believe in staying and why she wanted him to.
Chapter 8. Rowan. Dawn came gray and cool, with the promise of rain hanging in the air. Rowan had been on the inn's roof since sunrise, replacing loose shingles and checking the flashing around the chimney. The work was methodical, requiring the kind of focus that kept his wolf quiet and his mind off the way Diana had looked at him yesterday when Kieran mentioned staying. He moved across the pitched surface with practiced ease, his tool belt heavy at his hip, hammer finding its rhythm against cedar shakes. Below, the square was beginning to wake up. Twyla emerged from griddle and grind to sweep her porch, and somewhere across the way, a door chimed as the first customer of the day entered the book nook. Normal morning sounds, safe sounds that didn't require him to think about mate bonds, or the way Diana's amber eyes had brightened when he'd said the wiring was manageable. The ladder rattled against the eaves, and Rowan looked up to see Diana's honey-blonde curls appearing over the roofline. She climbed with careful deliberation, 2 steaming mugs balanced in one hand. Morning, she called. Figured you might need caffeine. You shouldn't be up here. I'm not going anywhere dangerous. She reached the top of the ladder, extending one mug toward him. Besides, I've got healthy insurance policies. Workers' comp and everything. The corner of his mouth twitched before he could stop it. Almost a smile, which was more reaction than he'd intended to give. Coffee's coffee, he said, accepting the mug. Thanks. Diana settled herself carefully on the ladder's top step, her feet braced on the rungs. How's it looking up here? Better than expected. Most of the damage is cosmetic. Rowan sipped the coffee, strong and black the way he liked it. Should be watertight by noon. Good. Gerald Finch is coming back next week to check progress. I'd rather not have him find any leaks to complain about. Rowan's jaw tightened at the mention of the council aide. Finch is looking for reasons to cause trouble. I got that impression. Diana wrapped her hands around her mug, using it to warm her fingers. When Kieran and Freya stopped by yesterday, they gave me a crash course in shifter culture. Rowan's hammer paused mid-swing. What kind of crash course? Pack dynamics, territory issues, the importance of not getting between mates. She glanced at him sideways. They mentioned you had history with a pack outside town. They mention anything else? Just that people are wondering if you'll stick around this time. The honesty in her voice caught him off guard. Most people danced around the subject of his past, either too polite or too afraid to ask direct questions. Diana just laid it out there, matter of fact and unashamed of her curiosity. And what do you think? He asked. I think you're here now, doing good work. That's all I can judge by. Simple, practical. It shouldn't have hit him as hard as it did. Rowan returned his attention to the shingles, driving nails with more force than necessary. Kieran say anything else? That you're different with me, less guarded. His hammer slipped, nearly catching his thumb. He's got an active imagination. Does he? Instead of answering, Rowan chose to focus on the rhythm of his work, trying to ignore the way she was looking at him. A gust of wind caught the loose shingle he'd been about to replace, sending it sliding toward the edge of the roof. Diana reached to grab it without thinking, leaning too far out over the ladder. Rowan moved before conscious thought kicked in. He dropped his hammer and caught her around the waist, pulling her against him as the shingle tumbled past them to shatter on the porch below. Careful, he said, his voice rougher than intended. Diana's hands had come up to brace against his chest, her coffee mug forgotten somewhere in the scramble. They were pressed together now, her soft curves fitting against the hard lines of his body like they'd been made for each other. The air changed around them, hotter, hungrier, dangerous. Rowan could smell her shampoo. Something floral that made his wolf whine with want. Could feel the rapid beat of her pulse where his thumb pressed against her wrist. Could see the way her pupils dilated as she looked up at him, lips parted in surprise. His wolf surged, a possessive primal roar in the back of his mind. Mine. Safe. He held her for a second too long, his grip hardening as he fought the instinct to pull her closer, to bury his face in her hair and claim what the animal inside him already knew belonged to him. I told you it wasn't safe, he said, voice a low rasp he barely recognized. You caught me, she whispered, her face tilted up toward his. Her eyes were wide, the gold flecks seeming to spark in the morning light. She wasn't scared. She was something else, something that made the air crackle. He had to let her go. He knew it. Every instinct screamed at him to do the opposite. His past was a shadow he couldn't outrun, a pack of ghosts that would tear apart anything good he dared to touch. Letting her in was not a risk. It was a guarantee of destruction. With a force of will that felt like ripping his own skin, he released her and took a sharp step back. The space between them felt like a frozen lake, dangerously thin. He turned away from her, grabbing his hammer so he had something to hold on to. Go back down, Diana, now. He heard her hesitate, a small, confused breath. Rowan! Go! He bit out, not looking at her. He couldn't. If he saw the look on her face, he knew his resolve would shatter. The roof groaned softly as she made her way back to the ladder. He didn't watch her descend, but he listened to every sound until he heard her boots hit the solid ground of the porch. Alone on the roof, Rowan drove a nail into the decking with a single violent strike. The scent of her was on his jacket. The feeling of her body pressed against his was seared into his memory. He had to keep her away. For her own good, he had to be the monster she ran from, not the man she ran to. He worked until his muscles burned, the rhythmic crash of his hammer the only sound loud enough to drown out his wolf's furious howl.
Chapter 9. Diana. The path to the council glade was lit by fey lights that bobbed in the evening air like captive stars. Diana clutched the folder against her chest, the paper edges cool against her knuckles. Beside her, Miriam walked with a steady, unhurried gait, her silver hair catching the glow. Diana's skin still prickled with the memory of the afternoon, the dizzying slip, the iron grip of Rowan's arms, and the abrupt, cold wall he'd thrown up after. "Breathe, child," Miriam said, her voice a calm anchor in the twilight. "They aren't going to eat you. They'll just chew on you a bit first." Diana managed a shaky smile. Comforting. "It's a compliment. They only chew on things they think might be worth the effort." The glade opened before them, a circle of ancient stones under a canopy of oak and pine. A low fire burned in a central pit, casting flickering shadows on the faces of the 3 figures already seated. Diana recognized the wolf elder, Varric Thornwell, from Miriam's descriptions. His long silver braids rested on his shoulders, and his eyes, the color of a stormy sky, watched their approach. Beside him sat a man with a perfectly trimmed gray beard and a severe expression that screamed disapproval. The third was Emmett Hollowell, the stoic wolf shifter whose quiet strength felt like a steadying presence, even from a distance. "Miriam, Ms. Merrick." Varric's voice was a low rumble, like stones shifting. "Thank you for coming." Diana took the empty seat indicated for her, placing her folder on the flat stone in front of her. She could feel their collective skepticism, a heavy cloak in the air. They were judging her, this human who had been handed the keys to their heart. "Let's begin," Varric said. "You have a proposal for the inn." Diana took a deep breath and opened the folder. "I do. First, the renovation schedule." She passed out copies, her hands surprisingly steady. "Rowan Baneville has completed a thorough structural assessment. The north wall, stairs, and sections of the roof require immediate attention to ensure the building's integrity. His timeline is aggressive but achievable, with the primary structural work completed in the next 2 weeks." The severe-looking man, Elder Bram, she guessed, picked up the paper as if it were contaminated. "Mr. Baneville's assessment," he said, his voice clipped. "An interesting choice, given his history of impermanence. The council assigned him to the project. He's been thorough." "Rowan knows the inn better than anyone except Miriam," Varric said. "If he's confident in the timeline, I'm inclined to trust his judgment." "His judgment wasn't in question during his last stay in Hollow Oak," Elder Bram said pointedly. "His reliability was." Diana felt the tension ripple through the circle. This was about more than just her qualifications. It was about pack politics and old grievances she didn't fully understand. "People change," she said quietly. "Circumstances change. What matters is what someone chooses to do now, not what they did in the past." "Spoken like someone who's never had to clean up the mess left behind," Counselor Reed said. His voice was gravelly, worn smooth by years of hard work. "His work is excellent," Diana said, her voice even. "He understands the building." The thought of Rowan's careful hands on the old wood, his patient explanations, solidified her resolve. "He listens to what it needs." "A building does not talk, Ms. Merrick," Bram scoffed. "Doesn't it?" Diana met his cold gaze without flinching. "The third step groans when it's tired. The parlor wall hums when it rains. It's been telling people it needs help for a long time. I'm just the first person who's had a contractor willing to translate." Emmett Hollowell shifted slightly, a flicker of interest in his gray-blue eyes. Varric studied her for a long moment. The costs are significant. The inn's accounts will be strained. Which is why I've also drafted an events calendar to begin generating revenue immediately, Diana said, sliding a second sheet across the stone. I plan to host an autumn hearth gathering next week, a community potluck, a story circle by the fire, a way to remind everyone that the Hearth and Hollow is still their gathering place, even while it's healing. A party, Bram said with disdain, while the roof is half torn off. A reunion, Diana corrected gently, for the town and its inn, to show that we are open, we are strong, and we are still a sanctuary for anyone who needs one. The girl has a point, Miriam put in, her sharp voice cutting through the tension. The inn runs on more than money. It runs on memory and goodwill. Time to make some new memories. Varric picked up the events calendar. This gathering, it would be an opportunity for the community to see the progress for themselves. To see you, Ms. Merrick, in your new role. Exactly, Diana said. I want them to see I'm serious about this. I'm not just a placeholder, I'm the innkeeper. The council members exchanged glances. The air was thick with unspoken history, of past hurts, and a deep-seated protectiveness for their town. Diana's empathic gift picked up on their caution, their fear that she, an outsider, a human, could not possibly understand the weight of the legacy she held. Finally, Varric folded his hands. The council has discussed this. We are prepared to approve your position, Ms. Merrick, on a provisional basis. He held up a hand to forestall any argument. You will have a 3-month trial period. The renovation budget is approved, pending weekly progress reports submitted to my aide. Your gathering is also approved. He pushed a small, rolled scroll toward her. These are our recommendations. They include guidelines for maintaining the inn's wards and protocols for guest registration. We expect you to adhere to them precisely. Diana picked up the scroll. It was approval, but an approval wrapped in caution tape. A test. I understand. Thank you. Do not thank us yet, Bram warned. Earn it. The Hearth and Hollow is the soul of this town. Do not treat that lightly. I have never treated it as anything else, Diana said quietly. As she and Miriam walked back down the path, the fey lights dancing around them, the tension in Diana's shoulders finally began to ease. It wasn't a victory, not yet. But it was a start. It was a chance. You did well, Miriam said. You stood your ground. I just told them the truth. Diana thought of the work ahead, of winning over a town one scone and one repaired floorboard at a time. She thought of Rowan, of the confusing heat and chill between them on the roof. He was a puzzle she didn't understand, but his dedication to the inn was undeniable. He was a part of her plan, a part of making this work. She clutched the scroll in her hand. She would win them over. Not with words, but with work. She would make the inn a home again, for them and finally for herself.
Chapter 10. Rowan. The air in the upstairs hallway was thick with the clean scent of sawdust and old wood. Rowan worked on his knees, leveraging a pry bar against a floor joist that had succumbed to a slow leak decades ago. The wood came away in soft, dark chunks, rotten to the core. He worked methodically, the physical strain a welcome distraction. It kept his thoughts from drifting to the weight of Diana in his arms, the scent of her hair, the way he had shoved her away with a harshness that still soured his tongue. His phone vibrated against a stack of new lumber, the buzz unnaturally loud in the quiet inn. He ignored it. A minute later, it buzzed again. With a grunt, he wiped his dusty hands on his jeans and picked it up. The name on the screen made his blood run cold. Kyle. The message was short, devoid of greeting. The Alpha wants a meeting. He's not asking. He stared at the words, each one a link in a chain he thought he'd broken years ago. He could feel the old life reaching for him, the suffocating politics, the scent of blood and obligation. His thumb hovered over the screen. His wolf paced restlessly inside him, hackles raised. The message wasn't just a summons, it was a threat. They knew he was here. They had found him. He held the delete button until the entire conversation vanished into nothing. It was a useless gesture, but it was the only one he had. He tossed the phone back onto the lumber pile and turned to the rotten joist with a vengeance, tearing out the last of the decayed wood. He worked with a controlled fury, his movements sharp and efficient. He would rebuild this place. He would make it solid, impenetrable. He would fix these bones because he couldn't fix his own. Figured you might be hungry. Rowan looked up to find Diana standing in the doorway, a paper bag in one hand and a thermos in the other. She'd changed from her morning clothes into work jeans and a soft blue sweater that brought out the gold flecks in her amber eyes. Lunch, she said, holding up the bag. Twyla insisted. Said hard-working contractors need proper fuel. I'm fine. I'm sure you are. But Twyla's scones are better than whatever protein bar you probably forgot to pack. She wasn't wrong. Rowan had been running on coffee and stubbornness since dawn, too distracted by structural concerns and unwanted text messages to think about food. Diana approached the work area, stepping carefully around the tools and lumber. How's the progress? Good. This section's worse than I thought, but nothing that can't be fixed. He gestured to the exposed framework. Have to replace about 6 feet of support beam, then we can button it up. Sounds expensive. Not too bad. Most of the original timber's salvageable. He accepted the bag when she held it out, the warmth seeping through the paper into his palms. Thanks. The word came out rougher than intended, like it scraped his throat on the way up. Diana tilted her head, studying his face with those two perceptive eyes. You okay? You seem... I'm working. He opened the bag, revealing thick sandwiches wrapped in wax paper and still warm scones that smelled of cinnamon and butter. Council meeting went well last night, she said. Trial period approved, renovation budget secured. They want weekly progress reports, but that's manageable. Good. Varick seems fair. Elder Bram less so, but Miriam says he's skeptical of all change. Rowan knew Bram's type, the old guard, convinced that any deviation from established tradition would bring ruin. They weren't always wrong, but they weren't always right either. He'll come around, Rowan said, once he sees results. I hope so. The Autumn Hearth Gathering is approved for next week. He knew he should say something. Congratulate her, acknowledge the victory. The words wouldn't come. All he could think about was the Alpha's summons and what it meant. They wouldn't just let him go. They never did. He finished the bite and looked at her, forcing his expression into a hard, unreadable mask. You should keep out of the work area. She blinked, the light in her eyes dimming. What? It's a construction zone, he said, his voice flat and cold. Exposed nails, unstable flooring. It's not safe. The words hung in the air, a deliberate, calculated barrier. He was using her own safety as a weapon against her, and it felt like swallowing glass. She stared at him for a long moment, her expression shifting from confusion to a quiet, wounded resolve. She wasn't a fool. She heard the dismissal for what it was. Right, she said, her voice losing its warmth. She took a small step back. Of course. Well, enjoy the sandwich. She turned and walked away without another word, her back straight. He watched her go, the sandwich suddenly heavy as a rock in his hand. His wolf snarled, clawing at the inside of his ribs, furious with him for pushing her away, for hurting their mate. Rowan set the half-eaten sandwich down on a sawhorse. It was a lie. He wasn't protecting her from a nail. He was protecting her from a pack of them. He picked up his saw, the engine roaring to life with a pull of the cord. The noise was a relief, a violent sound that filled the space she had just left. And for a little while, it was almost loud enough to drown out the voice of his own regret.
Chapter 11. Diana. The Hearth and Hollow's parlor smelled of lemon oil, old books, and the cinnamon-laced scones Twyla had delivered that morning with a conspiratorial wink. Diana arranged mismatched teacups on a lace doily, her hands moving with a purpose that belied the nervous flutter in her stomach. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting a warm, inviting glow over the worn armchairs she'd dragged into a loose circle. It wasn't perfect. Drop cloths were neatly folded in one corner and the scent of paint primer lingered. but it was a start. "They'll come," Miriam said from her place of honor by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "This town runs on curiosity and baked goods. You've provided both." Miriam was right. First came the eccentric Tansley brothers from the Mercantile, Rufus and Edgar, who brought a tin of enchanted tea leaves that changed color with the mood of the drinker. Then came Freya, her arms full of fresh mint for garnish. Soon the room was filled with a soft murmur of conversation as a dozen townsfolk settled in, drawn by the promise of tea and memory. Visible through the parlor doorway, Rowan worked on the main staircase, the steady rasp of his sanding block a rhythmic counterpoint to the chatter. He hadn't said a word about the tea hour, but he hadn't left either. He just worked, a solid, brooding presence at the edge of the light. "I remember when Henry and I first bought this place," Miriam began, her voice capturing the room's attention. "The parlor was a disaster, but the hearth drew a perfect draft. Henry said any house with a good hearth could be a home. That broke the ice." Edgar Tansley recounted a story about a traveling warlock who'd tried to pay for his room with a cursed pocket watch, and the parlor filled with laughter. The tea in Diana's cup swirled a happy golden yellow. She was refilling a cup when the front door opened and Maeve Cross strode in. The lioness shifter moved with a sharp, contained energy, her short black hair framing a face that missed nothing. She carried a large empty glass jar which she set on the mantel with a decisive thud. "Donation jar," Maeve announced to the room, her voice carrying an edge of command. "This place costs money to fix. Let's see what your memories are worth." A few people chuckled, but several of the men reached for their wallets. Diana smiled. "Maeve, thank you." "Don't thank me. Make it worth my while." Maeve's sharp eyes swept the room, pausing for a fraction of a second on Rowan's broad back before landing on Diana. She lowered her voice. "You're doing good work here. The place feels like it's breathing again." "I'm trying. Trying's good." Maeve leaned in a little closer, her scent of spice and something wild cutting through the sweetness of the scones. "But a word of advice, from one business owner to another." Diana waited, sensing this was more than a casual suggestion. "Watch the wolves, sweetheart." Maeve's gaze flicked deliberately toward Rowan, who continued to sand the banister, seemingly oblivious. "Especially the ones who look like they're trying to outrun a storm." Diana managed a light laugh, though the warning landed with a peculiar weight. "I'll keep that in mind." Maeve gave a curt nod and moved off to pour herself a cup of tea, leaving Diana to puzzle over the remark. Twyla saw a fated mate who needed a reason to stay. Maeve, whose gaze was as sharp as her claws, saw a man running from something dangerous. The tea hour was a success. The jar on the mantel held a respectable collection of bills by the time the last guest departed, and the parlor felt warmer, imbued with fresh laughter. Diana cleaned up in a haze of contentment, the quiet hum of the inn a comforting presence around her. That night, she lay in bed with the inn's blueprints spread across her quilt. Her fingers traced the elegant lines of the staircase, the place where Rowan had spent his day. His silence had been a fortress, a stark contrast to the easy camaraderie in the parlor. She thought of the conflicting currents swirling around him. Twyla, the hopeful matchmaker, Maeve, the cautious protector. Both felt right somehow. She remembered the shocking, possessive strength in his arms when he'd caught her on the roof, a feeling of absolute safety mixed with a thrilling spark of danger. Then she remembered his cold dismissal in the hallway, his eyes shuttered, his voice a flat wall of sound. He was a storm, just as Maeve had said. Diana stared at the blueprints, at the tangible future she was trying to build from ink and wood and hope. What did Diana want? She wanted the inn to succeed, obviously, wanted to prove herself worthy of the community's trust and Miriam's faith in her abilities. But underneath those practical desires was something else, something that had nothing to do with business plans or renovation schedules. She wanted to understand the man working above her head, driving himself to exhaustion on her project. Wanted to know what had driven him away from Hollow Oak before, and what had brought him back. Wanted to be the reason he stayed this time.
Chapter 12. Rowan. The sky over Hollow Oak had turned the color of a fresh bruise. Rowan worked on the roof, the wind tearing at his jacket, pulling at the corners of the heavy tarp he was wrestling into place. A storm was coming in fast from the mountains, a real gully washer by the smell of it. He'd seen the clouds gathering and had stayed late, driven by an instinct he refused to name to make sure the inn's wounds were covered. He hammered the last anchor into place just as the first fat drops of rain began to fall. They hit the shingles with a sound like scattered pebbles, quickly building to a relentless drumming. He made his way to the ladder, soaked through in seconds, the wind a solid wall against his back. He was halfway down when the lights inside the inn flickered. Once, twice. Then they winked out, plunging the world into a deep twilight, broken only by a startlingly bright flash of lightning. Thunder cracked directly overhead, a raw, splintering sound that vibrated through the ladder. Inside, he stood dripping in the lobby, the darkness absolute. He could hear the storm raging, a wild, chaotic music of wind and water. He should leave, get in his truck, drive to his small, empty cabin, and wait it out alone. That was the smart play, the safe play. A soft glow appeared at the top of the main staircase. Diana held a three-pronged candlestick, the flames dancing and casting flickering shadows that made her look like someone from another time. Her face, illuminated from below, was a study in soft curves and determined angles. She wasn't frightened by the sudden dark, just focused. "I had a feeling you were still here," she said, her voice carrying easily through the roar of the storm. The weather turned fast. "Just securing the roof," he said, his own voice sounding rough in the enclosed space. "Didn't want your new joist getting soaked." He shrugged out of his wet jacket, the motion stiff. "Well, thank you." She descended the stairs, the candlelight moving with her. "The power's out all over the square. Twyla's sign went dark a few minutes ago. No telling when it'll be back." She reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped, the circle of light creating an intimate island in the vast, dark lobby. The fire's still going in the parlor. "I should go," he said, the words automatic. He took a step toward the door, toward the cold and the rain and the solitude he knew he deserved. No sense of staying. "What, a big bad wolf like you afraid of the dark?" The words were light, a gentle tease, but her eyes held a challenge. She held the candlestick a little higher, a silent invitation. "I dare you to wait it out with me. I'll even break out Miriam's emergency whiskey." His mind screamed at him. "Leave, now!" This is a trap. Too close, too dark, too dangerous. Leaving was the right thing to do, the only way to keep the wall between them solid. It was the only way to keep her safe from the ghosts that followed him. But his wolf, so often a restless, angry beast he had to fight into submission, was suddenly, unnervingly still. It wasn't pacing. It wasn't snarling. It was watching her, standing in the warm glow of the firelight she offered. And it felt the howling chaos of the storm outside and the quiet sanctuary inside. The wolf wanted to stay. It wanted the warmth. It wanted its mate. The silence stretched, filled only by the drumming of rain and the whistle of wind through the eaves. He looked from the front door, a dark rectangle promising a wet and lonely night. To her, a fixed point of light and warmth in the consuming dark. He gave a slow, reluctant nod, the motion feeling like it was pulled from him. "Fine," he heard himself say, "but just until the storm breaks." She smiled, a small, genuine curve of her lips that did more damage to his defenses than the entire storm could do to the roof. "Deal." She turned and led the way toward the parlor. The candlelight threw their shadows long and distorted against the walls, making them seem like the only two people left in the world. He followed her into the room, the heat from the hearth reaching for him, pulling him in. The storm raged outside, and the inn held them in its quiet, dark embrace. His wolf settled in his chest, not with a growl, but with a deep, patient hum, waiting. Thunder crashed overhead, rattling the windows in their frames. Diana flinched slightly at the sound, then laughed at herself. I love storms, she said. Always have. Something about the raw power of it. Not scared? Of thunder? No. Of other things, maybe. She glanced at him sideways. What about you? Anything scare you? You, his wolf whispered. What you make me want. What I could lose. Not much, he said aloud. Practical answer from a practical man. Diana pulled her knees to her chest, wrapping her arms around them. Though I'm starting to think there's more to you than practical. Like what? Like the way you know exactly which floorboard will creak before you step on it. Like how you can tell what the building needs just by listening to it. She turned to face him fully. Like how you stayed tonight instead of going home to ride out the storm alone. The firelight turned her amber eyes to gold, and Rowan felt his careful control begin to fray. His wolf pushed closer to the surface, drawn by her warmth and the intimate space the storm had created around them. Maybe I just wanted to make sure the tarps held. Maybe. She didn't sound convinced. Or maybe you wanted to make sure I was okay. The truth of it hit him like a physical blow. He had stayed for her, drawn by instincts deeper than conscious thought. His mate, alone in a dark building during a storm. Every protective instinct he possessed had rebelled at the idea of leaving her. Diana. Rowan. She said his name like a challenge, like a dare. Stop running from whatever this is. Lightning flashed again, closer this time, followed immediately by thunder that shook the building. The storm was directly overhead now, nature unleashing its full fury on the small town below. You don't understand, he said roughly. The things you don't know about me? Then tell me. It's not that simple. It could be. She leaned forward slightly, close enough that he saw the pulse beating at her throat. Whatever happened before, whatever you're running from, it doesn't have to define what happens now. His wolf surged forward, demanding he close the distance between them, demanding he claim what was his by right of blood and bone and the ancient laws that governed their kind. The scent of her filled his lungs, sweet and warm and perfectly, impossibly right. Diana, he said again, her name a warning. I'm right here. Thunder crashed again, and the inn shuddered around them. But in the circle of firelight, with rain lashing the windows and candles flickering in the drafts, the storm felt distant. His wolf paced restlessly beneath his skin, silver eyes fixed on their mate. The animal was done with distance, done with careful control, done with pretending the bond between them didn't exist. Take her, the wolf demanded. Claim her. Make her understand what she is to us. Rowan's hands morphed into fists, fighting the urge to reach for her. One touch would be his undoing. One kiss would shatter every wall he'd built between them. You should go upstairs, he said, his voice rougher than intended. Get some sleep. Should I? Diana tilted her head, studying his face in the firelight. Is that what you want? No. The word blazed through his mind, his wolf's voice and his own speaking in perfect unison. Stay. Let me hold you through the storm. Let me show you what you mean to me. It's what's smart, he said instead. Smart. She laughed softly, but there was no humor in it. I've been smart my whole life, Rowan. Smart and careful and always keeping my distance. You know where it got me? Alone. She rose gracefully to her feet, and for a moment he thought she was going to take his advice. Instead, she moved to the window, pressing her palm against the glass as lightning illuminated her profile. I came to Hollow Oak because I was tired of being alone, she said quietly, tired of never belonging anywhere, never mattering to anyone. And now I'm here, in this beautiful old building, with a man who looks at me like I'm the answer to a question he's afraid to ask. She turned back to face him, and the raw honesty in her expression nearly undid him completely. So no, Rowan, I don't think I'll go upstairs. I think I'll stay right here and see what happens when the wolf stops running. Outside, the storm raged on, but inside the circle of firelight, everything had gone perfectly, dangerously still. Rowan's wolf pressed against his ribs, silver eyes fixed on their mate, waiting to see if he would finally stop fighting fate.
Chapter 13. Diana. Outside, the storm raged on, but inside the circle of firelight, everything had gone perfectly, dangerously still. Diana's words hung in the air between them, a dare she hadn't known she possessed until she'd spoken it. Rowan stood frozen by the hearth, the firelight carving sharp angles into his face, his pale eyes glowing with an intensity that stole the breath from her lungs. The battle inside him was a palpable thing, a pressure she could feel in the room, a war between the man who ran and the wolf who stayed. He was the one who moved first. He crossed the space between them in 2 long, silent strides. His calloused hand, scarred from years of hard labor, came up to caress her jaw. The touch was surprisingly gentle, his thumb stroking the line of her cheekbone as if memorizing her shape. Her empathic sense, which had been buzzing with his conflict, was suddenly flooded with a feeling so pure and potent it made her knees weak. Adoration. Raw, untamed, and utterly terrifying in its depth. Then he lowered his head, and the kiss started cautious. It was a question, a testing of boundaries, the barest brush of his lips against hers. She answered by leaning into him, her hands coming up to grip his flannel shirt. That was all the encouragement he needed. The kiss went hungry fast, his other arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her flush against his hard body until there was no space, no air, no thought between them. His mouth slanted over hers, demanding and possessive. She learned the scent of pine smoke and winter rain from the inside, a taste of the wild that was purely Rowan. She moaned into his mouth, a helpless sound, and his wolf answered with a low growl that vibrated from his chest into hers. He broke the kiss with a gasp, his forehead resting against hers. His breathing was harsh, ragged. "Diana, we can't." The words were a bucket of ice water, but the fire he'd ignited refused to be extinguished. "Why not?" she whispered, her voice shaky. "It's a mistake." He pulled back, his hands dropping from her as if she'd burned him. The loss of contact was a physical ache. He turned, his broad shoulders creating a wall between them, and strode toward the darkness of the doorway. Her heart fractured. He was leaving. After all that, he was choosing to run. "Rowan!" she called out, her voice breaking. He stopped in the threshold of the parlor, his back still to her. Lightning flashed, silhouetting his powerful frame for a split second before thunder crashed, shaking the old inn to its foundations. He turned back slowly. In the flickering firelight, his eyes were no longer pale blue. They were silver, luminous, and predatory. The man was gone. The wolf was looking at her, and the wolf was done fighting. He came back to her, not with caution, but with a raw, focused need that made her whole body tremble. He swept her into his arms, and his mouth crashed down on hers again, a kiss that wasn't a question, but a claim. He backed her against the wall, his body caging hers, his hands tangling in her hair. "Tell me to stop," he rasped against her lips, his voice thick with a guttural urgency. "No," she breathed, arching into him. That was his undoing. He lifted her as if she weighed nothing, carrying her the few feet to the thick hearth rug and lowering them both to the floor in a tangle of limbs and desperate need. Clothes became an intolerable barrier. Buttons were undone with fumbling haste, sweaters pulled over heads, jeans shoved down. "Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millitadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. He reached down and offered her a hand, pulling her to her feet. He picked up her sweater from the floor and held it out to her. Their fingers brushed, and the spark was still there, a low, humming current. He finally met her eyes, and the conflict she saw there made her heart ache. He wanted to stay. He was going to make himself leave. She went to bed later that night, alone in her room but not lonely, her body shaky and humming with a new, dangerous energy. Every inch of her skin tingled with the memory of his touch. She was most definitely in trouble, but for the very first time in her life, it felt like the best kind.
Chapter 14. Rowan. Rowan arrived at the inn before dawn, his truck's headlights cutting through the pre-morning darkness. He'd barely slept, his mind replaying every moment of the night before. The taste of Diana's mouth, the way she'd arched beneath him on the hearth rug, the look in her amber eyes when he'd walked away afterward, like a damn coward. He told himself he'd set boundaries today. Keep things professional. Focus on the work and ignore the way his wolf paced restlessly every time he thought about her. The plan lasted exactly as long as it took Diana to appear in the doorway, with coffee and one of those soft smiles that made his resolve crumble like rotted timber. "Morning," she said, extending the mug toward him. "Thought you might need fuel." "Thanks." He accepted the coffee, careful not to let their fingers brush. The memory of her skin was too fresh, too dangerous. Boundaries, he reminded himself. Professional distance. His wolf laughed at him. "I'll be working on the second-floor landing today," he said, needing something concrete to focus on. "Should have the subflooring finished by noon." "Perfect. I'll be downstairs if you need anything." She paused at the foot of the stairs. "Anything at all?" Rowan gripped his coffee mug tighter and watched her disappear up the stairs, then spent the next 10 minutes staring at his work plans without seeing them. By mid-morning, he'd managed to find his rhythm. The work was good, solid, requiring enough focus to keep his mind off the woman humming somewhere below. The new subfloor went in clean, each board fitting perfectly into place. "How's it looking up there?" Rowan glanced up to find Diana climbing the stairs with a plate of something that smelled like cinnamon and butter. "Good progress," he said, accepting the plate. Fresh scone, still warm. "Twyla's?" "Mine, actually. Found Miriam's recipe box last night." Diana settled onto the top step, close enough that he caught the scent of vanilla and tea in her hair. "Figured I should learn to bake for the inn." "They're good. Better than good, actually. Light and flaky with just the right amount of sweetness." "Thank you. I was nervous they'd turn out like hockey pucks." "Trust yourself more." The words slipped out before he could stop them. "You've got good instincts." Her smile was warm, genuine. High praise from someone who builds things to last. That smile. That was what did him in. Rowan found himself smiling back, his carefully constructed walls cracking like old plaster. "What's next on the schedule?" Diana asked. "Finish this section, then move to the electrical rough-in. Should be ready for inspection by Friday." Ahead of schedule. Work goes faster with proper motivation. Diana's cheeks flushed pink, and Rowan realized he was leaning closer without conscious thought. "Diana, The front door opened, followed by the sound of familiar footsteps crossing the lobby. Twyla's voice drifted up from below, bright with poorly concealed excitement. "Diana, honey, you up there? I brought muffins and gossip." Diana rolled her eyes good-naturedly. "Duty calls. Save some work for this afternoon?" "Probably." Rowan watched her head downstairs, then returned to his subfloor with renewed focus. Or tried to. Twyla's voice carried clearly through the old building. "So," Twyla was saying, "interesting storm last night." "Very dramatic," Diana replied. "Lost power for hours." "I heard. Also heard Rowan's truck left before dawn broke when Mrs. Simonson went to let her dog out." Rowan's hammer missed the nail entirely, catching his thumb instead. He bit back a curse and sucked on the injured digit, straining to hear Diana's response. "He stayed to make sure the tarps held," Diana said, her voice carefully neutral. "Of course he did. Such a conscientious contractor." Twyla's tone suggested she wasn't buying it for a second. "Funny thing about small towns, honey. People notice when the lights come back on and there's still candlelight in the inn's front window." Rowan closed his eyes. Mrs. Simonson was the town's unofficial information network. By lunch, half of Hollow Oak would know he'd spent the night. "We were just talking," Diana said. "I'm sure you were. Lots of talking happening by candlelight these days." "Twyla." "What? I think it's lovely." Rowan's grip tightened on his hammer. He should go downstairs, put an end to this conversation before it spiraled further out of control. Instead, he found himself frozen, waiting to hear what Diana would say. "It's complicated," Diana said finally. "Best things usually are." Twyla's voice softened. "Just remember what I told you about wolves needing reasons to stay." The conversation moved on to other topics, but Rowan couldn't focus. His wolf paced restlessly, pleased with the idea of the town seeing Diana as his, while the rational part of his mind cataloged all the ways this could go wrong. By the time Diana returned upstairs, he'd worked himself into a state somewhere between arousal and panic. "Everything okay?" she asked, studying his face. "You look tense." "Town gossip," he said shortly. "Ah." Diana settled back onto the step, her expression thoughtful. "Bothers you?" "Doesn't matter if it bothers me, it's out there now. And that's bad because—" Rowan set down his hammer, meeting her gaze directly. "Because people will expect things, make assumptions about what this is." "What is this, Rowan?" He wanted to give her a simple answer, something clean and uncomplicated. Instead, all he could think about was the way she'd felt in his arms, the taste of her mouth, the soft sounds she'd made when he moved inside her. "I have no idea," he said honestly. "Neither do I." Diana's voice was steady, but he caught the slight tremor in her hands. "But I know what it felt like last night, and I know I'm not sorry it happened." His wolf surged forward, demanding he close the distance between them, demanding he kiss her again, claim her properly this time, mark her so thoroughly that every shifter in town would know she was his. "The work's almost done," he said instead. "Another week, maybe 2. And then I move on to the next project." "Of course," she said quietly. "That's what contractors do." She stood, brushing dust from her jeans. "I'll let you get back to work. Lunch around noon?" "Sure." But as she headed downstairs, Rowan found himself wondering if he'd just made the biggest mistake of his life. His wolf certainly thought so, snarling and pacing and demanding to know why he kept pushing away the one thing they both wanted. Outside, he could hear the town starting its day. Cars on the square, the chime of shop bells, the ordinary sounds of people living their lives. Soon they'd all know about last night. Soon they'd all be watching to see what happened next. Rowan picked up his hammer and drove a nail with unnecessary force. He'd told himself he'd set boundaries, and then he'd let one smile rip up his entire rulebook. The question was what he planned to do about it.
Chapter 15. Diana. Diana was arranging paint samples on the reception desk when she heard the soft click of a camera from upstairs. She paused, brush in hand, and listened. Another click, then another. Someone was taking photographs in the work area. She climbed the stairs quietly, finding Gerald Finch crouched near the exposed wall framing with his phone out, snapping pictures of the unfinished electrical work. "Mr. Finch," she said pleasantly, "getting documentation for your report." He straightened quickly, sliding the phone into his jacket pocket. "Ms. Merrick, yes, just cataloging progress." "How thorough of you." Diana stepped closer, studying the work area with fresh eyes. "You know, these would make excellent before photos for the town newsletter. Show people the scope of what we're accomplishing here." Finch's eyebrows rose. "The newsletter?" "Absolutely. People love seeing transformation in action." Diana pulled out her own phone, snapping a wide shot of the exposed beams. "Mind if I borrow your idea? I'll give you full credit for the documentation angle." "I suppose that would be acceptable." "Perfect. In fact, we should do a whole series, before, during, after, really showcase the craftsmanship going into preserving the inn's historical integrity." She took another photo, this one highlighting Rowan's precise electrical work. "The council will appreciate having a visual record of every phase." Finch looked like he'd swallowed something sour. "Naturally." "I'll make sure you get copies for your files, and I'll mention your thorough oversight in my next council report." Diana smiled brightly. "Thank you for the inspiration." After Finch left, Diana stared at the photos on her phone. The exposed bones of the building looked raw, vulnerable, but they also looked like possibility, like a story being written in wood and wire and careful restoration. She scrolled through her contacts and called Tom Brewster. "Tom, it's Diana. I have a proposition for you." An hour later, Tom arrived with his camera equipment and an eager expression. "A photo essay about the renovation? I love it. The Hollow Oak Gazette hasn't had content this interesting in months." "I want people to see the work that's going into this place," Diana said, leading him through the inn. "The skill, the craftsmanship, the care. Make them invested in the outcome." They spent the afternoon documenting every phase of the renovation. Tom captured Rowan's precise measurements, the gleam of new copper pipe, the careful preservation of original trim work. Rowan tolerated the photography with typical stoic grace, though Diana caught him straightening his shoulders when Tom aimed the camera his way. "This is good stuff," Tom said, reviewing his shots. "Mind if I interview you for a sidebar? New innkeeper's vision for the future?" "Of course, but I want to include something else." Diana pulled out a notepad where she'd been sketching ideas. "Community involvement, volunteer opportunities for the final push." Tom's eyes lit up. Brilliant angle. Nothing brings people together like shared work. The story ran in Wednesday's edition with the headline, "Hearth Hollow Oak Gets New Life." By Thursday morning, Diana's phone was ringing. "I saw the article," said Freya's voice. "Need painters?" "Always. Kieran's got Saturday free, and I know 3 others who'd help." Mrs. Swanson called 20 minutes later. "That electrical work looks complicated. My nephew's an electrician. Want me to ask if he'll donate a few hours?" By evening, Diana had a list of 17 volunteers, and offers of everything from sandwiches to professional consultation. "You've started something," Miriam observed, settling into the parlor chair with her knitting. "Half the town's talking about lending a hand." That was the idea. Diana spread volunteer schedules across the coffee table. People support what they help build. "Smart girl." Miriam's needles clicked rhythmically. "How's our resident contractor taking the invasion?" Diana glanced toward the stairs, where the sound of Rowan's hammer provided steady background rhythm. "He's adapting." "Adapting? Is that what we're calling it?" Heat crept up Diana's neck. Small towns and their gossip networks. "He's professional." Professional. Miriam's tone suggested she wasn't fooled. "And how are you, dear? Professionally speaking." Diana thought about the way Rowan's eyes had followed her movements all week, the careful distance he maintained, the moments when she caught him watching her with something that looked like hunger. "I'm learning," she said finally. Saturday arrived with unseasonable warmth and a crowd of volunteers that transformed the inn into organized chaos. Diana found herself in the middle of it all, coordinating schedules and answering questions and making sure everyone had the supplies they needed. She'd never managed a group project this large, but somehow it felt natural, like she'd been preparing for this role her whole life. "Need more drop cloths in the parlor," called Freya. "Danny needs someone to hold the fixture while he wires it," added Mrs. Swanson. "Where do you want this trim piece?" asked Kieran, hefting a length of restored molding. Diana orchestrated it all with growing confidence, her clipboard becoming command central for the organized, beautiful chaos. She felt eyes on her and looked up to find Rowan standing in the doorway, tool belt slung low on his hips, watching her direct traffic with an expression she couldn't quite read. "Everything under control?" he asked. "Better than control. We're ahead of schedule." Something shifted in his pale eyes. "You're good at this." "At what?" "Leading, making people want to help." He stepped closer, voice dropping. "Making them believe in something." "It's their town. They're in. I'm just facilitating." "You're doing more than facilitating." His gaze held hers for a moment longer than necessary. Before Diana could respond, Freya appeared with paint chips. "Diana, we need you to decide between sage and seafoam for the second-floor landing." The moment broke, but not the warmth that had settled in Diana's chest. By Sunday evening, the inn looked transformed. Fresh paint gleamed on walls that had been dingy for years. New fixtures cast warm light over restored surfaces. The parlor glowed with soft green walls that made the fireplace look like the heart of a fairy tale. "It's beautiful," whispered Sarah Quinn, standing in the newly painted lobby. "Like the inn's been waiting for this." "It has," Diana said, surveying the work with deep satisfaction. "We all have." As the volunteers packed up their supplies and headed home, promises to attend the autumn hearth gathering echoing behind them, Diana felt something she'd never experienced before. Not just accomplishment, but belonging. These people had given their weekend to help her vision become reality. They'd invested their time and skill in her success. She was part of something now, part of Hollow Oak in a way that went deeper than ownership papers or council approval. "Thank you," she called after the last volunteer. "All of you. This place is alive because of what you've given it." Rowan emerged from the second floor as the front door closed behind Tom Brewster. Paint specked his flannel, and his dark hair was mussed from a day of careful work around ladder-climbing volunteers. "They did good work," he said, surveying the transformed space. "They did." Diana set down her clipboard, suddenly aware of how quiet the inn felt after a week of constant activity. "Couldn't have happened without you keeping the structural work on track. Couldn't have happened without you making them want to help." He moved closer, and Diana caught the scent of pine and honest sweat. "Want to help me clean up? I'll order pizza." "Yeah," he said, something in his voice making her pulse quicken. "I'd like that." As they worked side by side, collecting brushes and folding drop cloths, Diana felt the same electric awareness that had been building all week. The way Rowan's attention lingered on her movements, the careful space he maintained even while working closely beside her, the moments when their hands brushed and neither pulled away immediately. Something had shifted during the week of shared work and community investment. Diana felt bolder, more confident in her own skin and her place in this town. She was no longer the uncertain outsider hoping for acceptance. She was the innkeeper who'd rallied the community to restore their heart. And she was a woman who knew what she wanted. That night she fell asleep with paint under her fingernails and satisfaction humming in her veins. The autumn hearth gathering was 3 days away, and the inn had never looked better. More importantly, Diana had never felt more like herself.
Chapter 16. Rowan. The walk to his cabin normally took 20 minutes through the woods beyond the square. Tonight, Rowan stretched it to 40, taking the long way around Moon Mirror Lake, needing the cool air and physical exertion to clear his head. The inn had been transformed. Diana had orchestrated the community effort like she'd been born to it, turning what could have been chaos into something beautiful. He'd watched her direct volunteers with growing admiration, seen the way she made each person feel essential to the project. She belonged in Hollow Oak in a way he never had. His cabin sat at the end of a dirt road, small and sparse and exactly what a man running from his past deserved. He'd rented it month to month for 3 years, never committing to anything longer, never planning to stay. Rowan climbed the porch steps and reached for his keys, then froze. The scent hit him like a physical blow. Pack. Multiple wolves, their territorial markers overlapping in a pattern he recognized from years of enforced familiarity. They'd been here recently, close enough to leave their scent on his property. His wolf surged to the forefront, hackles raised, territorial instincts blazing to life. They'd found him. After 3 years of careful distance, his former pack had tracked him to Hollow Oak. Rowan circled the cabin slowly, reading the scent trails with predatory focus. 3 wolves, maybe 4. They'd spent time here, marked the corners of his property, left their calling card like a threat wrapped in old pack protocols. His phone buzzed. A text from the same number he'd been deleting all week. "We know where you are. We know what you're protecting. Time to come home, brother." Rowan deleted the message and grabbed a duffel bag from the closet. He threw in clothes for a few days, locked the cabin, and headed back toward town. They knew about Diana. Somehow they'd connected her to him. The inn was dark when he arrived. Diana slept upstairs, safe, unaware of the danger circling her new life. His wolf paced beneath his skin, torn between the urge to run and the deeper need to guard what was his. From his truck, he retrieved hardware and went to work on the back door. Heavy-duty deadbolts, reinforced strike plates, a security bar. When he finished, the entrance could withstand a coordinated assault. His phone buzzed again. Alpha's patience has limits. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. Rowan typed back. Tell the Alpha I'm not his problem anymore. You'll always be Pack, Rowan. Blood doesn't lie. Neither do bonds. Some bonds break. Not these ones. We'll be in touch. Rowan deleted the conversation and settled into his truck with clear view of both entrances. His wolf remained close to the surface, silver eyes scanning darkness for threats. The pack wouldn't move during daylight, but they were patient hunters when they wanted something. Dawn was still hours away. He couldn't risk leaving Diana unprotected, not when his former pack knew she mattered to him. The less she knew, the safer she'd be. They wanted him, not her. But if they discovered the true depth of the bond, if they learned she was his mate, Diana would become a weapon they'd use without hesitation. Around 4 a.m., a raccoon triggered the motion light by the dumpster. Rowan's hand was on his door handle before he recognized the harmless intruder. His phone stayed silent, but the scents on the wind carried promises of confrontation to come. The pack was patient, but not infinitely so. As the first pale light touched the eastern sky, Rowan realized he'd already made his choice. He'd chosen the moment he'd kissed Diana by firelight, the moment he'd claimed her as his own. Now he just had to find a way to keep her. The pack knew about Diana. They'd use that knowledge like a blade, applying pressure exactly where it would hurt most. His only advantage was that they didn't understand the bond's true nature yet. Didn't know she was his mate, chosen by fate and sealed in passion. Rowan checked his watch. 2 hours until his usual arrival time. 2 hours to think of a way to protect her without destroying her trust. His former pack was closing in, and soon he'd have to choose between the life he'd built in Hollow Oak and the past that refused to let him go. But sitting in the pre-dawn cold, watching over the woman who'd claimed his heart without trying, Rowan knew the choice was already made.
Chapter 17. Diana. Diana spent the morning polishing everything that could be polished. The inn gleamed with fresh paint and community effort, but she wanted perfection for tomorrow night's autumn hearth gathering. The event would either cement her place in Hollow Oak or reveal just how far she still had to go. "Stop fussing," Miriam said from her perch in the parlor chair. "The place looks beautiful. The parlor rug has a stain. The parlor rug has character. There's a difference." Miriam set down her knitting. "Come here, child. You're making me nervous with all that pacing." Diana approached, still holding the beeswax tin she'd been using on the banister. Her hands smelled of lemon oil and determination. "Tomorrow night isn't a test," Miriam said gently. "It's a celebration, the town coming together in their inn again. Their inn that I'm responsible for now. Their inn that you've restored beautifully." Miriam reached into her cardigan pocket and pulled out a small silver locket, tarnished with age. "This was my mother's. She wore it the night she met my father at a harvest dance." Diana accepted the locket, feeling its weight. The silver was warm from being carried close to Miriam's heart. "I can't take this." "You're not taking it. You're borrowing it." Miriam's eyes sparkled. "For luck, for courage, for whatever you need tomorrow night, wear it, love. Let them see you." The locket settled perfectly at Diana's collarbone, like it had been waiting for her. She fastened the chain with fingers that still carried the scent of beeswax and polish. "There," Miriam said with satisfaction. "Now you look like an innkeeper." Rowan arrived at noon with lumber for what he claimed were last-minute repairs, but something was different about him. His usual focused energy felt scattered, his pale eyes constantly scanning windows and doorways like he expected trouble. "Everything okay?" Diana asked, watching him reinforce a window latch that seemed perfectly functional. "Fine, just want everything secure for tomorrow night." Secure from what? His hand stilled on the latch. Big crowd. Want to make sure the building can handle it. The explanation felt hollow. Diana's empathic gift picked up undercurrents of tension from him, waves of protective anxiety that had nothing to do with structural integrity. Rowan, I need to check the back door. He brushed past her toward the kitchen, tool belt jangling. Diana followed, finding him installing what appeared to be a third deadbolt on the rear entrance. That seems excessive for a community potluck. Can't be too careful. About what exactly? She moved closer, studying his profile in the afternoon light streaming through the kitchen window. You've been different since yesterday, jumpy, like you're expecting something bad to happen. Nothing's going to happen. The words came out too quickly, too sharp, just want everything perfect for tomorrow night. The sincerity in his voice was real, but so was the tension radiating from him. Diana wanted to push further, but footsteps on the front porch interrupted the moment. That'll be Twyla with the final menu details, Diana said. We'll finish this conversation later. Nothing to finish. But as Diana headed for the front door, she caught Rowan testing the new deadbolt one more time, his movements precise and professional, like he was preparing for a siege instead of a social gathering. Twyla arrived with a notebook full of serving suggestions and a knowing smile. Final preparations going well? As well as they can with someone acting like we're under attack. Diana glanced toward the kitchen where the sound of drilling continued. He's installed enough locks for a bank vault. Twyla's Fey heritage gave her sharper senses than most humans. Wolves can smell trouble on the wind before anyone else notices. Might be worth listening to his instincts. What kind of trouble could threaten a gathering? The kind that makes an alpha pace like a caged animal. Twyla began sketching seating arrangements on her notepad. He's been wound tight for days, protective energy rolling off him in waves. Diana thought about the way Rowan had been watching the windows, testing locks, staying later than necessary to complete repairs that seemed increasingly unnecessary. You think he knows something specific? I think he's preparing for something specific. Question is whether he plans to tell you what that is before tomorrow night. The drilling stopped. Rowan emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands on a rag, his pale eyes immediately scanning the room. Ladies, his voice was carefully controlled. Everything ready for tomorrow. Just reviewing final details, Twyla said smoothly. Diana's nervous about her first official hosting event. She shouldn't be. Rowan's gaze lingered on Diana's face. She's good at bringing people together. Yes, she is. Twyla's tone was loaded with meaning. Question is whether everyone will let her. Something flickered across Rowan's expression, too quick for Diana to interpret. What's that supposed to mean? Just that small towns can be protective of their traditions. New people sometimes face resistance. Twyla's smile was sharp. Though I'm sure you'd know all about that, wouldn't you, Rowan? The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Rowan's jaw tightened, and Diana felt the protective energy radiating from him spike higher. Diana's earned her place here, he said quietly. Anyone who thinks otherwise can deal with me. Good to know. Twyla closed her notebook with a snap. I'll make sure word gets around that the inn has strong protection. After Twyla left, Diana confronted Rowan directly. What was that about? What was what about? That whole exchange, the undercurrents, the way you looked ready to start a fight over my hosting abilities. Diana crossed her arms. And don't say it was nothing. My senses are practically screaming from all the tension in this room. Rowan was quiet for a long moment, his gaze fixed on something beyond the windows. Some people don't like change. And you think they'll cause trouble at the gathering? I think I'm being careful. His eyes met hers finally. This event matters to you. I want it to go well. Rowan, Diana stepped closer, her voice gentling. "If there's something specific you're worried about, tell me. Let me help." For a moment she thought he might. Something vulnerable flickered in his pale eyes, a need to share the burden he was carrying alone. Then his walls slammed back into place. "Everything's fine," he said. "Just pre-event nerves. You should focus on tomorrow night. Make sure it's everything you want it to be." He gathered his tools and headed for the door, leaving Diana alone with her polishing supplies, and a growing certainty that whatever Rowan was protecting her from would find its way to her gathering, whether she knew about it or not. The locket at her throat felt heavier as she returned to her preparations. Tomorrow night would be more than a celebration, she realized. It would be a test of whether she truly belonged in Hollow Oak. She just wished she knew what she was being tested against.
Chapter 18. Rowan. Rowan left the inn with Diana's questions echoing in his head. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the square, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something darker was watching from the edges. He needed a drink, something stronger than coffee, something that might quiet the restless energy thrumming through his veins. The Silver Fang Tavern sat on the corner like a fortress, its weathered sign creaking in the breeze. Maeve's domain, where shifters could be themselves without pretense. Rowan pushed through the heavy oak door into familiar dimness. Maeve called from behind the bar. "You look like hell, Wolf." "Feel worse." Rowan settled onto a bar stool, grateful for the tavern's isolation. Only two other patrons, both nursing beers in comfortable silence. Whiskey, the good stuff. Maeve poured without comment, sliding the glass across scarred wood. "Trouble at the inn?" "Nothing I can't handle." "Right." Maeve's dark eyes studied his face. "That why you're wound tighter than a spring and prowling the square like you're hunting something?" Rowan drained half the whiskey in one swallow, welcoming the burn. "Just want Diana's gathering to go well tomorrow." "Diana's gathering?" Maeve's tone was flat. "That what we're calling it?" "It's what it is. And the extra locks, the way you've been checking sight lines and escape routes?" Maeve leaned against the bar. "That normal party planning where you come from?" Rowan's wolf snarled at the questioning, at being cornered even by an ally. "Drop it, Maeve." "Can't do that. This is my territory, my responsibility. If something's coming for this town, I need to know." "It's not coming for the town." The admission slipped out before he could stop it. Maeve's expression sharpened immediately. "But it is coming." Rowan finished his whiskey and signaled for another. "Yeah." "When?" "Soon." "How soon?" "Soon enough." The second whiskey burned less. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tonight. Maeve poured herself a shot and matched his pace. "Pack business." "Former pack business. The kind that leaves bodies or the kind that just leaves scars?" Rowan's hands clenched around his glass. "Depends how cooperative I am." "And how cooperative are you planning to be?" "Not at all." Maeve nodded slowly. "Good. This town's got enough ghosts without adding yours to the collection." They drank in silence for a few minutes, the weight of unspoken understanding settling between them. Outside, the square went about its normal business, oblivious to the storm brewing. "She doesn't know, does she?" Maeve said finally. "Diana." "No." "Planning to tell her?" "Planning to handle it before it becomes her problem." "Noble. Stupid, but noble." Maeve refilled both glasses. "What if you can't handle it alone?" "Then I run, like before." "Leaving her behind?" Rowan's wolf recoiled at the idea, claws scraping against his ribs in protest. Leave their mate? Abandon their claim? If that's what it takes to keep her safe? And if she doesn't want to be kept safe? If she wants to fight beside you? She's human, Maeve. This isn't her fight. It is if they make it her fight. And from the way you're acting, they already have. Rowan stared into his whiskey, seeing Diana's face in the amber liquid. Her smile when she'd pinned on Miriam's locket. Her determination to make the inn perfect for tomorrow's gathering. Her growing suspicion that he was hiding something dangerous. She deserves better than getting caught in my mess, he said quietly. Maybe, but she's already caught, isn't she? Maeve's tone gentled slightly. Question is whether you trust her enough to let her make her own choices about it. Before Rowan could respond, footsteps sounded from the tavern's back entrance. Heavy boots on wooden floors, moving with the confidence of someone who belonged everywhere they went. He knew that gait, that particular rhythm of predator trying to look civilized. Don't turn around, he told Maeve quietly. Keep pouring. Act normal. How normal is normal when there's a strange wolf in my bar? Maeve's hand drifted toward the baseball bat she kept behind the register. Normal enough that he doesn't think we're planning anything. The footsteps stopped directly behind Rowan's chair. A familiar scent wrapped around him like a noose. Pine forest and old dominance. Pack hierarchy made manifest in pheromones. Hello, brother. Rowan didn't turn around. Been a long time. Kyle's voice carried the same smooth authority it always had. Beta to the bone. You look good. Domestic life suits you. What do you want? Just delivering a message. Kyle moved to stand beside the bar, positioning himself where Rowan had to look at him. Tall and lean like all the pack's enforcers. Dark hair perfectly styled, eyes the color of winter ice. Alpha wants to see you. Alpha can want a lot of things. This isn't a request, Rowan. Kyle's smile was sharp as broken glass. You know how this works. I know how it used to work. Rowan finally turned to face him fully, letting his own wolf rise close enough to the top that his eyes flashed silver. Things change. Some things, others. Kyle shrugged, the gesture deceptively casual. Pack bonds are forever. Blood calls to blood. You can't outrun what you are. Watch me. Kyle's laugh was soft, dangerous. Oh, I intend to. We all do. His gaze flicked toward the tavern's front windows, toward the square beyond. Lovely little town. Quiet, peaceful. The kind of place where everyone knows everyone else's business. The threat was subtle but unmistakable. Rowan's wolf snarled, pushing against his control. Leave them out of this! Them? Kael's eyebrows rose in mock surprise. Who said anything about them? I'm just appreciating the local scenery. That inn, for instance. Beautiful old building. Lot of history there. Be a shame if something happened to tarnish its reputation. Maeve's hand tightened on the bat handle. You're not welcome here. I'm not staying. Kael's attention remained fixed on Rowan. Just passing through, delivering a message from family to family. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded piece of paper, setting it on the bar between them. Tomorrow night. Moon Mirror Lake, North Shore. Midnight. I'm not coming. Your choice. Kael's smile widened. But understand the consequences of that choice. Alpha's been patient, but patience has limits. And when those limits are reached, he glanced toward the windows again. Well, sometimes innocent people get caught in the crossfire. Rowan stood slowly, his wolf pushing so close to visibility that his bones ached with the need to shift. If you touch her... Her... Kyle's expression lit with predatory interest. The pretty innkeeper? Is that what this is about? Have you been playing house with a human, brother? The old hierarchy pressed down like a physical weight, beta authority trying to force submission from a wolf who'd spent 3 years learning to stand alone. Rowan's vision edged with silver, his control stretching thinner with each heartbeat. Stay away from Diana. Diana. KL rolled the name around his tongue like he was tasting it. That's sweet, really. But you know how this ends, don't you? You come home with us, or we make sure you have nothing left to stay for. Get out. I'm going, but remember, brother, tomorrow night, don't keep family waiting. Kyle headed for the back door, pausing in the threshold to look back. Oh, and Rowan, give my regards to your innkeeper. I'm sure it'll be a lovely gathering. Be a shame if something disrupted all that hard work she's put in. The door closed behind him with a soft click that echoed like a gunshot in the sudden silence. Rowan sank back onto his bar stool, hands shaking with barely contained violence. His wolf clawed at his ribs, demanding blood, demanding protection for their mate, demanding an end to the threats that circled her like vultures. Maeve poured another whiskey and pushed it toward him. So, that was illuminating. They know about her. Yeah, they do. Maeve's voice was grim. Question is what you're going to do about it. Rowan stared at the folded paper Kyle had left behind. A summons. A trap. A choice between his past and his future. I don't really know, he said honestly. Well, you've got until tomorrow night to figure it out. Maeve collected the empty glasses. But whatever you decide, remember this. Running might keep her safe in the short term, but it won't solve the problem. They'll keep coming. They always do. Rowan left the tavern with Kael's threats replaying and his wolf howling for blood. Tomorrow night, Diana would host her gathering, cementing her place in Hollow Oak's heart. And at midnight, he'd have to choose between answering his pack's summons or watching them destroy everything she'd built. The choice should have been easy. It wasn't.
Chapter 19. Diana. The hearth and hollow glowed like a lantern against the autumn night. Every window blazed with warm light, and the sound of laughter spilled from the open doors onto the square. Diana stood in the parlor doorway, watching her first official gathering unfold with a mixture of pride and disbelief. It was working, all of it. "This is perfect," said Mrs. Simonson, balancing a bowl of her famous dumplings. "Just like the old days, but better." "The paint smell's finally gone," added Tom Brewster, setting up his camera to capture the evening. "Place feels alive again." Couches had been pulled into intimate circles around the fireplace. The long dining table groaned under covered dishes that kept arriving despite Diana's protests that she had enough food. Freya's herb bundles hung from the mantel, filling the air with sage and rosemary. Edgar Tansley had brought something that sparkled suspiciously in unmarked bottles. "You've outdone yourself," Miriam said, appearing at Diana's elbow with a cup of mulled cider. "Look at them. When's the last time you saw this many people genuinely happy to be in the same room?" Diana accepted the cider, its warmth seeping through the ceramic into her palms. "They're celebrating the inn, not me. They're celebrating both, whether you admit it or not." Miriam's eyes twinkled behind her spectacles. "How does it feel, being the heart of something?" "Terrifying, wonderful, like I might wake up any minute." "You won't. This is real, child. You've earned it." Across the room, Diana caught sight of Rowan near the front windows. He'd positioned himself with his usual tactical awareness, back to the wall, eyes on the entrances. But something was different about his watchfulness tonight. Less protective surveillance, more quiet observation of her success. "He's proud of you," Miriam said, following her gaze. "He's making sure nobody causes trouble." "Same thing in wolf language," Miriam patted Diana's arm. "Go mingle, dear. Let people tell you how wonderful you are." The next 2 hours passed in a blur of conversations and compliments. Diana moved through the crowd, making sure everyone had drinks, that the elderly had comfortable seats, that the children weren't getting underfoot in the kitchen. "The renovation is beautiful," said Emmett, cornering Diana by the dessert table. "You've exceeded our expectations." "Thank you, that means everything." The council's impressed. This gathering was exactly what Hollow Oak needed to see. He lowered her voice. "Varick's talking about making your position permanent. No more trial period." Diana's hand found the locket at her throat. "Really?" "Really. Congratulations, innkeeper. You've found your place." As the evening turned exceptionally late, people began to drift toward their coats and goodbyes. Diana stood by the fireplace, accepting thanks and promises to return soon. "Best meal I've had in months," declared Rufus Tansley, shaking her hand with enthusiasm. "That stew recipe's a keeper." "It was Twyla's contribution. I just stirred the pot." "Modesty doesn't suit you," Freya said, embracing Diana warmly. "Own your success. This place is magical because of what you've brought to it." "She's right," added Kieran, appearing with Diana's abandoned clipboard. "Found this in the kitchen. Your notes from tonight. Diana glanced at the pages covered in her handwriting. Seating arrangements, food allergies, conversation topics to avoid, the careful orchestration that had made everything look effortless. You thought of everything, Kieran said. That's not luck, that's skill. One by one, the guests filtered out into the crisp night air, their voices carrying across the square as they made their way home. Diana stood in the doorway, watching the last car disappear around the corner. Success, declared Twyla, coming from the kitchen with an armload of serving dishes. Unqualified, undeniable success. It was good, wasn't it? Diana allowed herself a smile. People seemed to enjoy themselves. People seemed to remember why they love this place and why they're going to love having you run it. Twyla handed over the dishes. I'll help you clean up tomorrow. Tonight you should celebrate. I should clean up tonight while I have energy. You should rest tonight because you've earned it. Twyla pulled on her coat. Take the advice of someone who's thrown a few gatherings in her time. The dishes will wait. The satisfaction won't. After Twyla left, Diana found herself alone in the glowing parlor. The fire had burned down to embers, casting dancing shadows on walls that still held the laughter of the evening. Empty plates and glasses dotted every surface, evidence of a community that had gathered, shared, and belonged. That was something special. Diana turned to find Rowan standing in the parlor entrance, hands shoved into his jacket pockets. He'd been so quiet during the evening that she'd almost forgotten he was there. Almost. You think so? I know so. He stepped into the room, his presence filling the space in a way that made her suddenly aware of how alone they were. You did good, Diana. Really good. Thank you. She began collecting empty glasses, needing something to do with her hands. For everything. The renovation, the help, staying tonight to make sure everything went smoothly. That's not why I stayed. The words stopped her mid-reach for a coffee cup. No? No. Rowan moved closer, close enough that she could see the way the firelight reflected in his pale eyes. I stayed because watching you tonight, it was like watching someone finally find where they belong. And where's that? Here, with these people, in this place. His voice dropped lower. Being exactly who you were meant to be. The compliment hit deeper than all the others combined. Diana set down the glasses and really looked at him. The careful distance he usually maintained had dissolved, replaced by something warmer, more present. What about you? She asked quietly. Where do you belong? For a moment she thought he wouldn't answer. Then his mouth curved in the smallest of smiles. Starting to think I might belong wherever you are. Her face flushed at his honesty and sudden vulnerability, loaded with possibility and promise. Diana felt her pulse quicken, her empathic gift picking up waves of want and uncertainty from him in equal measure. Rowan? I should go. But he didn't move. Let you get some sleep. Big day tomorrow, probably. Probably. Diana stepped closer, emboldened by the evening's success and the way he was looking at her. But not yet. Diana, stay. The word came out softer than she intended, but no less certain. Please, just for a while. That's not a good idea. Why not? His jaw tightened. Because if I stay, I'm not going to want to leave, and leaving might not be my choice to make. The cryptic response frustrated her, but something in his tone suggested bigger forces at work than simple attraction. Then don't leave, she said simply. Diana reached up and touched his face, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw. Stay, Rowan. Help me put out the lanterns. Have a drink by the fire. Let's be uncomplicated for once. He leaned into her touch, his eyes drifting closed. Diana. Please. When he opened his eyes, they'd gone silver in the firelight. The careful control he always maintained had cracked, revealing something wild and hungry and utterly focused on her. One drink, he said roughly. Then I go. One drink, she agreed. knowing they were both lying. But as she moved to collect the wine bottle Edgar had left behind, Diana found herself hoping that whatever forces threatened to take Rowan away would give them at least this one night to be uncomplicated. The last lantern could wait a little longer.
Chapter 20. Rowan. Rowan made his choice when Diana touched his face and asked him to stay. The pack summons could go to hell. Midnight at Moonmirror Lake could happen without him. For once in his life, he was choosing what he wanted over what was demanded. One drink, Diana had said. They'd had 3. Now they sat by the dying fire, empty wine glasses on the coffee table between them. The inn's renovation plans spread across Diana's lap like blueprints for a future. "I want to add a reading nook here," she said, pointing to the corner by the front windows. "Built-in shelves, comfortable chairs, somewhere people can sit with books and tea." "Good natural light there," Rowan said. "You'd need to reinforce the floor joists, but it's doable." "What about upstairs? That empty room at the end of the hall?" "Could be anything. Office, private sitting room, library extension." He leaned closer to study her sketches. "What were you thinking?" "Honestly, I was thinking workspace. Somewhere I could plan events, keep records, handle the business side without cluttering up the lobby." Rowan watched her trace potential furniture arrangements with her finger, her enthusiasm infectious even at 2 in the morning. This was why he'd stayed. Not just the wine or the warmth or the way she looked with firelight in her hair. This, her vision, her determination to build something lasting. "You'll need more electrical outlets," he said. "Computer equipment, printer, that sort of thing." "You'd help with that." The question was casual, but her tone suggested it meant more than wiring and outlets. It suggested permanence, partnership, a future where he was part of her plans. "Yeah," he said, meaning it completely. "I'd help with that." Diana smiled, the kind of smile that made his wolf settle contentedly in his chest. "Good, because I'm going to need someone who understands old buildings and stubborn innkeepers." "Are you calling yourself stubborn?" "I'm calling myself realistic. This place is going to need constant attention for the next few years. Major systems upgrades, historical preservation requirements, seasonal maintenance." She gestured at the papers. "I can't do it alone." "You won't have to." The words came out more intense than he'd intended. Diana looked up at him, amber eyes reflecting the last flames in the fireplace. "Promise?" "Yeah, I promise." They talked until the fire burned to ash and the lanterns outside guttered low. About her plans for the inn, about holiday celebrations she wanted to host, about the way the town had embraced her tonight like she'd always belonged. "Thank you," she said as they finally began collecting glasses and folding papers. "For what?" "For staying. For being here when I needed someone to share this with." Rowan helped her carry dishes to the kitchen, their movements synchronized like they'd been doing this together for years instead of hours. When the last glass was rinsed and the last lantern extinguished, they stood in the darkened lobby surrounded by the lingering warmth of a successful evening. "I should go," he said, not moving. "You should." She didn't move either. "You'll want to rest." "Probably." Diana stepped closer, her hand finding his chest. "But I'm not tired." Neither was he. The wine had worn off, but the sense of rightness hadn't. Being here with her felt like the most natural thing in the world. Like he'd finally found where he was supposed to be. They continued talking until the fire burned to ash, but as dawn light began creeping through the windows, his phone buzzed against the coffee table. Then again, then a third time in rapid succession. Rowan glanced at the screen and his blood turned to ice. Messages from Cale, each one more threatening than the last. "You missed your appointment. We're already here, coming to you." They were here, in Hollow Oak, and they knew exactly where to find him. "Rowan?" Diana's voice seemed to come from very far away. "What is it?" He looked at her face, at the trust and affection written in every line, and felt something break inside his chest. She deserved better than being dragged into pack politics. Better than having her perfect evening destroyed by his past. "I have to go." The words tasted like ash. "Right now." "What? Why?" "I just do." He headed for the door, not trusting himself to look back. "Lock up behind me." Rowan, you're scaring me. Good. Scared would keep her inside. Keep her safe when they came looking for him. Just do what I said, Diana. Please. But she followed him. Of course she did. Diana wasn't the type to hide inside while someone she cared about faced trouble alone. She stepped onto the front porch behind him, just as the black SUV pulled up to the curb. Three figures emerged, moving with the predatory grace of apex predators who'd never learned to hide what they were. Kyle led the way, his smile sharp as broken glass in the morning light. Behind him came Max, the pack's enforcer, all muscle and barely contained violence. And bringing up the rear, the one face Rowan had hoped never to see again. "Hello, brother," said his replacement, the wolf who'd taken his place when he'd walked away from pack leadership, the constant reminder of every choice he'd regretted for 3 years. "Denarius." "Miss us?" Denarius's voice carried the easy confidence of someone who'd never doubted his place in the hierarchy. "You certainly missed our appointment." "I was busy." "So we noticed. Charming little gathering. We watched from across the square." Denarius's eyes flicked toward Diana standing behind Rowan. "Your human looked very domestic, very settled." The possessive emphasis on "your" made Rowan's wolf snarl. "She's not part of this." "Isn't she?" Cal stepped closer. Invasion of personal space meant to trigger submission responses. "Seemed pretty important to you from where we stood." "Leave her out of it." "That's not how this works," Denarius said. "You know better. Pack business doesn't have boundaries. Neither do consequences." Diana's voice came from behind him, steady despite the obvious tension. "Rowan, what's going on? Who are these people?" This was the moment, the choice he'd been dreading since the first text message. He could tell her the truth, drag her into pack politics and supernatural dangers she couldn't possibly understand. Or he could push her away hard enough that she'd stay inside, stay safe, stay out of reach when this turned ugly. Rowan looked at the woman who'd given him a glimpse of what home could look like and chose the cruelest mercy he knew. "Go inside, Diana." His voice came out flat, cold, empty of everything he'd been feeling moments ago. "This doesn't concern you." "But go inside." He turned to see her fully, letting all his careful distance slam back into place. "These are business associates. Nothing you need to worry about." The hurt that flickered across her face nearly broke his resolve, but she was too smart not to read the subtext, too empathic not to pick up on the danger radiating from his unexpected visitors. "Fine." Her voice was steady, dignified. "I'll be inside if you need anything." She retreated into the inn, closing the door firmly behind her. The sound of the deadbolt sliding home was quieter this time, but no less final. "Smart woman," Denarius observed. "Knows when she's not wanted." Rowan's hands tightened into fists. "What do you want?" "Same thing we've always wanted, for you to come back and clean up the chaos you left behind." "I'm not coming back." "Yes," Denarius said, his smile cold as winter morning. "You are."
Chapter 21. Diana. Anger made Diana's hands shake as she drafted the winter event schedule. The inn would be booked solid through New Year's if she had anything to say about it. Weekly story circles, holiday workshops, seasonal celebrations that would keep the parlor fires burning and the guest rooms full. Fall was already among them, so it was time to think ahead. She refused to let this morning's humiliation derail everything she'd built. "Knock, knock," Twyla called from the front door, carrying a basket that smelled of cinnamon and chocolate. "Brought reinforcements." "If those are your stress relief muffins, I'll take a dozen. Chocolate chip therapy specials." Twyla set the basket on the reception desk and studied Diana's face. "Heard there was some excitement this morning, early visitors." "Something like that." Diana kept writing, her pen moving across the paper with mechanical precision. "Nothing I couldn't handle." "Right. That's why you look like you've been chewing nails." Diana set down her pen and looked up. "How much do you know?" "Enough to know those weren't ordinary business associates." Twyla settled into the chair across from the desk. "Enough to know Rowan's got history he hasn't shared with you." Apparently, he's got lots of things he hasn't shared. Diana picked up a muffin and broke it apart without eating. Diana thought about the way Rowan had looked at her last night, the plans they'd made, the promises he'd given. Then she thought about his cold voice this morning, the way he'd dismissed her like she was nothing more than an inconvenience. She wanted to question Twyla, for her to tell her what she knew, but the other part of her wanted it to come from Rowan. Then, the front door chimed again. Miriam entered with her knitting bag and a determined expression. "Afternoon, ladies. I brought tea and my favorite fountain pen." She set both on the desk beside Diana's papers. "Figured you might need proper tools for whatever you're planning." Diana gestured at her schedule. "Holiday celebration the second week of December. New Year's Eve party with champagne and dancing. Winter solstice storytelling circle. Valentine's weekend romance package. Ambitious." Miriam uncapped the fountain pen and handed it to Diana. "What about staff?" "I'll hire locals, people who want this place to succeed." "People who won't disappear without explanation," Twyla added pointedly. "Exactly." Miriam pulled out her knitting and settled into the parlor chair. "Mind if I ask what happened this morning? Whole square's buzzing with gossip about strange men and raised voices." Diana's pen paused over the paper. Rowan had visitors. They wanted to discuss his future plans. "And those plans don't include Hollow Oak?" From the way it sounded, no. "And you believed him?" The question caught Diana off guard. "Why wouldn't I?" "Because last night he looked at you like you hung the moon," Twyla said. "Because he spent weeks working on this place like he planned to live here forever. Because men don't usually invest that much time and care in temporary situations. People change their minds." "Do they? Or do they get pressured into saying things they don't mean?" Diana set down the pen and looked at both women. "What are you implying?" "I'm implying," Miriam said gently, "that pack politics are complicated, that sometimes wolves have to choose between what they want and what keeps the people they care about safe." "Pack politics?" "Those men this morning weren't business associates," Twyla said. "They were shifters, dominant ones, the kind who don't take no for an answer." Diana felt pieces clicking into place. Rowan's recent tension, his excessive security preparations, his reluctance to make concrete plans for the future. "He was protecting me." "Maybe, or maybe he was protecting himself. Either way, the result's the same." Miriam's needles clicked steadily. "Question is what you plan to do about it." "What can I do? If he wants to leave, I can't force him to stay." "No, but you can make sure he knows he has a choice." Twyla reached for a muffin. "That he has a place here if he wants it." Diana looked at her carefully planned schedule. At the future she was determined to build with or without Rowan's help. But underneath the anger and hurt, something else stirred. Concern for a man who might be trapped by circumstances she didn't understand. "He could be in danger, couldn't he?" "Possibly," Miriam said quietly. "Depends on what he's running from and whether it's caught up to him." "Then I should..." "Should what? Chase after him? Demand explanations?" Twyla shook her head. "Wolves need to handle their own business, Diana. But they also need to know they're not alone." Diana picked up Miriam's fountain pen, testing its weight. The ink flowed smoothly across paper, dark blue and permanent. "What would you write?" she asked. "Something simple," Miriam suggested. "Something true." Diana thought for a moment, then began writing on a fresh piece of paper. "Rowan, this is your place too if you want it. Whatever's happening, you don't have to face it alone." "Diana." She folded the note carefully and tucked it into an envelope. "Where will you leave it?" Twyla asked. "His truck. If he's planning on leaving town, he'll find it when he loads his tools. And if he's not really leaving? Then maybe he'll understand that some offers don't have expiration dates." Diana sealed the envelope and wrote his name across the front. Her handwriting looked steadier now, more determined. "I need to ask you both something," she said. If Rowan's in the kind of crap that brings dangerous people to my doorstep, am I putting the inn at risk by getting involved? Miriam and Twyla exchanged a look. Possibly, Miriam said finally. But you're already involved, dear. The question is whether you're willing to fight for what you want, or let fear make your choices for you. I didn't come to Hollow Oak to play it safe. No, you didn't, Twyla smiled. You came here to build something worth keeping. That includes the people who matter to you. Diana looked at the envelope in her hands, at the simple message that said everything and nothing. This morning she'd been humiliated, dismissed, treated like she didn't matter. But underneath Rowan's cold words, she'd sensed something else. Desperation, fear. The kind of protective instinct that made people push away the things they cared about most. He matters, she said quietly. Then make sure he knows it, Miriam said, before it's too late to tell him. As afternoon faded to evening, Diana walked out to the square where Rowan's truck sat parked beside the inn. She slipped the envelope under his windshield wiper, pressing it flat against the glass. The anger was still there, simmering beneath the surface. But it was tempered now by understanding and something deeper. Love, maybe. Or at least the recognition that some people were worth fighting for, even when they couldn't fight for themselves. Back inside the inn, she returned to her planning. If Rowan chose to stay, she'd have work ready for him. If he chose to leave, she'd have built something strong enough to survive without him. Either way, she'd belong here by choosing to, just like she'd promised herself she would.
Chapter 22. Rowan. The north shore of Moon Mirror Lake stretched out like black glass under the afternoon sun. Rowan arrived first, positioning himself with his back to the water and clear sight lines to the tree line. Old habits. When you'd spent years as an alpha, you never stopped thinking tactically. They emerged from the woods like shadows given form. Kyle, Max, and Denarius, moving with the predatory confidence of wolves who'd never learned to doubt their place in the world's hierarchy. Punctual as always, Denarius said, his voice carrying across the water. I was beginning to worry you'd develop bad habits. Cut the crap, what do you want? Same thing we've wanted for 3 years. Denarius stopped just outside striking distance, a careful calculation. For you to come back home and fix what you broke. I didn't break anything. Didn't you? Cal stepped to Denarius's left, flanking maneuver disguised as casual positioning. Walk me through it again, brother. The night you decided pack law didn't apply to you. Rowan's wolf stirred beneath his skin, memories rising like bile. That's ancient history. Not to Sarah's family, not to the pack that trusted you to make the hard choices. Hearing her name hit him hard. Sarah Trident, 19 years old, eyes bright with rebellion and a smile that could light up rooms. Sarah, who'd fallen in love with a human boy and thought love could conquer pack law. She broke the rules, Rowan said quietly. Not me. You were alpha. Max spoke for the first time, his voice a low rumble of violence. Your job was to enforce those rules. Instead, you helped her run. She was pregnant. With a human's child, Daenerys' tone carried the weight of absolute judgment. An abomination that would have weakened our bloodline for generations. She was 19 and terrified. I wasn't going to let you hunt her down like an animal. So you let her escape, helped her disappear into the human world with our pack secrets and a belly full of mixed blood. Kyle's smile was sharp as broken glass. Very noble, very stupid. Rowan remembered that night 3 years ago. Sarah's desperate phone call, the way she'd begged him not to let them take her baby. The choice between pack law and basic humanity. He'd made his choice, helped her reach the safe house network, given her enough money to disappear completely. By morning, the pack council had voted him out and Denarius in. She's safe, he said. That's all that matters. Is she? Denarius grabbed his phone, scrolling through messages with theatrical casualness. Because I've got some interesting updates on our runaway. Seems she's been living in Portland, had her little mongrel child, even got married to her human. Rowan's wolf pressed against his ribs, reading the threat in Denarius's tone. You leave her alone. That depends entirely on you. Daenerys pocketed the phone. Come home, Rowan. You can take over the position as beta. Help us handle the complications that arose from your previous choices. What complications? The human boy she ran with? Turns out he's been talking. Told his family about the monsters his girlfriend was running from. Some very specific details about pack structure, territorial boundaries, transformation cycles. Max cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing across the water. Loose lips sink ships, as they say. You're talking about exposure. I'm talking about a human who knows too much and thinks he can use that knowledge for leverage. Daenerys began walking along the shoreline, forcing Rowan to turn to keep him in sight. He wants money, protection, guarantees that we won't come after his precious family. So give him what he wants. We did, for a while, but his demands keep escalating. Now he's threatening to go public with everything he knows about our kind. Daenerys stopped, fixing Rowan with pale eyes that reflected no mercy. The council wants him handled, permanently. Rowan's wolf snarled fiercely, recognizing the trap closing around them. You want me to kill him? I want you to clean up the ridiculous mess you made. The boy dies, Sarah and the child disappear for good, and we can all pretend this unfortunate chapter never happened. And if I refuse, then we handle it ourselves. But first we eliminate any other potential complications. Daenerys' gaze drifted toward the town beyond the trees. That pretty little innkeeper, for instance, seems to know an awful lot about your daily routine, where you work, where you live, who you care about. She doesn't know anything about pack business, doesn't she? Because from where I stood this morning, it looked like she knows you very well indeed. Intimately, one might say. Cal laughed, the sound cold as winter wind. Got yourself a human girlfriend, Rowan? How deliciously ironic. Leave Diana out of this. Can't do that. See, we've learned not to trust your judgment when it comes to humans and their safety. Max stepped closer. Last time you tried to protect a human, it created the situation we're dealing with now. Diana's not Sarah. No, Daenerys agreed. She's worse. She's a weakness you can't afford. A vulnerability we can exploit every time you step out of line. The threat was clear, crystal clear. Come back to the pack, help them murder an innocent man and the mother of his child, or watch Diana become a target in their war. How long do I have to decide? Long enough to say your goodbyes, tie up loose ends. Daenerys began walking back toward the tree line. When we call, meet us at the old border stone. Come alone, come willingly, or we start making good on our promises. And if I run, take Diana and disappear, then we hunt you both. And we make sure everyone in that cozy little town understands exactly what kind of monster they've been harboring. Kyle's smile widened. They melted back into the woods as silently as they'd come, leaving Rowan alone by the dark water. His reflection stared back at him, distorted by ripples that turned his face into something monstrous. He knew it wouldn't be long before he got the call, for him to choose between his past and his future, between the woman he loved and the innocent people his choices had put in danger. His wolf howled inside his chest, claws scraping against ribs as it demanded blood, demanded protection for their mate, demanded an end to the threats that circled her like vultures. But what could he offer her? A life on the run? The constant fear of pack retaliation? The knowledge that loving him had painted a target on her back? Or he could go back, resume his place in the hierarchy, help them silence the witnesses to Sarah's escape, pretend Diana had been nothing more than a pleasant distraction, keep her safe by removing himself from her life completely. The choice should have been simple. One life against many, his happiness against Diana's safety. It wasn't simple at all. Rowan stripped off his clothes and let the shift take him, bones cracking and reshaping, human thoughts dissolving into wolf instinct. He ran into the deep woods, pushing his transformed body until muscles screamed and lungs burned, trying to outrun the impossible choice that waited for him. But no matter how far or fast he ran, the truth followed. There was no good choice here. Only degrees of disaster, only ways of losing everything that mattered. His wolf wanted to run back to the inn, to Diana's warm embrace, in the future they'd planned together. Wanted to fight for what was his, consequences be damned. The man knew better. The man understood that sometimes loving someone meant walking away, even when every instinct screamed against it.
Chapter 23. Diana. Diana woke with purpose burning in her chest. Whatever was hunting Rowan, whatever had driven him to push her away yesterday morning, she wouldn't face it defenseless. The inn was more than her home now. It was Hollow Oak's heart, and she'd protect it the only way she knew how. With community, with belonging, with love made manifest in signatures and promises. The Hollow Oak Book Nook opened at 9. Diana was waiting on the doorstep when Lucian unlocked the front door, his dark hair falling across his forehead as he studied her with sharp green eyes. "You look like someone with a mission," he said. "I need help protecting something I love." "Come in." The bookstore wrapped around her like a cathedral, all dark wood and leather spines, and the hushed reverence of accumulated wisdom. Moira emerged from the back room with tea and the kind of smile that suggested she'd been expecting this conversation. "Good morning, Diana. How can we help?" Yesterday, some dangerous people came to the inn. They threatened Rowan, and by extension, they threatened my ability to keep this place safe. Diana accepted the tea gratefully. "I need to know how to ward something with more love than magic." Lucian and Moira exchanged one of their wordless conversations, entire discussions happening in glances and subtle expressions. "What kind of dangerous people?" Lucian asked. "The shifter kind. The kind that make territorial claims and don't accept no for answers." "Pack politics," Moira said quietly. "The worst kind." "Can you help me or not?" "We can." Lucian disappeared into the stacks, returning with an ancient leather-bound volume. "But it's not simple magic. What you're talking about requires community investment. Real investment, not just good intentions." He opened the book to a page covered in spidery handwriting and detailed diagrams. "A protection ward anchored in belonging. It needs signatures from people who genuinely care about the place, who consider it part of their lives." "How many signatures?" "As many as you can get," Moira said. "But they have to be willing participants, people who understand what they're contributing to." Diana studied the page, noting the careful instructions for gathering consent and channeling collective intention. "What do I tell them?" "The truth," Lucian said simply, "that you're asking them to help protect something they value, that their signature represents a promise to stand by the inn and its purpose." "And it'll work against pack threats?" "It won't stop determined wolves," Moira admitted, "but it'll make them think twice about causing trouble on protected ground. Pack law respects certain boundaries, even when individual wolves don't." Diana closed the book and held it against her chest. "Thank you." "Diana." Lucian's voice stopped her at the door. "Be careful who you trust with this. Ward magic leaves traces. The wrong people will be able to sense what you're doing." The square was coming alive with morning business as Diana began her canvass. First stop, Griddle and Grind, where Twyla was arranging fresh scones in the display case. "I need signatures for a protection ward," Diana said without preamble. "People who care about the inn's future." "How many people?" "As many as I can get. Will you sign?" Twyla didn't hesitate. "Course I will. What kind of protection are we talking about?" "The kind that makes it difficult for unwelcome visitors to cause trouble." "Those men from yesterday morning?" "Among others." Twyla pulled out a pen and signed her name with a flourish. "There, what else do you need?" "Help spreading the word, discreetly. I don't want to cause panic, just gather support." "Leave it to me." Diana's next stop was the Mercantile, where Edgar Tansley was arranging bottles of questionable contents on high shelves. "Protection ward?" He stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Haven't seen one of those in decades. You expecting trouble?" "I'm preventing it." Smart. Rufus and I will sign naturally. Place wouldn't be the same without the inn. Thank you. Course, you know what you're really doing, don't you? Edgar's eyes twinkled with knowledge Diana wasn't sure she wanted. You're claiming territory, marking this place as yours in the oldest way possible. Is that bad? Depends on who's watching. Some folks respect clear boundaries. Others see them as challenges. Diana moved through the square methodically, gathering signatures from shopkeepers and residents who'd attended the autumn hearth gathering. Freya signed while arranging autumn flowers. Cora signed as well after making sure she took some protection vials along with her. Emmett signed with official gravity that suggested he understood exactly what Diana was attempting. Each signature felt like a small victory, a thread in a web of protection she was weaving around the inn. People asked few questions but offered abundant support, as if they'd been waiting for someone to take this kind of stand. By afternoon, Diana had 24 signatures and a growing sense of confidence. The ward would work because the community wanted it to work, because Hollow Oak had decided the inn was worth protecting. She saved one line for last. Rowan's truck sat empty in its usual spot behind the inn. Diana found her note still tucked under the windshield wiper, unread and unchanged. He hadn't been back since yesterday morning's confrontation, but his tools were still scattered around the work sites, his project lists still taped to walls, his careful repairs still holding the building together. He might have pushed her away, but he hadn't abandoned his work. Yet. Diana climbed to the second-floor landing where he'd been installing new electrical outlets. The wire nuts were organized by color, the junction boxes mounted with precise spacing. Everything ready for final connections that required his expertise to complete. She pulled out the ward paper and laid it flat on his workbench, adding his name to the bottom of the list in careful script. Not his signature, which she couldn't forge, but his name in her handwriting. A placeholder for the choice she hoped he'd make. "This is your space too," she said aloud to the empty room, "if you want it." Back in the lobby, Diana spread the signed ward paper on the reception desk and followed Moira's instructions for activation. Words of intention spoken over names freely given. Collective will focus through individual consent. The paper warmed under her hands as the magic took hold, subtle but unmistakable. The inn's protective boundaries solidified, not as walls, but as welcome mats with very specific criteria for who qualified as welcome. Diana tucked the ward paper into the inn's safe, next to the deed and insurance papers and other documents that proved ownership. Legal protection and magical protection, side by side. Now she waited. For Rowan to return. For his dangerous visitors to make their next move. For whatever crisis was brewing to finally break the surface. But she wouldn't wait passively. She'd claimed her territory, gathered her community, prepared her defenses. Whatever came next, the inn would be ready.
Chapter 24. Rowan. Rowan returned to the inn because he needed something solid under his hands, something he could fix, something he could make right while his world fell apart around him. He had an unknown deadline that could very well be tonight, and he still didn't know what the hell he was going to do. His truck sat in its usual spot behind the building, toolboxes waiting in the bed like they'd been expecting him. As he reached for his hammer, white paper fluttered against the windshield. A note tucked under the wiper blade. Rowan, this is your home too if you want it. Whatever's happening, you don't have to face it alone. Diana. He stared at the words until they blurred. Home. When was the last time someone had offered him a place to belong without conditions, without pack hierarchies, without the weight of old mistakes crushing down on his shoulders? His wolf whined, pressing against his ribs. Home. Mate. Stay. But staying meant bringing the pack's war to Diana's doorstep, meant watching Hollow Oak burn because he'd been too selfish to walk away. Rowan folded the note carefully and slid it into his jacket pocket next to his heart. Then he grabbed his tools and headed inside. Work. Focus on work. Fix what could be fixed while he still could. The stair railing had been wobbling for weeks, one of those minor repairs that kept getting pushed aside for more urgent projects. Now Rowan attacked it with single-minded intensity, Tightening bolts and reinforcing joints like the inn's structural integrity depended on this one piece of hardware. "You're back." Diana's voice made him look up from the railing. She stood at the bottom of the stairs, clipboard in hand, watching him with those amber eyes that saw too much. "Had work to finish," he said, returning attention to the bolts. "Couldn't leave things half done." "No, you couldn't." She climbed the stairs slowly, each step deliberate. "How are you, Rowan?" "Fine." "Really?" He looked at her then. She seemed calmer than yesterday morning, more centered, like she'd found her footing again after he'd knocked her world sideways with his rejection. "You seem different," he said instead of answering. "I've had a productive morning. Gathered some community support for a project I'm working on." She held up the clipboard, pages covered in signatures. "Actually, I was hoping you'd take a look at this." She handed him the papers. Names filled every line, familiar signatures. Twyla's flourishing script, Edgar's careful printing, Tom Brewster's photographer's precision. "What is it?" "Protection ward. Community-based magic that makes it even harder for unwelcome visitors to cause trouble on protected ground." Rowan's wolf went perfectly still. She knew. Somehow she'd figured out enough to take action. "Diana, I'm not asking for explanations," she said quietly. "I'm asking if you want to be part of the solution." At the bottom of the page, his name was written in her careful handwriting. Not his signature, just his name, holding a place for him to claim if he chose. "You can't protect the inn from pack politics with signatures and good intentions." "Why?" Diana's voice carried quiet steel. "This community chose to stand behind this place, behind me, behind the idea that some things are worth defending. And if that's not enough, then at least I tried something other than running away." The words hit like a slap. Rowan set down his hammer and faced her directly. "Is that what you think I'm doing? Running away? Aren't you?" Diana stepped closer, close enough that he detected smell vanilla and determination. "Yesterday morning you pushed me away like I meant nothing to you. Like everything we built here was just temporary convenience. I was trying to protect you." "From what?" Rowan could tell her everything. Sarah's escape, the pack's ultimatum, the choice between her safety and innocent lives. Could drag her into pack politics and supernatural vendettas that would destroy everything she'd worked to build. Or he could sign the paper and pretend community magic could stop what was coming for them. "From me," he said finally, "from the kind of trouble that follows me around. What if I don't want protection? What if I want partnership?" She pulled a pen from her clipboard and held it out to him. "Sign it, Rowan. Choose to belong somewhere. Choose to fight for something instead of running from everything." His hand shook as he took the pen. This was insane. Signing his name to a protection ward wouldn't change the pack's deadline, wouldn't save Sarah and her family, wouldn't eliminate the choice he had to make, but it would mean something. To Diana. To the community that had somehow become his without him noticing. To the wolf inside him that was tired of being alone. He signed his name beneath the others, his signature bold and permanent on the page. "There," Diana said, taking the papers back. "Now you're officially part of Hollow Oak's defense system. Diana, I need to tell you something." "Oh, yeah, about yesterday morning, about those men, about why I can't promise to stay." "Rowan." She set the clipboard aside and touched his face, her fingers gentle against his stubbled jaw. "I know you're in trouble. I know those men were dangerous, and I know you pushed me away because you thought it would keep me safe. How do you know all that?" "Because I know you. Because I've watched you check sight lines and test locks and position yourself between me and every potential threat for a while now." Her thumb stroked across his cheekbone. "Because yesterday morning, when you looked at me before you dismissed me, I saw apology in your eyes. Not indifference. Apology." His careful walls cracked under her understanding. "Diana, whatever you're facing, we'll face it together. But first, you need to forgive yourself for whatever you think you've done wrong." "You don't understand what I've done, the choices I've made." "Then tell me." And suddenly, he wanted to spill everything. Sarah's desperate flight, the pack's betrayal, the impossible choice between justice and loyalty that had cost him everything he'd thought he wanted. 3 years ago, I helped someone escape from my pack. A young woman who'd fallen in love with a human and gotten pregnant. Pack law said she had to give up the baby or be exiled. They all wanted execution for the betrayal of blood. I helped her choose exile. That sounds like the right choice. It broke pack law, cost me my position as alpha, split the pack and created enemies I've been running from ever since. Diana was quiet for a long moment, her hands still curved against his face. And now they found you. Yeah, and they want me to help clean up the mess my choice created. The human she ran with has been blackmailing them. They want me to come back, help them silence him permanently. And if you refuse, Rowan's throat tightened, they'll make sure everyone I care about pays the price, including the woman and child I helped leave. Ah, Diana nodded like pieces were falling into place. So yesterday morning was about protecting me. Yeah. And today? What's today about? He looked at her face, at the trust and determination written in every line, and felt something shift inside his chest, helping him make his own choice instead of torn. Today's about being tired of running, about wanting to fight for something instead of just surviving. Good, Diana smiled, the kind of grin that made his wolf settle contentedly. Because I've been wondering when you'd stop treating me like I needed protection and start treating me like I could be part of the solution. This isn't your fight, Diana. It is now. The moment they threatened this inn, threatened this community, it became my fight. She picked up the signed ward papers, and now it's officially our fight. All of us. Rowan felt the last of his walls crumble. She was right. Somehow, while he'd been focused on keeping everyone at arm's length, he'd become part of something bigger than pack politics and old grudges. Part of a community that chose to stand together. I'm sorry, he said, about yesterday morning, about pushing you away when I should have trusted you to handle the truth. I know. Diana stepped closer, close enough that he could feel the warmth radiating from her skin. You're forgiven, but don't do it again. I won't. Promise? I promise. She smiled again, this one softer, more intimate. Good. Now what do we do about your pack problem? We. The word hit him like salvation and terror in equal measure. They were in this together now, for better or worse. I don't know, he said honestly. They say they'll call on me when it's time to decide whether to go back to them or watch them make good on their threats. I can't imagine it will be much longer until I get that call. Then we have time to figure out a third option. Diana, he said again, yes? I want to stay. Whatever it takes, whatever we have to face, I want to stay here. With you. Then we'll make sure you can. She leaned up and kissed him, soft and sure, and full of faith in a future they'd build together. And finally, Rowan believed it might actually be possible.
Chapter 25. Diana. That kiss on the stairs was a promise, soft and sure, and it wasn't enough. Rowan's hand found hers, his fingers lacing through hers as he led her down into the quiet, sleeping inn. He didn't lead her to the parlor with its ghosts of their first frantic encounter, nor up to a bedroom. Instead, he guided her into the kitchen, a space of nourishment and heart. Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millitadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. He collapsed against her, his forehead resting on hers, their ragged breaths mingling in the quiet kitchen. The only sound was the steady drip of a faucet and the frantic beating of their two hearts, finally in rhythm. He didn't pull away, he didn't retreat. He just held her, murmuring her name like a man who had finally, against all odds, found his way home.
Chapter 26. Rowan. 3 days passed without a word from the pack. 3 days of normal work schedules and shared meals and Diana humming while she planned winter events. Rowan began to think maybe they'd given up, moved on to easier targets. Maybe choosing to stay and fight had been the right call after all. He should have known better. The first sign something was actually up came Tuesday morning when Tom Harwick's lumber delivery failed to arrive. Diana found Rowan installing crown molding in the parlor, his phone pressed to his ear. "What do you mean misplaced?" Rowan's voice carried an edge that made Diana pause in the doorway. "I placed that order 2 weeks ago, confirmed delivery yesterday." Diana set down her clipboard and listened as Rowan's conversation grew increasingly heated. "Fine, I'll find another supplier." He hung up and turned to find Diana watching. "Lumber order got lost in the system. Third supplier this week." "That's odd." "Yeah, odd." Rowan set down his nail gun and faced her directly as he thought about the coincidence. "Diana, has anyone been asking questions about the inn's finances? Strange calls, unexpected visits?" "Why would you ask that?" "Because someone's been making inquiries, official-sounding requests for financial information, credit reports, tax documentation." Diana's face went pale. "Gerald Finch stopped by yesterday while you were at the hardware store. Said he needed updated budget projections for his quarterly report." "What did you tell him?" "Nothing confidential, just general revenue forecasts, occupancy rates for the gathering." Diana pulled out her phone. "But he seemed unusually interested in our operating costs. Asked specific questions about contractor expenses." Rowan felt his wolf stir beneath his skin, recognizing a hunting pattern. "They're building a case." "Who's building a case?" "People who want to make trouble for you." Rowan began packing his tools with mechanical precision. "I need to make some calls." "Rowan." "Yeah?" "Whatever this is about, we handle it together, like we agreed." He looked at her standing there with her clipboard and her determined expression, and felt something shift inside his chest. Not the mate bond, though that was still there, thrumming beneath his ribs like a second heartbeat. This was deeper, quieter. "Together," he agreed. "But first, I need to track down who's spreading lies about your finances." 2 hours later, Rowan found his answer in the back booth of Mickey's Diner, 20 minutes outside Hollow Oak. Jerry Kowalski sat hunched over coffee and pie, his council aide badge making him look official, and his sweaty palms making him look guilty. "Afternoon, Jerry." Kowalski jumped like he'd been shot. "Rowan, didn't expect to see you here." "Bet you didn't." Rowan slid into the opposite seat without invitation. "Heard you've been asking questions about the Hearth and Hollow Inn, spreading concerns about financial irregularities?" "Just doing my job. Council oversight, you know." "Whose job?" "You work for the Parks Department, Jerry. Since when do you handle business licensing?" Kowalski's coffee cup rattled against the saucer as he set it down. "Got a call from someone concerned about potential fraud. Had to follow up." "What's someone?" "Anonymous tip line." "Nonsense." Rowan leaned forward, letting his wolf rise close enough to the surface that his eyes flashed silver. "Someone's paying you to manufacture problems for Diana Merrick." "Who?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Jerry!" Rowan's voice dropped to a low growl. "You've got 10 seconds to tell me who hired you before I start making phone calls to your supervisor about harassment and corruption charges." "I can't." Kowalski was sweating now, beads of moisture dotting his forehead. "They said if I talked, they'd make sure I lost my job. And if you don't talk, I'll make sure you lose more than that." Kowalski stared at Rowan's silver eyes and came to a decision. 3 guys in expensive suits. Said they were investigating irregularities in local business licensing. Paid me $500 to ask around, file some concerns about the inn's financial stability, as well as some misplacings on orders. Names? Didn't give any, but one of them, the one who did most of the talking, he had eyes like yours, that silver color, and when he smiled, Kowalski shuddered, like looking at a shark. Denarius. It had to be. They say anything else? Just that there might be more work if I kept my ears open. Mentioned something about zoning violations, health code issues. Said they wanted a complete picture of the inn's vulnerabilities. Rowan stood, his chair scraping against linoleum. "Jerry." "Yeah? You're done. No more questions, no more reports, no more contact with those men. If they call you again, you tell them you couldn't find anything worth reporting." "But they paid me." Consider the money a severance package. And Jerry? Rowan leaned down, his voice deadly quiet. If I hear you've caused any more problems for Diana Merrick, I'll come back. And next time, we won't be having this conversation over coffee. Rowan left Kowalski sitting in his booth and drove back to Hollow Oak with a strange sense of satisfaction. The pack thought they could pressure him through Diana, thought they could manufacture crises and force his hand. But every move they made only proved what he'd started to suspect. He could handle this, all of it, as long as he wasn't doing it alone. Back at the inn, Diana was in the kitchen preparing dinner, her hair pulled back in a messy bun and flour dusting her apron. She looked up when he entered, her amber eyes searching his face. Find anything useful? Jerry Kowalski's been taking money to spread rumors about the inn's finances. 3 men in expensive suits hired him to manufacture problems. Your former pack? Most likely. Rowan washed his hands at the sink, watching Diana work. But here's the thing. They're operating like they think I'm still the same wolf who ran 3 years ago. Like they think pressure tactics and manufactured crises will break me down. And they're wrong. They're wrong. He shifted to face her, certainty settling in his chest like bedrock. I spent 3 years running from fights I should have stayed to finish. I'm done running, Diana. From them, from this, from us. Us? Yeah, us. He moved closer, drawn by the warmth in her eyes and the scent of vanilla that always seemed to cling to her skin. Whatever they throw at us next, we handle it together. No more secrets. No more pushing you away to keep you safe. Diana smiled, the kind that made his wolf settle contentedly in his chest. Does this mean you're planning to stick around? I'm planning to stick around as long as you'll have me. Good, because I've been thinking about that reading nook we discussed, and the office upstairs, and maybe converting the attic into proper living space. Living space? For the innkeeper and her contractor, assuming he's interested in permanent employment? Rowan felt something loosen in his chest, a tension he'd carried for so long he'd forgotten it was there. Home. She was offering him home, partnership, a future built on shared work and mutual choice. I'm interested, he said quietly. Very interested. Diana stepped into his arms, her hands sliding up his chest to rest against his shoulders. Then we'd better get to work. This place won't renovate itself. No, Rowan agreed, bending to kiss her forehead. But with both of us working on it, there's nothing we can't handle. As he held her in the kitchen that had become the heart of their shared space, Rowan realized the pack had made a crucial miscalculation. They thought love made wolves weak, made them vulnerable to manipulation and control. They were wrong. Love made wolves dangerous. It gave them something worth protecting, worth fighting for, worth staying to defend. Let them come with their pressure tactics and manufactured crises. He wasn't running anymore. He was home.
Chapter 27. Diana. Diana decided to fight rumors with transparency. If people were whispering about the inn's finances, she'd open the books. If they questioned her competence, she'd prove it with service. Saturday's soft reopening would set every record straight. Tea flights and gossip, Twyla said, setting up her contribution to the afternoon's offerings. My favorite combination. I'm hoping the gossip works in our favor this time. Diana arranged cinnamon loaves on tiered stands, the kitchen smelling of butter and spice. People love to talk, might as well give them something positive to talk about. Smart strategy. Nothing kills rumors faster than visible success. The parlor buzzed with activity as Diana set up the book swap in the corner by the windows. Locals had been dropping off volumes all week, everything from romance novels to historical biographies. Freya had contributed a collection of herbalism texts, while Edgar had mysteriously provided several books on theoretical applications of practical magic. Ready for the invasion? Rowan asked, bringing in fresh scones from the kitchen. Ready as I'll ever be. Diana straightened the last tablecloth and surveyed her work. Think people will come? They'll come. Curiosity alone will guarantee a crowd. He was right. By 2 o'clock, the parlor was full of townspeople balancing teacups and browsing book selections, with the studied casualness of people who definitely weren't there to evaluate the inn's stability. "Diana," said Varick, accepting a delicate china cup, "this is lovely, very professionally organized." "Thank you. I wanted to showcase what the inn can offer the community year-round, not just during special events. Wise approach. Consistency builds trust." Diana moved through the crowd, refilling cups and answering questions with the easy confidence that came from knowing her business inside and out. When Mr. Simonson mentioned concerns about operating costs, she had detailed budgets. When Sarah Quinn asked about future events, Diana produced a calendar that ran through spring. "Impressive planning," said Tom Brewster, documenting the afternoon with his camera. "Mind if I ask about the recent delivery issues? Heard there were some complications with suppliers." "Temporary setbacks," Diana replied smoothly. "We've established relationships with multiple vendors to ensure consistent service. Actually, the delays pushed us to find local suppliers, which benefits the whole community." "Smart business practice?" From across the room, Diana caught Maeve's eye. The lioness shifter had claimed a strategic position at the small bar cart, her presence a silent declaration that anyone thinking of causing trouble would answer to her first. "Having a good time, Maeve?" "Best entertainment I've had all week." Maeve sipped her tea with predatory satisfaction. "Love watching people realize their gossip was garbage." "Has there been much gossip?" "Some. Mostly the usual small-town nonsense. Financial troubles, competency questions, whether you're really qualified to run this place." Maeve's smile was sharp. Amazing how quickly those concerns evaporate when people see actual competence in action. Diana felt a warm flush of satisfaction. This was working exactly as she'd hoped. "Diana," called Miriam from her chair by the fireplace, "come settle a debate. Mrs. Patterson insists the inn's guest registry from 1987 recorded a celebrity visit. I say it was just someone with the same name." "Let me check the archives." Diana retrieved the leather-bound guest book from the office, its pages heavy with decades of signatures. "October 1987. Here we go. M. Streep, New York. Stayed 3 nights, requested extra pillows and Earl Grey tea." "Could be anyone," Miriam maintained. "Except for this note in the margin," Diana continued. "Lovely inn, perfect for quiet retreat. Will recommend to colleagues. MS." She looked up at the gathered crowd. "Written in the same handwriting as the signature." "Well, I'll be damned," Mrs. Patterson said with obvious delight. "Meryl Streep slept in our inn." "Which room?" asked Edgar Tansley. "The Blue Suite. 2nd floor, corner windows." "We should put a plaque," suggested Tom. "Absolutely not," Diana said firmly. "Part of the inn's appeal is discretion. Guests who want privacy should feel safe here." Approving murmurs rippled through the crowd. Diana had passed another small test without realizing it was being given. "Speaking of guests," said Cora, "what's your booking outlook for winter?" "Stronger than expected." The Autumn Hearth gathering generated several advance reservations, and we're seeing interest in winter packages, cozy retreats, holiday celebrations, New Year's Eve dinner parties. "Revenue projections?" Diana pulled out her notebook and rattled off numbers that clearly impressed the assembled business owners. Operating costs, profit margins, projected growth through spring. "Those are solid figures," Tom said with obvious surprise. "The inn's always been profitable when properly managed," Diana replied. "It just needed someone willing to invest time and attention in building community relationships." "And you've certainly done that," Emmett agreed. "The council's impressed with your integration into town life." "This is my home now. These are my neighbors. Of course I want to contribute to the community's success." As the afternoon progressed, Diana noticed a subtle shift in the room's energy. Conversations grew more relaxed. Laughter came easier. People stopped evaluating and started enjoying themselves. "Brilliant strategy," Freya said quietly, finding Diana in the kitchen during a brief lull. "Nothing defeats rumors like demonstrable competence." "I learned that from watching Rowan work. When people questioned his skills, he let the quality speak for itself. And now they're questioning yours. We're questioning. Hard to argue with what they can see and taste and touch for themselves. Rowan appeared in the kitchen doorway, his expression pleased. Overheard some interesting conversations. Apparently you're now exactly what this town needed. And the best thing to happen to the inn in years. Really? Really? Also heard Gerald Finch got an earful from 3 different council members about harassment and inappropriate questioning of local businesses. Diana felt a surge of fierce satisfaction. Good. Maybe he'll think twice before manufacturing problems where none exist. Doubt it. But at least now everyone knows his concerns were baseless. The afternoon wound down with promises to repeat the event monthly and several new bookings for holiday parties. As the last guest departed, Diana surveyed the successful aftermath with deep contentment. Well, Maeve said, helping clear glasses, that was a masterclass in community relations. Anyone who still doubts your competence after today is too stupid to worry about. Think it worked? You just turned a room full of skeptics into advocates. Half these people will spend the week telling their friends how wrong they were about you. And the other half will spend the week planning their next visit. Maeve's grin was sharp with approval. You've got good instincts, innkeeper. This place is safe in your hands. As Diana cleaned up from the successful afternoon, something seemed to settle peacefully within her. Not just satisfaction with a job well done, but the deeper contentment of knowing she'd defended what mattered. The inn was secure, the community was convinced, and the rumors were dead. Whatever challenges came next, she'd face them from a position of strength.
Chapter 28. Rowan. Diana deserved to bask in the afternoon's success without worrying about dinner. The soft reopening had been a masterclass in community relations, turning skeptics into supporters with nothing more than good tea and transparent competence. Rowan wanted to give her space to savor the victory while he handled the mundane details. "Stay put," he told her as she started clearing the last of the teacups. "Relax. Enjoy being right about everything." "I'm not right about everything. You're right about the things that matter. Let me get us some dinner from Twyla's. You've earned the right to be waited on." He'd kissed her temple and headed out into the crisp evening air, Twyla's forgotten serving tray tucked under his arm. The square was quiet, most of the townspeople probably home discussing the inn's impressive afternoon over their own dinners. Rowan was halfway across the cobblestones when the scent hit him. Wolf. Pack. Familiar. His steps slowed as his senses sharpened, cataloging threats and escape routes with automatic precision. The scent was fresh, close. Whoever it was had been waiting for him to emerge. Griddle and Grind's windows glowed warmly in the gathering darkness. But Rowan's wolf was on high alert now, hackles raised beneath his human skin. He approached the cafe's entrance with calculated caution. "Evening, brother." Kyle stepped out of the shadows beside the cafe's front door, his smile sharp as broken glass in the lamplight. He looked exactly the same as he had at the lake confrontation, all predatory confidence and expensive clothes that didn't belong in a small town. "Kyle." Rowan didn't stop walking, forcing the other wolf to fall into step beside him. "Thought you'd given up on Hollow Oak." "Not even close. Just giving you time to think about our offer." "I've thought about it. And I'm not interested." Rowan paused at the cafe entrance, his hand on the door handle. "Find another solution to your problem." "Our problem," Kale corrected smoothly. "The problem you created when you decided pack law didn't apply to you." "Ancient history." "Is it? Because it looks like you're about to make the same mistake again." Kyle's gaze flicked toward the inn's glowing windows across the square. "Getting attached to a human who doesn't understand what she's gotten herself into." Rowan's grip tightened on the door handle. "See, she's become part of the equation, whether you like it or not." Kyle leaned against the cafe's brick wall with casual arrogance. "Pretty little thing. Smart, too. That afternoon's performance was impressive. Very professional." "You were watching." "Course I was watching. Had to see what kind of woman could make the great Rowan Baneville forget his responsibilities. Kale's smile widened. She's got spine. I'll give her that. Takes real confidence to open your books to public scrutiny. She's got nothing to hide. No? What about her association with a rogue wolf? What about the kind of turmoil that follows pack outcasts around? KL pushed off from the wall, moving closer. Accidents happen to humans who get too close to supernatural politics, especially humans who think they belong in places they don't. Rowan's wolf surged, silver bleeding into his vision. His voice dropped to a growl that rattled the cafe's front windows. Are you threatening her? I'm stating facts. Humans are fragile. They break easily when they're in the wrong place at the wrong time. Kyle's tone remained conversational, but his eyes held predatory interest. Take that lovely afternoon she just hosted. So many people, so many opportunities for things to go wrong. A gas leak, a kitchen fire, a structural failure during peak occupancy. You son of a... Now. Kyle held up a hand in mock peace. I'm not threatening anyone, just pointing out how quickly situations can deteriorate when the wrong elements are involved. Rowan's control hung by a thread. Every instinct screamed at him to shift, to let his wolf handle this threat the way nature intended. But they were standing in the middle of Hollow Oak Square, surrounded by witnesses and security cameras, and the kind of exposure that would destroy everything Diana had worked to build. What do you want, Kyle? Same thing we've always wanted, for you to come home and handle your responsibilities like an adult. Kyle straightened his expensive jacket with theatrical precision. The offer stands. Resume your position, help us clean up the mess you made, and your pretty innkeeper gets to keep playing house in her little sanctuary. And if I refuse, then we stop being subtle about encouraging your cooperation. Kyle's smile was winter cold. Amazing how quickly a thriving business can develop problems. Health code violations, zoning disputes, financial irregularities that require intensive investigation. We handled Jerry Kowalski. Jerry was amateur hour, a small demonstration of what coordinated pressure can accomplish. Kyle pulled out his phone, scrolling through messages with theatrical casualness. But we've got resources Jerry never dreamed of. Connections in state agencies, federal departments, regulatory bodies that can make life very complicated for small business owners who attract the wrong kind of attention. The threat was clear, crystal clear. They could destroy Diana's life without laying a finger on her, could turn the inn into a liability that would crush her dreams and scatter her community. How long? Rowan asked quietly. How long for what? How long before you stop playing games and get to the point? Kyle's laugh was soft, dangerous. We're not playing games, brother. We're demonstrating consequences. Every day you delay is another day your innkeeper's life gets more complicated. She handled today's complications just fine. Today was easy. A few rumors, some minor supply chain disruptions, child's play. Kyle pocketed his phone and stepped closer. Next week will be harder. Next month will be impossible. Rowan held his ground, letting his wolf's presence fill the space between them. Two predators measuring each other in the gathering darkness. You're making a mistake, Kyle. I think it's you who's confused about where your loyalties should lie. Kyle glanced toward the inn again. Pretty as she is, that human's not pack. She's not blood. She's not worth destroying everything you used to be. Maybe what I used to be needed destroying. Careful, brother. That kind of thinking is how you ended up exiled in the first place. Kyle's smile turned predatory. Don't make the same mistake twice. Some bonds can't be broken, no matter how far you run. He melted back into the shadows between buildings, leaving Rowan alone on the cafe's front step, with rage burning in his chest and the scent of threat lingering in the night air. Inside Griddle and Grind, Twyla looked up from wiping down tables. Evening, Rowan. You look like you've seen a ghost. Something like that. He set her serving tray on the counter, his hands steadier than he felt. Diana and I were wondering if you had any of those dinner specials left. Course I do. Soup and sandwich? Dessert? Whatever you recommend. It's been a long day. Good long or bad long? Rowan thought about Diana's triumphant afternoon, the way the community had rallied around her competence and vision. Then he thought about Kyle's threats, the coordinated pressure campaign that was just getting started. Both, he said finally. Definitely both. As Twyla packed up their dinner, Rowan stared out at the inn's glowing windows and made a decision. Ka-El was right about one thing. This was just the beginning. The pack wouldn't stop with minor harassment and manufactured crises. They'd escalate until Diana's life became unbearable, or until Rowan gave them what they wanted. But they'd made one crucial miscalculation. They still thought he was the same wolf who'd run 3 years ago, the one who chose flight over fight when the pressure got too intense. They were wrong. This time he had something worth staying to protect, someone worth fighting for. Let them escalate. He was ready.
Chapter 29. Diana. The morning after the soft reopening, Diana found Miriam in the lobby with the inn's leather-bound ledger spread across the reception desk. Sunlight streamed through the front windows, illuminating pages yellowed with age and filled with careful entries spanning decades. "Good morning," Diana said, setting down 2 cups of coffee. "Researching our celebrity guest?" "Something like that." Miriam adjusted her spectacles and pointed to an entry from February 1998. "Look at this one. Blizzard of 98. 12 strangers stranded for 4 days, left as lifelong friends. Annual reunions planned." Henry wrote that. 12 people? "Storm hit without warning, knocked out power, blocked roads. We had a full house and nowhere for anyone to go." Miriam turned the page, revealing newspaper clippings tucked between entries. By the 3rd day, they'd organized game tournaments and storytelling circles. 2 of them got engaged that summer. Diana studied the faded photographs. Groups of people gathered around the fireplace, playing cards at the parlor tables, helping in the kitchen. Strangers transformed into family by circumstance and hospitality. That's beautiful. The inn has a gift for bringing people together, always has. Miriam flipped ahead several pages. Here's another. October 2003. Sirens sang in the lobby until dawn. Half the town fell in love with her voice, the other half with each other. A real siren? Real as you and me, traveling through, heartbroken over some sea prince, keened until morning, and by sunrise 3 couples had gotten engaged. Miriam's eyes twinkled. Magic has a way of revealing what's already there. Diana leaned closer, reading entry after entry of moments when the inn had served as more than shelter. Sanctuary for the lost, catalyst for connections, keeper of stories that mattered. All these years, all these people. Each one left something behind. Joy, memories, pieces of themselves woven into the building's history. Miriam closed the ledger gently. That's what you inherited, child. Not just a business, but a promise to keep providing that sanctuary. What kind of promise? That there's always a place where people can belong, even temporarily, where strangers become friends and the lonely find connection. Miriam handed Diana the pen she kept clipped to the ledger's cover. "Your turn." "My turn for what?" "To add your entry, first official record as innkeeper." Diana accepted the pen, its weight familiar in her palm. The same fountain pen Miriam had lent her for the ward signatures, now offered for this more permanent purpose. "What should I write?" "Whatever feels true." Diana thought about yesterday's success, the way skeptics had become supporters over tea and conversation, the community's embrace of her efforts, the satisfaction of proving herself through competence rather than promises. But underneath the triumph, her empathic gift whispered unease. Rowan had returned from his evening errand last night with tension radiating from him like heat from a forge. He'd insisted everything was fine, but Diana felt the careful control he was maintaining. Something was building, something that would test more than her business skills. She dated the page and began writing in careful script. November 15th. Soft reopening exceeded expectations. Community support stronger than anticipated. The inn continues its mission of bringing people together. Today felt like home. Short and sweet, Miriam observed, reading over her shoulder. It's all that matters. This place, these people, this feeling of belonging somewhere. Even when things get complicated? The question carried weight Diana wasn't sure she understood. Especially then. Easy times don't need sanctuaries. Wise words. Miriam reclaimed the ledger, sliding it into its protective case. Remember that wisdom in the days ahead. Is something wrong? Nothing's wrong, dear. But change is coming. I can feel it in the air, the way you feel storms approaching. Miriam's expression softened. The inn's weathered changes before. It'll weather whatever's coming. What kind of changes? The kind that test what you're made of and force you to choose between safety and principle. Miriam gathered her knitting bag. But you'll handle it. You've got the backbone for this work. Before Diana could ask more questions, the front door opened. Rowan entered carrying supplies for the day's work, his pale eyes scanning the lobby with automatic wariness. "Morning, Miriam. Diana." "Morning," Diana replied, studying his face. The tension was still there, carefully masked but visible to her gift. "Everything okay?" "Fine. Just want to finish the parlor trim work today." "Good plan." Miriam headed for the door, pausing to pat Rowan's arm. "Take care of our girl, won't you?" "Always." After Miriam left, Diana confronted Rowan directly. "What happened last night? And don't say nothing. I can feel the stress radiating from you." "Ran into an old acquaintance, nothing I can't handle." "The same old acquaintances who've been causing delivery problems and spreading financial rumors?" Rowan's jaw tightened. "Yeah." "What did they want?" "Same thing they've always wanted, for me to come back and clean up old business." Diana moved closer, her empathic gift picking up layers of protective fury and barely contained violence. "And you said?" "I said no." "And they accepted that?" "They're still working on acceptance." The careful phrasing told Diana everything she needed to know. The pack wasn't giving up. If anything, they were escalating. "Rowan, if staying here puts the inn at risk..." "It doesn't." His voice carried absolute certainty. "I'm not running anymore, Diana. Whatever they throw at us, we handle it. No more pushing you away to keep you safe. No more making decisions without consulting you." He stepped closer, his hands finding hers. "We're partners in this. All of it." "Then we'd better make sure the inn's ready for whatever's coming." "Already on it. Security improvements, contingency plans, community support." Rowan's smile held grim satisfaction. "They think pressure tactics will break us down. They're wrong." "Good, because I didn't put my name in that ledger just to watch everything fall apart." "What did you write?" "That today felt like home." "Does it? Still feel like home after everything that's happening?" Diana looked around the lobby, at the work they'd accomplished together, at the community that had embraced her vision. Yesterday's success proved the inn's resilience. Today's challenges would prove her own. "More than ever," she said simply. "Home isn't about avoiding trouble, Rowan. It's about facing it from a place you're willing to defend." "Then we're home." "Yes, we are."
Chapter 30. Rowan. Rowan found Callum at the ranger station, bent over topographical maps. The lion shifter looked up when Rowan knocked, amber eyes taking in everything from posture to scent in a single glance. "You look like hell," Callum said without preamble. "Come in." The station was exactly what Rowan expected from Callum. Functional, organized, no wasted space or unnecessary decoration. Maps covered one wall, radio equipment hummed quietly in the corner, and coffee brewed in a pot that had seen better decades. "Coffee? Yeah, thanks." Callum poured 2 mugs and settled behind his desk, waiting. He'd always been good at silence, letting other people fill the space with whatever they needed to say. "I need advice," Rowan said finally, "about security, territory, protecting what matters. The inn. The inn. Diana. The community. All of it." "From what?" Rowan told him everything. Sarah's escape, the pack's ultimatum, Kyle's escalating threats, the impossible choice between going back to clean up old mistakes and watching everything Diana had built get destroyed piece by piece. Pack politics, Callum said when Rowan finished. Messiest kind of conflict there is. Yeah, they know about Diana. They know she matters to me. How much does she matter? Rowan stared into his coffee, seeing Diana's face reflected in the dark surface. She's my mate. Figured as much. You've got that look. What look? Like you'd burn the world down to keep her safe. Callum sank back in his chair. Question is whether you're willing to admit that to yourself. I just did. You said it. Doesn't mean you are letting yourself acknowledge it. It sounds like you're still trying to handle this alone. Still making decisions about what's best for her instead of trusting her to make her own choices. Rowan set down his mug harder than necessary. I'm trying to protect her. From what? The truth? Your past? The reality that loving a shifter comes with complications? From pack politics that could get her killed. And how's that working out? Your pack leaving her alone because you're being noble about it? The sarcasm hit its mark. Rowan's wolf stirred restlessly, recognizing the challenge in Callum's tone. They're escalating. Course they are. You think showing weakness makes predators back down? I'm not showing weakness. No. Then what do you call pushing your mate away to protect her from choices she's capable of making herself? Callum's amber eyes held no mercy. What do you call letting other wolves dictate the terms of your relationship? I call it keeping her alive. You call it cowardice. The gauntlet was thrown. Rowan's hands became fists, his wolf pushing close to the surface. Careful, Callum. Or what? You'll run away again? Callum's voice stayed level, unimpressed by the threat. That's your pattern, isn't it? When things get complicated, when choices get hard, you disappear rather than fight for what matters. To hell with what you promised. I fought for Sarah. You helped her run. That's not the same as fighting. She was 19 and pregnant. What was I supposed to do? What you should have done was challenge the pack's decision directly, force them to defend their position, make them face the consequences of their choices. You were the alpha. Callum leaned forward, his presence filling the small office. Instead, you undermined them in secret and then ran when they called you on it. I saved her life. You postponed a confrontation. Now it's caught up to you anyway, and you're making the same mistake again. Rowan stood abruptly, pacing to the window that looked out over Moon Mirror Lake. The water was dark under gathering clouds, reflecting the storm building on the horizon. What would you do? I'd stop running. I'd claim what's mine and dare anyone to take it from me. Even if it put Cora at risk? Especially then. You think my mate wants protection or partnership? You think she'd rather be safe or included in the decisions that affect her life? Rowan thought about Diana's determination to face problems head-on, her refusal to be managed or shielded from difficult truths. She wants partnership. Then give it to her. Stop making choices for her and start making them with her. I assume you may have even told her you would, so start doing it, Rowan. The pack won't just give up. Course they won't, but they'll respect strength. They'll back down from a wolf who's willing to fight for his territory instead of running from it. And if I'm wrong, if they decide to make an example of her? Callum stood, moving to stand beside Rowan at the window. Then you handle it. Together. The way mates are supposed to. Together. Diana's tougher than you think. She's built something worth defending in that inn, earned the community's respect through competence and determination. You think she did all that by avoiding conflict? Rowan watched a hawk circle over the lake, riding thermals with effortless grace, predator and survivor, claiming its territory without apology. She wants to fight alongside me. Then let her. Stop treating her like she's fragile and start treating her like she's yours. She is mine. Then own it. Stop half measures and make your stand. Show your pack what happens when they threaten what belongs to you. Rowan felt a tension he'd carried for years finally snapping. All this time, he'd been fighting the wrong battle, fighting his feelings instead of fighting for them, protecting Diana from choices instead of supporting her through them. You're right. Course I'm right. Question is what you're going to do about it. I'm going to stop running from my past and start fighting for my future. Good. What do you need from me? Backup if it comes to that. Council support for territorial claims. You've got both. This community protects its own, and Diana's definitely one of ours now. Callum's smile was sharp with anticipation. Besides, been too long since we had a good pack war around here. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. Standard operating procedure. Callum returned to his desk, pulling out a regional map marked with territorial boundaries. Show me where they're likely to make their move. For the next hour they planned. Defensive positions, communication protocols, community alert systems, the kind of preparation that acknowledged the reality of supernatural politics while protecting the ordinary humans caught in the crossfire. One more thing, Callum said as Rowan prepared to leave. When you tell Diana about the mate bond, don't make it sound like a burden she has to carry. Make it sound like a gift you want to share. What if she doesn't want it? Then you respect her choice and love her anyway. But stop assuming she'll reject something she hasn't been offered yet. Rowan left the ranger station with purpose burning in his chest and a plan taking shape in his mind. No more half measures. No more protecting Diana by pushing her away. Time to stop running from his past and start claiming his future. Time to show his pack what happened when they threatened his mate.
Chapter 31. Diana. Diana found Rowan in the kitchen at 7 a.m. Coffee already brewed, blueprints spread across the table like he'd been planning something all night. "Morning," she said, pouring herself a mug. "You're up early." "Couldn't sleep. Been thinking about that attic space you mentioned." He tapped the architectural drawing with his pencil. "The one for living quarters." "Oh." Diana settled into the chair across from him, studying his face. No tension lines around his eyes today. No careful distance in his posture. "What about it?" "You said I could choose a room to restore my way." "I did." "I choose that one." Diana's pulse quickened. The attic had been her private dream, the space she'd imagined turning into a real home within the inn. Somewhere permanent, somewhere that belonged to her completely. "It's not much to look at right now," she said carefully. "Just raw beams and old floorboards. Best kind of space to work with. Honest bones, good light." Rowan rolled up the plans. "Want to take a look?" "Now?" "Now." They climbed to the 3rd floor, past guest rooms and storage closets, up the narrow staircase that led to the attic door. Rowan pushed it open and stepped aside, letting Diana enter first. Morning light poured through the dormer windows, turning dust motes into tiny dancers. The space stretched long and wide, raw pine rafters overhead, planked floors worn smooth by decades of storage use. It smelled of old wood and possibility. "Wide windows," Rowan said, moving to the largest dormer. "Honest wood." He ran his palm along a support beam. "Sky." Diana joined him at the window. The view swept across Hollow Oak's rooftops toward Moon Mirror Lake, autumn trees blazing gold and red in the distance. "You really want this room?" "Yeah. Question is whether you want me to have it." The careful phrasing made her heart skip. This wasn't just about renovation anymore. "What would you do with it?" "Make it livable. Proper insulation, drywall, built-in storage. Maybe a small kitchen area in that alcove." He gestured toward a recessed space near the stairs. "Bedroom space here by the big windows. Sitting area there." "That sounds like a lot of work." "Good thing I like working with my hands." Diana walked the perimeter, imagining the space transformed. "The inn's insurance covers living quarters for the manager." "Does it cover live-in contractors?" "Depends on the contractor." Rowan set down his tool bag and pulled out a paint chart, colors marked with small X's. "What do you think, for the walls?" Diana studied the swatches. Soft sage, warm cream, pale gray that matched his eyes. Colors that would complement the natural wood without overwhelming it. "These are beautiful, very peaceful." "That's the idea." He handed her a brush. Want to test some samples? Right now? Right now! Can't make decisions about paint until you see how it looks in the actual light. She accepted the brush, and he opened a small can of the sage green. Their fingers brushed as she dipped the bristles, sending heat up her arm. Here, Rowan said, guiding her to a section of wall between windows. Just a small patch. Diana applied the paint in careful strokes. The color looked different up here, richer and more complex in the angled morning light. Good choice, she said. Try the cream. He opened the second can, standing close enough that she could smell pine smoke and clean soap. When she reached for more paint, a drop splattered onto her wrist. Occupational hazard, Rowan said, catching her wrist gently. His thumb wiped away the paint, rough skin against her pulse point. Goes with the territory. What territory? Working with someone who makes you forget to be careful. Heat bloomed in her cheeks. I'm always careful. Not always. His voice dropped lower. Storm night in the parlor, you weren't careful. That was different. How? Diana looked up at him, paintbrush forgotten in her hand. Because I trusted you not to let me fall. And now? Now I'm wondering if falling might not be so bad. Rowan's eyes darkened, his grip on her wrist tightening slightly. Diana. What? If we're going to do this, we do it right. No running, no pushing each other away when things get complicated. Do what, exactly? Build something together, here, in this space, in this town. His free hand came up to cup her face. With each other. He was so direct with her suddenly, no walls, that she couldn't stop herself from saying, "That sounds terrifying." Yeah, it does. She set down the brush and turned fully toward him. Also sounds like the best idea I've heard in years. Even knowing it won't be easy, that my past might follow us here? Especially knowing that. Diana stepped closer, her hands finding his chest. She looked around the attic space, seeing not what was but what could be. I'm tired of being safe. I want to be brave. You are brave. You came to Hollow Oak with nothing but a letter and a stubborn streak. You took on an entire town's skepticism and won them over through pure determination. That wasn't bravery. That was desperation. Same thing sometimes. Diana laughed, surprising herself. Is that your professional opinion, contractor? It's my personal opinion, mate. The word hung between them, loaded with meaning she was only beginning to understand. Is that what this is? She asked quietly. What we are. If you want it to be. And if I don't? Then I'll sleep in the basement and try not to love you so much it keeps me awake nights. The confession hit her like a physical force. Rowan! Too much? Not enough. She pulled him down for a kiss, soft and sure and full of promise. Paint the room whatever colors you want. Build whatever kitchen makes you happy. Just don't build it without me. When they broke apart, both breathing unsteadily, Rowan rested his forehead against hers. You sure about this? About us? I've never been more sure of anything in my life. Good, because I'm planning on staying for a very long time. How long? Forever, if you'll have me. Diana smiled, feeling lighter than she had in years. I'll have you, Rowan Baneville, all of you. They spent the rest of the morning painting sample squares on different walls, their conversation ranging from practical details to shared dreams. Diana learned that Rowan preferred oak to pine, that he'd always wanted a workshop space where he could build furniture in his spare time, that he thought about the future now instead of just surviving each day. What about you? He asked as they cleaned brushes in the makeshift sink. What do you want this place to become? Diana looked around the space that would be theirs, seeing it complete in her mind's eye. Morning light streaming through clean windows, books scattered on comfortable chairs, the scent of coffee and contentment. Home, she said simply. I want it to become home. Then that's what we'll build. As they packed up the paint supplies, Diana realized that preferencing safety had never felt so brave. For the first time in her life, she was choosing something uncertain, something that required faith rather than guarantees. She was choosing love.
Chapter 32. Rowan. Rowan was reinforcing the attic floor joists when the scent his wolf surged to the surface. Hackles raised, territorial instincts blazing. He set down his hammer with deliberate calm and listened. Footsteps on the inn's front porch, confident and measured. A knock that wasn't really asking permission. "Diana," he called down the stairwell. "I'll get it." "I'm closer." "I'll get it." His voice carried enough authority to stop her protests. Rowan descended the stairs, his wolf pacing beneath his skin. Through the front windows, he could see the silhouette waiting on the porch. Tall, perfectly postured, wearing a coat that probably cost more than most people's rent. He opened the door to face Denarius, alpha of his old pack, looking exactly as polished as he always had. "Hello, Rowan." Denarius's smile was sharp as winter. "You look well. Domestic life agrees with you. What do you want?" "Straight to business. I always respected that about you." Denarius stepped into the lobby without invitation, his pale eyes cataloging every detail. "Lovely place. I can see why you'd want to stay." "You're not welcome here." "Aren't I? This is a business establishment, isn't it? I'm just a traveler seeking accommodation." Denarius moved toward the parlor, his polished boots clicking on the hardwood. "Though I must say, the service seems lacking." Rowan followed, keeping distance between the alpha and the rest of the inn. "State your business and leave." "My business is you, naturally." Denarius settled into one of the parlor chairs like he owned the place. "The pack misses its former alpha. Your expertise, your particular talents. I was kind in giving you a lenient timeline. I hope you see that." "Find someone else." "We tried. Didn't work out well." Denarius examined his manicured nails. "Seems there are some situations that require your specific approach to problem solving." "Not my problem anymore." "See, that's where you're wrong." Denarius looked up, his smile cold. "That little situation with Sarah Trident, it's evolved." Rowan's hands clenched into fists. "Sarah's safe. For now, but her human boyfriend has become entrepreneurial, as I told you before. Now he even has started shopping around his story to journalists, researchers, anyone willing to pay for supernatural secrets. Handle it yourself." "We tried. He's clever. You're Sarah's boy. Set up safeguards, insurance policies. If anything happens to him, everything he knows gets released automatically." Denarius's tone turned conversational. "Video evidence, detailed testimonies, locations of packed territories across 3 states. Rowan felt his wolf press against his ribs, demanding action. "And what do you think I can do about that?" "You know the human. You understand his psychology. Help us convince him that cooperation is in everyone's best interest. Or we handle it our way. Messier, but effective." Denarius rose smoothly, moving to examine the inn's renovation work. "Beautiful craftsmanship. Someone clearly cares about this place." The threat was implicit but unmistakable. Rowan stepped closer, his wolf rising to the surface. "Stay away from the inn." "Why would I threaten this lovely establishment? Unless, of course, you give me reason to." Denarius ran his finger along the restored banister. "But I'm a reasonable man, Rowan. Resume your position as pack enforcer. Help us resolve the Sarah situation permanently. Do that, and this charming inn remains completely untouched. You have my word." "Your word's worthless." "Perhaps, but it's the only guarantee you're going to get." Denarius reached for his phone, scrolling through what looked like official documents. Amazing how much paperwork small businesses generate. Health inspections, zoning compliance, fire safety certifications. So many opportunities for bureaucratic complications. "I said no. I heard you, but I wonder if you understand the full scope of what you're refusing." Denarius pocketed the phone and moved toward the front door. "This inn means something to you. More than just a job, I'd guess. More than just a place to hide from your responsibilities." Rowan's wolf erupted in a snarl, recognizing the probing tone. The alpha was fishing, looking for leverage. My responsibilities ended when I left the pack. It looks like you've acquired new ones. Daenerys paused at the door, his hand on the handle. New priorities, new attachments. You don't know anything about my life here. Small towns are remarkably transparent to those who know what to look for. Daenerys' smile widened. The way you positioned yourself when I arrived, the protective stance, the territorial signals, very telling. Rowan felt ice settle in his chest. He'd given too much away, let his wolf's instincts show too clearly. I protect what's mine. Exactly my point. Daenerys opened the door, autumn air swirling into the warm lobby. The question is, how far will you go to keep protecting it? As far as necessary. We'll see. Daenerys stepped onto the porch, then turned back with that predator's smile. Oh, and Rowan, the inn's scheduled for a very thorough inspection next Friday. State Health Department, Fire Marshal, zoning compliance. Amazing how these things cluster together when the right paperwork gets filed. The door closed behind him with a soft click that echoed like a gunshot. Rowan stood frozen in the lobby, his wolf pacing frantically beneath his skin. The alpha knew. Somehow Daenerys had figured out that Diana mattered more than he let on, that she was his mate. The knowledge would make her a target, a pressure point they could use to force his compliance. Daenerys had found his weakness, identified the one thing that could break Rowan's resolve. The alpha's parting smirk had said it all. He knew exactly what Diana meant to him.
Chapter 33. Diana. The council summons arrived on Tuesday morning, delivered by a grim-faced courier who wouldn't meet Diana's eyes. She read it twice before the words sank in. Emergency review of innkeeper licensing and ownership transfer. Anonymous complaint filed regarding operational irregularities and questionable management decisions. What does it say? Rowan asked, emerging from the kitchen with coffee. Diana handed him the official paper. Someone filed a formal complaint. The council's calling an emergency session. What kind of complaint? Doesn't specify. Just says serious concerns regarding human suitability for supernatural community leadership. Diana sank into the lobby chair. After everything, after the soft reopening, the community support, the successful events. This is connected to yesterday's visit. You think your pack did this? I know. Rowan crushed the paper in his fist. This is exactly the kind of pressure tactic he uses. File anonymous complaints, trigger bureaucratic reviews, force people into impossible positions. Diana stared at the crumpled summons. The council meeting's tonight. I'll come with you. No. Diana! I said no. She stood, smoothing her skirt with hands that only trembled slightly. This is about my fitness to run the inn, my capability as a human in a supernatural community. You being there just proves their point. What point? That I need protection. That I can't handle things myself. Diana moved to the window, looking out at the square where people were going about their normal morning routines. That I'm weak. You're not weak. Then let me prove it. Rowan set down his coffee with controlled force. You don't understand what you're dealing with. This isn't about inn management or community fitness. This is warfare. It's my warfare now. Because of me, because they're using you to get to me. Diana turned to face him. Is that what you think? That I'm just collateral damage in your pack politics? That's not what I meant. Isn't it? Diana pulled the summons from his fist, smoothing out the wrinkles. Because standing here right now, listening to you talk about this being warfare and pressure tactics, I'm wondering if I ever had a real chance in this town, or if I was always just the human who got caught in the crossfire. Diana. No, let me finish. Her voice stayed steady, professional. I came to Hollow Oak to build something, to earn my place through work and competence and genuine care for this community. But everywhere I turn, there are whispers about whether I belong, whether I'm suitable, whether I can handle the responsibility. Those whispers are manufactured. All of them? Diana gestured toward the door. Or have some people always wondered if Miriam made a mistake choosing me? The people who matter know your worth. She laughed. Well, it feels like the only reason anyone defends me is because you're standing behind me, ready to bare your teeth at anyone who questions my competence. Rowan stepped closer. That's not true. Then prove it. Let me handle this council review alone. Let me stand or fall on my own merits without the wolf shifter hovering protectively in the background. I won't abandon you. I'm not asking you to abandon me. I'm asking you to trust me to fight my own battles. This battle exists because of my choices. Because I helped Sarah, because I refused to go back, because you chose to stay here with me. Diana's voice softened. And now that choice is costing the town I've grown to love. The town loves you too. Some of it does, but there's enough doubt, enough suspicion, that an anonymous complaint can trigger a full ownership review. Diana folded the summons and tucked it into her apron pocket. I need to face that doubt directly, prove I can handle whatever they throw at me without supernatural backup. What if you can't? What if they've already decided to remove you? Then I'll deal with that too. Rowan stared at her for a long moment. You're really going to do this alone? I have to, don't you see? If I let you fight this battle for me, I'll never know if I truly earned my place here or if I just got to keep it because my mate was scarier than the people trying to take it away. I'm not your mate yet. The words hung between them, sharp and unexpected. Right, Diana said quietly. My mistake. That's not what I meant. It's exactly what you meant, and it's exactly why I need to do this alone. Diana moved toward the stairs. The inn needs to be cleaned for tonight's inspection. Gerald Finch will be here within the hour, looking for any excuse to add to the complaint list. Diana, wait. She paused at the banister. What? Whatever happens tonight, whatever they decide, it doesn't change how I feel about you. Maybe not, but it might change how I feel about myself. Diana climbed the stairs without looking back, leaving Rowan standing alone in the lobby. She had work to do, a case to prepare, a community to prove herself to, again. By noon, the inn was spotless. By 2, Diana had organized every document, receipt, and permit the council might request. By 4, she'd changed into her best dress and Miriam's locket, armor for the battle ahead. At 5:30, she walked across the square toward the council glade, spine straight, chin high, ready to defend everything she'd built. Behind her, the inn waited like a held breath, beautiful and vulnerable and entirely dependent on whether its human keeper could convince 5 supernatural leaders that she deserved to stay.
Chapter 34. Rowan. When Diana went back upstairs, Rowan pulled out his phone. Gerald Finch answered on the second ring, his voice tight with barely contained panic. Rowan, where are you? Home, why? Because I need to see the paperwork, the complaint forms, the payment records, everything. Rowan grabbed his jacket from the hook by the door. I'm coming over. I can't. You can and you will, unless you'd prefer I explain to your supervisor how you've been taking bribes to manufacture problems for local businesses. 20 minutes later, Rowan sat in Finch's cramped living room, photocopied documents spread across the coffee table. Bank deposits, complaint forms, detailed instructions on exactly what violations to cite. How much did they pay you? Finch didn't even try to deny it. $2,000, up front. Finch's hands shook as he poured whiskey into a coffee mug. Said there'd be more if the council voted to revoke her license? They have names on any of this paperwork? Corporate account, something called Backwoods Consulting. Finch gulped his whiskey. Look, I didn't know it would go this far. Thought it was just harassment, not actual removal proceedings. Rowan gathered the documents into a manila envelope. You're going to make this right. How? Call your supervisor. Tell him you discovered irregularities in the complaint process. Anonymous tip that led you to evidence of bribery and false reporting. But nothing. You do this, or I make sure everyone in town knows exactly what kind of man takes money to destroy honest businesses. Finch nodded miserably. What about the council meeting? That's not your problem anymore. Rowan left Finch's house with the evidence and drove straight to the book nook. The store was closed, but lights glowed in the upstairs apartment. He pounded on the back door until Lucian answered, his dark hair mussed and his expression irritated. What? I need help. Both of you. Lucian's irritation shifted to alertness. What kind of help? The kind that involves making evidence admissible in council proceedings without revealing how I obtained it. Moira appeared behind Lucian. What evidence? Rowan handed over the envelope. Proof that the complaint against Diana was purchased. Bank records, payment schedules, detailed instructions on what violations to cite. Lucian opened the envelope and scanned the documents. Backwoods Consulting. Subtle. Can you make this discoverable through official channels? We can do better than that. Moira took the papers, her fingers tracing the letterhead. I can make it look like the information came through my archival research, cross-referencing business licenses with suspicious complaint patterns. How long do you need? 20 minutes to forge the research trail. Another 10 to make it look like I've been working on this for days. Moira was already moving toward her desk. Lucian can deliver it to Varric as a concerned citizen report. Why are you helping? Because Diana doesn't deserve this, Lucian said simply, and because your pack needs to learn that Hollow Oak protects, it doesn't back down to anyone. Rowan left the book nook with assurance that the evidence would reach the council within the hour. Time enough for Varric to review it before Diana faced the tribunal, but not enough to prevent the meeting entirely. His wolf paced restlessly as he drove toward Moonmirror Lake. The pack would be waiting, expecting him to fold under pressure, to choose Diana's safety over his principles. They were about to learn how wrong they were. The lakeshore was empty when Rowan arrived, but scent trails told him they'd been there recently. He parked at the water's edge and walked out onto the rocky point where he'd first confronted Kal weeks ago. I know you're watching, he called into the darkness. Come out. Let's finish this. They emerged from the tree line like shadows given form. Denarius in the center, flanked by Kahel and Max, moving with the coordinated precision of predators who'd hunted together for years as the rest of the pack fell into place. Rowan! Denarius smiled, his teeth white in the oncoming moonlight. Punctual as always, though I expected you sooner. Had business to take care of first. The complaint, you mean? Yes, we heard about the council meeting. Unfortunate timing, really. Right when you need to be making difficult decisions about your future. My future's already decided. I'm not so sure. It seems your human is facing some serious challenges to her in-ownership. Amazing how quickly these bureaucratic processes can destroy a small business. Rowan stepped closer, his wolf rising beneath his skin. You made a mistake, Denarius. Oh, you threatened what's mine. And what are you prepared to do about it? Rowan let the shift begin, bones popping, muscles reshaping. His wolf had been caged too long, forced to watch threats circle his mate while he played at being civilized. I'm prepared to end this. With violence? How predictable, Denarius tisked softly. And here I thought you'd learn subtlety during your exile. I learned that some problems require direct solutions. Cal stepped forward, his own wolf stirring. You can't take all of us, brother. Watch me. But Denarius held up a hand, stopping his enforcers. Actually, I have a better idea. You want to play hero, protect your human from the big bad pack? Fine, but understand the consequences. What consequences? The complaint against your innkeeper is just the beginning. We've got federal contacts, state regulatory boards, journalists who specialize in exposing fraud. Denarius pulled out his phone, showing a contact list. One word from me, and Diana Merrick becomes the most investigated small business owner in North Carolina. You can't prove fraud where none exists. Proof is irrelevant. Investigation is the weapon. Every day she spends fighting bureaucratic battles is another day she's not running her inn. Every legal fee, every compliance requirement, every suspicious inquiry chips away at her resources and her community support. Rowan's wolf snarled, recognizing the true threat. They could destroy Diana without ever laying a hand on her, simply by drowning her in manufactured crises. Or you can return to the pack, your help resolving the Sarah situation. Daenerys pocketed his phone. Simple transaction, your cooperation for her peace. The trap was perfect, brutal in its simplicity. Rowan could fight the three wolves in front of him, might even win, but he couldn't fight a coordinated campaign of legal harassment and bureaucratic sabotage. How long do I have to decide? Until the council meeting ends. If she survives tonight's proceedings, you have until midnight to contact me with your decision. Daenerys turned to leave, confident in his victory. Ka-El and Max flanked him, already moving toward the tree line. Rowan stood silent for a long moment, his head bowed like a wolf finally accepting defeat. His shoulders sagged, the fight draining out of his posture. Wait. They paused, turning back with predatory satisfaction. You win, Rowan said quietly. I'll come back. Just give me tonight to say goodbye. Wise choice. Daenerys' smile was triumphant. I knew you'd see reason eventually. Yeah. Rowan lifted his head, and his eyes blazed silver in the moonlight. I see plenty. The shift exploded through him like lightning, bones cracking, muscles reshaping, human thought dissolving into wolf instinct. He launched himself at Daenerys, but Ka-El stepped in front as 200 pounds of fury and claws drove them both into the rocky shore. Ka-El's own shift began mid-fall, but Rowan was already moving, already committed, teeth seeking throat while his claws raked across flanks. They crashed into the water together, a tangle of snarls and snapping jaws and blood that looked black in the moonlight.
Chapter 35. Diana. The council glade felt different at night. Fey lights bobbed between the ancient oaks, casting shifting shadows on the stone circle where 5 figures waited. Diana approached with Miriam beside her, their footsteps muffled by fallen leaves. Breathe, Miriam murmured. Varric sat at the head of the stone circle, his silver braids gleaming in the ethereal light. Elder Bram occupied his usual position to the right, his expression carved from granite. Emmett flanked the left side, his weathered hands folded on the stone table. 2 other council members Diana recognized but rarely spoke to completed the tribunal. Diana Merrick, Varric's voice carried across the clearing, you've been summoned to address concerns regarding your suitability as innkeeper of the Hearth and Hollow. I understand. An anonymous complaint has been filed questioning your competence, your integration into our community, and your ability to serve supernatural guests safely. Varric gestured to the chair placed opposite the council. Please, sit. Diana remained standing. I prefer to face this standing, if that's acceptable. As you wish. Varric opened a leather folder. The complaint cites several concerns. Delayed supplier payments, questions about your background verification, concerns about your understanding of supernatural customs. All of which are false. Are they? Elder Bram leaned forward. Our investigation suggests otherwise. Supplier disruptions, financial irregularities, reports of inappropriate questions being asked about pack hierarchies and territorial boundaries. What investigation? Anonymous sources expressing concern about the inn's management. Bram's pale eyes fixed on her. Witnesses to conversations where you demonstrated alarming ignorance of basic supernatural protocols. Diana felt the trap closing. May I see these reports? That's not how this works, Bram replied. We're here to assess your responses to legitimate concerns, not debate evidence. Then let me respond. Diana straightened her spine. I've paid every supplier on time. My financial records are open for review. As for supernatural protocols, I've worked with Miriam Caldwell for weeks learning appropriate customs and procedures, as well as others among the community. Learning from a human who married into our community decades ago, Bram said dismissively, hardly authoritative guidance. Careful, Bram. Miriam's voice carried steel. Henry Caldwell served on this council for 15 years. Are you questioning his judgment in choosing me as his mate? I'm questioning whether human perspective is sufficient for training someone to serve our community's needs. Then question me directly, Diana said. What protocols do you think I don't understand? Territorial respect. Pack hierarchy. The delicate balance required when hosting multiple supernatural species with competing needs. I understand that lion shifters prefer ground floor rooms with multiple exits, that wolf packs don't share communal spaces during full moon weeks, that Fae guests require iron-free accommodations and permission before photographing them, that vampire visitors need blackout curtains and discretion about their feeding arrangements. Bram's eyebrows rose slightly. Textbook knowledge. Practical knowledge, applied successfully during my tenure. Footsteps approached from the forest path. Twyla emerged carrying a wicker basket, her wheat-colored hair catching the Fae lights. "Sorry I'm late," she called cheerfully. "Had to finish these." She approached the stone circle and set down her basket. Fresh signatures supporting Diana's continued management of the Hearth and Hollow, 37 residents vouching for her competence, professionalism, and positive impact on our community. Twyla began distributing papers like legal exhibits. Edgar Tansley says Diana's the first innkeeper who actually reads his potion labels instead of just assuming they're decorative. Freya Bloom confirms that Diana correctly identified and removed iron fixtures that were causing discomfort to Fae guests. Tom Brewster notes that Diana successfully mediated a territory dispute between two visiting shifter families without involving council enforcement. And these, Twyla produced a cloth-covered tray, are mini scones, because important discussions require proper refreshments. Elder Bram stared at the tray. "You brought baked goods to a formal council proceeding?" "I brought evidence of community integration. Diana taught me that recipe. It was Miriam's grandmother's, passed down through 3 generations of innkeepers." Twyla's smile was sharp. Seems relevant to questions about whether she understands inn traditions. Varric accepted one of the signature papers. "These are extensive testimonials." Diana asked for community support. The community responded. Twyla settled onto a fallen log like she planned to stay. Funny how that works when someone actually earns respect instead of demanding it. "The complaint remains valid," Bram insisted. "Anonymous sources with legitimate concerns about operational irregularities." "About that." Varric pulled out a different folder. "We received some additional information this evening. Research from Moira Marsh's archival project, cross-referencing business license applications with suspicious complaint patterns." He opened the folder, revealing bank statements and corporate documents. Seems the anonymous complaint was purchased. $2,000 from something called Backwoods Consulting, paid to Gerald Finch for filing specific violations against the Hearth and Hollow Inn. "That's..." Bram leaned forward, studying the documents. "That's fraud," Emmett said quietly. "Manufactured evidence designed to trigger ownership review." Diana stared at the papers. Someone had tried to destroy her with lies, but the truth had found its way to light. "The complaint is dismissed," Varric announced. "However, given the serious nature of this attempted manipulation, we're deferring final judgment for 24 hours. "Why defer?" "Because we want to investigate the source of this Backwoods Consulting, and because we want to speak with someone who can address the insecurity during this period of elevated attention." Varric looked directly at Diana. "We'd like Rowan Baneville to appear tomorrow evening to discuss protective measures for the inn and its guests." Diana's chest tightened. "Rowan isn't here." "Where is he?" "I asked him not to come. I needed to handle this myself, prove I could defend the inn without supernatural protection." "And you have," Miriam said firmly, "but the council's request is reasonable. Security concerns affect the entire community." "Will you ask him to appear tomorrow?" Varric asked. Diana nodded, though part of her wondered where Rowan was right now, what he was doing while she faced judgment alone. She'd told him to stay away, insisted on fighting her own battle. But in this moment, looking at evidence of deliberate sabotage, she wished he were here beside her. 24 hours, Varric announced. "We reconvene tomorrow at sunset." As the council dispersed and fey lights dimmed, Diana walked back toward the inn with Miriam and Twyla flanking her like bodyguards. "You did well," Miriam said. "Stood your ground, spoke truth, let the evidence speak for itself." "Someone tried to destroy me with lies." "Someone failed," Twyla corrected, "because this community knows who you are and what you're worth." Diana looked ahead to where the inn's windows glowed warm and welcoming. Tomorrow she'd have to find Rowan, convince him to speak for the inn's security. Tonight, she just wanted to go home to the place she'd fought so hard to keep. But first, she had a question that couldn't wait. "Twyla, how did you know to bring those signatures tonight?" Twyla's smile turned mysterious. "Let's just say some people have very good instincts about when support might be needed."
Chapter 36. Rowan. Kyle's wolf was smaller than Rowan's, built for speed rather than raw power. But he was quick, twisting away from Rowan's initial lunge and snapping at his exposed flank. Teeth scraped fur and skin, drawing first blood. They rolled in the shallow water, a tangle of snarls and claws. Kyle tried to use his speed advantage, dancing away from Rowan's heavier attacks, darting in to score quick hits before retreating. But rage gave Rowan focus, and grief had taught him patience. When Kyle lunged for his throat, Rowan was ready. He caught the smaller wolf across the shoulders, his weight driving them both underwater. Cal thrashed, trying to break free, but Rowan's jaws found purchase at the base of his neck. "Submit! Go to hell!" Rowan's teeth pressed deeper, not enough to kill, but enough to make his point crystal clear. Cal went limp beneath him, the universal signal of surrender. Rowan released him and stepped back, water streaming from his dark fur. Cal limped toward shore, his pride more damaged than his body. Enough. Max stepped forward, his wolf massive, even in human form. The enforcer had always been Denarius's blunt instrument, all muscle and no finesse. His shift was slower than Kyle's, but more complete, bones cracking audibly as he took his true shape. This fight would be different. Max's wolf was built like a battering ram, gray and scarred and utterly without mercy. He didn't bother with Kyle's dancing tactics. He simply charged. The impact drove Rowan backward into deeper water. Max's jaws snapped inches from his throat as Rowan twisted away, using the bigger wolf's momentum against him. They crashed into the rocky shore with bone-jarring force. Max recovered first, his claws raking across Rowan's ribs before he could dodge. Pain flared bright and immediate, but Rowan channeled it into his next attack. He drove his shoulder into Max's side, feeling ribs crack under the assault. The gray wolf staggered but didn't go down. Instead, he pivoted and caught Rowan's hind leg between his jaws. Pressure built like a vice, threatening to snap bone. Rowan twisted, accepting the tearing pain as he wrenched free. His leg wouldn't bear full weight, but he could still move, still fight. Max pressed his advantage, driving forward with snapping jaws and raking claws. Rowan gave ground, letting the enforcer think he had the upper hand. Then Max overextended, lunging for what looked like a killing blow. Rowan dropped low and rolled, coming up beneath Max's exposed throat. His teeth found the soft spot behind the jaw, and this time he didn't hold back. Max's struggles grew weaker, then stopped entirely. When Rowan released him, the enforcer's wolf collapsed onto the rocky shore, breathing hard but alive. Enough. The voice in his head wasn't his own. Denarius stepped to the water's edge, his human form pale and perfect in the moonlight. "Stand down, Rowan. You've made your point." Rowan shifted back to human form, water and blood streaming down his chest. His leg throbbed where Max had bitten him, and claw marks traced fire across his ribs. "Have I? You've beaten my best fighters. Proved you haven't gone soft during your exile." Daenerys began removing his expensive jacket with deliberate care. But this was never about their strength. It was about mine. "Then let's settle it. My thoughts exactly." Daenerys's shift was different from the others, smoother, more controlled. His wolf was silver-white, built like a natural predator rather than bred for size or speed. Every line spoke of intelligence, patience, and absolute confidence in his own superiority. Rowan's wolf answered the challenge, bones reshaping with violent efficiency. Pain from his injuries flared and faded, consumed by the need to end this threat to his mate once and for all. They circled each other on the moonlit shore, two alphas measuring distance and weakness. Denarius moved like flowing water, every step calculated. Rowan held his ground, letting his opponent reveal his patterns. You always were too predictable. Denarius's mental voice was smooth as silk, charging in when strategy would serve better. Maybe, but I'm still here. For now. Denarius struck like lightning, aiming for Rowan's injured leg. But Rowan had been expecting the tactical move. He pivoted on his good leg, accepting the hit to land one of his own. His claws raked across Denarius's shoulder, drawing blood that looked black in the pale light. The alpha wolf snarled and spun, jaws seeking Rowan's throat. They crashed together in a fury of teeth and claws, neither giving ground. Denarius was faster, more technically skilled. But Rowan had something the alpha didn't understand. He had something worth dying for, something worth killing for. She won't save you, Denarius hissed as they broke apart, circling again. Your human mate can't protect you from what you are. She doesn't need to protect me. I protect her. How touching, and how utterly irrelevant. Denarius launched himself in a perfect arc, aiming to drive Rowan onto his back, where throat and belly would be exposed. It was a textbook alpha move, the kind of attack that had won him dozens of dominance fights. Rowan met him in midair. They hit the ground together, rolling through shallow water and scattered rocks. Denarius's teeth snapped at Rowan's ear, missing by inches. Rowan's claws found purchase in the alpha's flank, dragging deep furrows through silver fur. Submit, Denarius commanded, his mental voice carrying the weight of pack hierarchy. Yield to your rightful alpha. The command hit Rowan like a reflex, years of conditioning demanding obedience. For a heartbeat, his muscles went slack. Denarius pressed his advantage, jaws closing toward Rowan's exposed throat. Then Diana's face flashed through Rowan's mind, her amber eyes full of determination, her voice saying she chose to belong, her hand in his as they planned their future in the attic space. No, Rowan's refusal shattered the alpha compulsion like glass. His jaws clamped down on Denarius's foreleg, feeling bone crack between his teeth. The silver wolf howled and tried to pull free, but Rowan held on, his grip unbreakable. Impossible. You can't resist. I don't belong to you anymore. Rowan released the shattered leg and lunged for Denarius's throat. The alpha tried to dodge, but his broken foreleg betrayed him. He stumbled off balance, and Rowan's jaws found their target. For a moment, they were perfectly still. Rowan's teeth pressed against the alpha's throat, one bite away from ending everything. Denarius's eyes were wide with shock and something that might have been fear. Do it, the silver wolf whispered. Finish what you started. No, that's not who I am anymore. Rowan released his hold and stepped back. Denarius collapsed onto the rocky shore, breathing hard, his silver fur stained with blood and lake water. It's over, Rowan said, his human voice rough with exhaustion as he shifted back. Find a new alpha. Handle your problems without destroying innocent people. Leave Hollow Oak alone. Denarius's shift back to human form was painful to watch, his broken arm hanging useless at his side. You could have killed me. Yes. Why didn't you? Rowan looked up at the sky, where the first pale hints of dawn touched the horizon. Because I'm not the wolf I used to be. Ka'el limped forward, his human form bruised but functional. The pack needs leadership. Then lead it, Ka'el. Rowan gestured at the defeated wolves. Handle Sarah's situation without violence. Tell her boyfriend that exposing our secrets puts Sarah and their child in danger too. Offer him relocation assistance, protection, whatever it takes to buy his silence humanely. And if he refuses, then be creative. But no one dies. No one gets hurt. No one threatens my town again. Max struggled to his feet, cradling his injured ribs. You're really not coming back. No, I found where I belong. With the human. With my mate, in my home, protecting my pack. Rowan looked at each of them in turn. That's what we are in Hollow Oak. A pack. and I'll destroy anyone who threatens it." The message was clear. Daenerys nodded slowly, understanding the new boundaries that had been drawn. "Go," Rowan said. "Don't come back." He watched them disappear into the forest, Ka-El supporting Daenerys while Max limped behind. When the last shadow vanished among the trees, Rowan was alone by the dark water. Somewhere across town, Diana was probably returning from the council meeting, wondering where he'd been, whether he'd kept his word about staying away. Time to go home and find out if she'd won her fight while he'd been winning his. Rowan shifted one more time, letting his wolf carry him swiftly through the forest toward town. His injuries would heal. The pack threat was ended. He could feel it. Daenerys' reign was done. Sarah and her family were safe, and Diana was waiting. His wolf's contentment hummed through every step as familiar scents grew stronger. Pine smoke and vanilla, fresh bread and determination. The inn that became his sanctuary, the woman who'd become his world. He was done letting the past pick his future. From now on, he chose his own path, and that path led home.
Chapter 37. Diana. Diana was making tea in the kitchen when she heard the front door open. The footsteps were heavier than usual, uneven. She set down the kettle and moved toward the lobby. Rowan stood in the doorway and her breath caught. Bruises bloomed purple and black across his ribs. Dried blood streaked his arms and chest. His pale eyes held the wild look of a storm that had finally blown itself out. "You look like hell," she said. "Feel worse." "What happened? Ended it." He stepped into the lobby, favoring his left leg. "The pack won't be coming back." Diana wanted to be furious. She'd told him to let her fight her own battles, to stay away from the council meeting, to trust her to handle things alone. Instead, he'd gone off and gotten himself bloodied in whatever confrontation he'd been avoiding for weeks. But looking at him now, seeing the exhaustion in every line of his body, she was mostly relieved. "Sit down before you fall down." "I'm fine." "You're bleeding on my clean floors." Diana pointed to the lobby chairs. "Sit." He obeyed without argument, which told her exactly how not fine he actually was. "I'll get the first aid kit." "Diana." She paused at the kitchen door. "What?" "How did it go? The council meeting?" "Better than expected. Someone tried to frame me with a purchased complaint, but the truth came out. They dismissed the charges." "Good." "They want to see you tomorrow night. Something about discussing security measures for the inn." Rowan nodded. "I'll be there." Diana retrieved the first aid supplies and settled on the floor beside his chair. Up close, the damage looked worse. Claw marks across his ribs, a deep bite on his forearm, scrapes and cuts from what must have been a brutal fight. "This is going to sting." Everything already stings. She began cleaning the worst of the cuts with careful efficiency. "Want to tell me what ended it means?" "Challenged the alpha. Won." "Won how?" "The old way, claws and teeth and moonlight on water," Rowan hissed as antiseptic hit a particularly deep scratch. "He's alive. Broken, but alive." "And the others?" "Kyle will lead now. Handle the Sarah situation without violence. Keep the pack away from Hollow Oak." Rowan's eyes found hers. "It's over, Diana, really over." "Why didn't you kill him?" The question surprised them both. Diana hadn't meant to ask it, but something in Rowan's tone suggested he'd considered it. "Because that's not who I am anymore." He caught her hand as she reached for another antiseptic pad. "Because you taught me there were other ways to be strong." "I didn't teach you anything." "You taught me everything. How to belong somewhere. How to build instead of just surviving. How to choose love over fear." Diana set down the first aid supplies and really looked at him. Is that what this was about? Fear? 3 years worth. Fear that my past would destroy anything good I tried to build. Fear that I didn't deserve a second chance. Fear that loving you would get you hurt. And now? Now I'm done being afraid. Rowan's thumb stroked across her knuckles. Done running from fights that matter. Done pretending I don't belong somewhere just because I made mistakes. Diana studied his battered face. Where do you belong, Rowan? Here, with you. In this inn, in this town, with this life we're building together. Even knowing I'm stubborn and independent and sometimes tell you to stay away when I actually want you close? Especially knowing that. I was terrified tonight, she admitted, standing in front of the council, defending everything I've worked for, proving I deserved to stay. You did prove it. But part of me wanted you there anyway, not to fight for me, just to be there, to know you believed in me. I always believe in you. You fight for what matters, Diana. So do you, apparently. She gestured at his injuries. Though next time maybe try the talking approach first. Next time there won't be a pack threatening what's mine. What's yours? You. Rowan leaned forward, his forehead nearly touching hers. Everything worth protecting. Diana reached up and touched his face, her thumb tracing the edge of a bruise. Are you staying, Rowan? Really staying? Not just until the next crisis or the next time your past catches up? I'm staying. Diana kissed him then, soft and careful around his split lip. I love you, she said quietly. I love you too. Diana had fought for her place in Hollow Oak and won it through competence and community support. Rowan had faced his past and conquered it through courage and conviction. Now they could finally build their future without looking over their shoulders. Rowan? Yeah? Next time you decide to fight an entire pack of wolves, give me some warning. I would have made a bigger first aid kit. His laugh rumbled through his chest, and Diana felt it settle into her bones like coming home. What do you say we go look over our new little sanctuary? She suggested, holding out her hand to head to the attic. He smirked and grabbed her fingers. Lead the way.
Chapter 38. Rowan. He followed her up the stairs to the attic suite, every ache in his body a dull thrum against the sharp, clean wire of need that pulled him after her. The fight was over. The running was done. He had said the words, admitted what he felt, and she hadn't bolted. She'd stayed. She'd looked at his battered face and seen the man underneath, not the monster. The attic was their sanctuary, a space they had reshaped together. The wide windows looked out over the sleeping town, and the air smelled of fresh paint, sawdust, and the faint, sweet scent of Diana herself. Canvas drop cloths were still spread over the newly finished floors, a soft white landscape under the pale light of the moon. She turned to him in the center of the room, her amber eyes luminous in the dark. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice soft, her gaze tracing the bruises on his face. "I am now," he said, and it was the truest thing he had ever said. He reached for her, his hands gentle as he cupped her face. He was done being careful. He was done holding back. He lowered his head and kissed her, a slow, reverent exploration that was an apology and a promise all at once. He poured every ounce of his relief, his gratitude, his overwhelming, terrifying love for her into that kiss. He felt her respond, her hands coming up to tangle in his hair, her body melting against his. This was not a claiming. His wolf, for the first time, was not demanding possession. It was content to simply be near her, to feel her warmth, to know she was safe and she was his. This was an asking, a prayer. Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. He slumped forward, his face buried in the curve of her neck, his body trembling with the aftershocks. The night was quiet. The war was over. Not only with his pack, for his mate or for his town, but with himself.
Chapter 39. Diana. The second council meeting felt different from the first. Diana arrived with Rowan beside her, his presence steady and reassuring after their night of revelations. Miriam met them at the glade's edge, her sharp eyes taking in Rowan's healing bruises without comment. "Ready for this?" Miriam asked. "As ready as I'll ever be." "Good, because Gerald Finch is already here, looking like he swallowed something unpleasant." The council had arranged themselves in their usual semicircle, but the atmosphere was less formal than the previous night. Varric looked almost amused, while Elder Bram appeared distinctly uncomfortable. Gerald Finch sat off to one side, his normally pristine appearance disheveled. "Diana Merrick," Varric began, "thank you for returning. And Rowan Baneville, thank you for joining us." "Council." Rowan's voice was respectful, but not deferential. "Tonight we address the resolution of false charges filed against Ms. Merrick, and the prosecution of the individual responsible." Varric's gaze fixed on Finch. "Mr. Finch, you've confessed to accepting bribes to file fraudulent complaints. Do you have anything to add before we proceed with sentencing?" Finch lifted his head, his face haggard. "I want to apologize. To Ms. Merrick, to this council, to the community I betrayed." "Apologize for what specifically?" Elder Bram's voice was cold. "For taking money from Backwoods Consulting to manufacture evidence against the inn. For filing false reports about financial irregularities, supplier complaints, and operational violations." Finch's voice cracked. "For attempting to destroy an honest business because I needed money." "How much were you paid?" Emmett asked. $2,000 initially. They promised $8,000 more if the council revoked her license. Finch looked directly at Diana. "I'm sorry. You didn't deserve any of this." Varric stood, his presence commanding the glade. "Gerald Finch, you're permanently banned from any position involving council business. You'll make full restitution to Ms. Merrick for legal costs and lost business. Criminal charges will be filed through human authorities." "I understand." "Furthermore, you'll provide a written statement detailing every aspect of this conspiracy for our records and for potential future legal proceedings." Finch nodded miserably. The guards escorted him away, leaving silence in his wake. "Well," Varric said, settling back into his chair, "that was illuminating." "Is there still a question about Diana's fitness as innkeeper?" Miriam asked sharply. "None whatsoever." Varric smiled, the expression transforming his weathered features. "The complaint was fraudulent, the evidence was fabricated, and Ms. Merrick has proven her competence repeatedly through actual performance rather than manufactured crises." "Then what's the verdict?" "Diana Merrick will remain as innkeeper of the Hearth Hollow Inn, with full council approval and community support." Varric's voice carried across the glade with formal authority. "A routine review will be conducted in 1 year, not from doubt, but from procedural thoroughness." "Motion seconded," Emmett said immediately. "Agreed," added the other council members in sequence. A soft sound filled the clearing. Applause, restrained and dignified, very hollow oak in its measured approval. Diana looked around to see familiar faces emerging from the forest shadows. Twyla clapped with obvious satisfaction. Tom Brewster snapped photos for the town newsletter. Edgar and Rufus Tansley nodded their approval from beneath an ancient oak. "How long have they been there?" Diana whispered to Miriam. "Since the beginning. This is their inn, too. They wanted to witness the decision." Varric stood again. "Before we adjourn, there's one more matter. Rowan Baneville, the council formally recognizes your service in protecting this community from external threats. Your actions last night ensured the safety of our residents and eliminated a significant security concern." Rowan nodded but said nothing. "Furthermore, we're prepared to offer you an official position as Community Security Advisor, reporting directly to this council." "With respect, I decline." "May I ask why?" "Because my priority is the inn and its keeper. I'll help with security issues when needed, but my loyalty belongs to Diana and the life we're building together." Varick's smile widened. A diplomatic way of saying you're choosing love over politics? Something like that. Admirable. The offer remains open if you change your mind. As the crowd began to disperse, people approached Diana with congratulations and promises to book future events. The community that had once viewed her with suspicion now embraced her with genuine warmth. "You did it," Twyla said, wrapping Diana in a fierce hug. "Really did it. Proved you belong here." "We all did it," Diana replied. "This community fought for the inn as much as I did. Because you gave us something worth fighting for." One by one, the well-wishers departed until only Diana, Rowan, and Miriam remained in the glade. "How does it feel?" Miriam asked. "Being officially, permanently, undisputedly the innkeeper?" "Like I can finally breathe," Diana admitted. "Good, because now the real work begins. No more proving yourself, no more fighting for acceptance. Now you get to simply be who you are and do what you love. Run the inn." "Build a home," Miriam corrected. "For yourself, for this community, for the travelers who need sanctuary. That's what innkeepers really do." They walked back toward town in comfortable silence, Diana flanked by the woman who'd trained her and the man who'd chosen her. The inn's windows glowed warm and welcoming in the distance, calling them home. "I need a minute," Diana said when they reached the inn's front steps. "Where are you going?" Rowan asked. "Kitchen, to process this properly." Diana slipped through the lobby into the kitchen, closing the door behind her. She leaned against the counter, looking around at the space that had become her domain. The scarred butcher block, the ancient stove, the window that looked out over the square she now belonged to permanently. Then she cried, not from sadness or relief or overwhelming gratitude, but from the simple, profound satisfaction of having fought for something precious and won it completely. She was home, really, truly, permanently home. When the tears finished, Diana wiped her face and returned to the lobby. Rowan and Miriam were talking quietly by the fireplace, their voices low and companionable. "Better?" Rowan asked, studying her face. "Much better." Diana straightened her shoulders and looked around the lobby that was finally, officially, undisputedly hers. "Now, who wants something to drink? We have celebrating to do."
Chapter 40. Rowan. Rowan arrived at the inn before dawn, his truck loaded with the last of the materials. Crown molding for the parlor, replacement boards for the front porch, hardware for the attic space that would become their home. He worked in the pre-morning quiet, letting his hands speak the apology to the town that his voice couldn't manage. By 8 a.m., he had the parlor trim installed and the loose banister tightened. By 10, the squeaky floorboard in the hallway was silent and solid. At 11:30, he crouched on the front porch with his level in a stack of new boards. "You know that step was fine, right?" Diana's voice came from the doorway. He looked up to find her watching him work, coffee mug in hand, hair twisted up in a messy bun. It sagged. "Barely." "Enough." Rowan drove another screw into the board, testing its stability. Guests shouldn't have to worry about uneven footing. "Is that what this is about? Guest safety?" He set down his drill and looked at her properly. "It's about doing the work right, finishing what I started." "All of it? All of it?" Diana settled onto the porch swing, tucking her legs underneath her. "The inn's never been in better condition." "Should be. You deserve a place that won't give you problems." "Rowan." "What?" "The inn isn't the only thing that needs to be solid. We talked about this." He tested the repaired step one more time, then gathered his tools. "I know. Do you? Because you're out here at dawn fixing things that weren't broken, like you're trying to prove something." "Maybe I am." "To who?" Rowan leaned against the porch railing, looking out at the square where people were beginning their daily routines. "To everyone who's been watching to see if I'd stick around this time. To the council members who offered me a job I didn't want. To myself, I guess. And what are you trying to prove? That I'm not the same wolf who ran 3 years ago. That I can build something instead of just tearing things down. Diana set her mug on the swing's armrest. You've already proven that. The renovation speaks for itself. So does staying to fight for what matters instead of disappearing when things got complicated. Rowan picked up the old step-boards, noting the worn spots where countless feet had climbed toward shelter and warmth. I need to ask Callum for help with something. What kind of help? Security consultation. There's one more thing I want to do to make sure the inn stays safe. Safe from what? The pack's gone. Other threats, future problems. I want to make sure nothing can touch this place or the people in it. Diana stood and moved to stand beside him at the railing. What did you have in mind? Territorial wards, official recognition of the inn's sanctuary status, legal protections that go beyond town boundaries. That sounds complicated. Callum knows how to navigate supernatural law. He can help me set it up properly. That afternoon, Rowan drove to the ranger station. Callum was reviewing patrol reports when he knocked, amber eyes lifting from paperwork with mild curiosity. Twice in 1 week. Either you're getting social or there's another crisis brewing. Neither. I need help with legal protections for the inn. Callum leaned back in his chair. What kind of protections? Sanctuary status. Official recognition that makes it harder for outside forces to interfere with inn operations. Supernatural law or human law? Both, if possible. Expensive, time-consuming, lot of paperwork. Callum studied Rowan's face. But doable. What's your timeline? Soon as possible. I want everything in place before Diana and I... Rowan trailed off. Before you what? Before we make things official. Callum's smile was sharp with understanding. Ah, planning to propose? Planning to ask if she'd consider it. She will. You sound sure. I've seen how she looks at you, like you hung the moon and stars just for her. Callum pulled out a legal pad and began making notes. Sanctuary status takes 6 to 8 weeks through proper channels. I can expedite it, but it'll cost extra. Whatever it takes. Done. I'll start the paperwork tomorrow. That evening, Rowan built a fire in the lobby hearth and waited. The fall had turned cold and Diana was upstairs, checking on guest rooms that hadn't seen occupants in months, but were now ready for visitors. The inn hummed around him, solid and welcoming and finally, completely theirs. His pocket felt heavy with the weight of Miriam's ring. She'd pressed it into his hand that morning, her eyes bright with tears and satisfaction. Henry's grandmother's ring, she'd said, passed down through 3 generations of innkeepers' wives. Diana should have it if she wants it. What if she says no? She won't say no, Rowan. That girl loves you like breathing. Diana's footsteps on the stairs drew his attention. She descended slowly, her hand trailing along the banister he'd reinforced that morning. Everything secure upstairs? He asked. Perfect. The inn's ready for guests whenever we want to start booking again. She settled beside him on the hearth rug. What about you? You ready? For guests? For whatever comes next. Rowan reached into his pocket, fingers closing around the small velvet box. Diana. Yes? I love you. I love you too. I want to spend the rest of my life proving I'm worthy of that love. I want to wake up every morning in the attic space we're building together. I want to grow old fixing things around this inn and watching you make it the heart of Hollow Oak. Diana's eyes widened as he pulled out the ring box and dropped to a knee. I want to marry you if you'll have me. Be your partner in everything. Your mate in the truest sense. He opened the box, revealing the simple gold band with its modest diamond. Will you marry me, Diana Merrick? The fire crackled in the hearth. Outside, snow began to fall, dusting the square in white that caught the lamplight like scattered stars. Diana looked at the ring, then at his face, then back at the ring. Yes, she said simply. Yes, I'll marry you. Rowan slipped the ring onto her finger with hands that only trembled slightly. It fit perfectly, like it had been waiting for her all along. When? Diana asked, admiring the way the diamond caught the firelight. Whenever you want. Tomorrow, next month, next year? I'm not going anywhere. Spring, Diana said, when everything's growing and new and full of possibility. Spring it is. They sat by the fire as snow continued to fall outside, planning their future in the inn that had brought them together and the town that had finally, completely welcomed them both home.
Chapter 41. Diana. The simple gold band on her finger felt more real than anything she had ever touched. Diana sat with Rowan on the hearth rug, the warmth of the fire at her back, and the solid weight of his shoulder against hers. Outside, snow fell in a silent, peaceful curtain, cocooning the inn in a perfect quiet. She had a home. She had a future. She had him. He shifted, turning to face her fully. The firelight carved planes of light and shadow across his bruised, beautiful face, and the joy from the proposal in his pale eyes deepened into something older, more solemn. "Marrying me is one thing," he said, his voice a low, serious rumble. He took her hand, his thumb stroking the new ring. "There's something more for my kind. A bond. It's permanent, Diana. Deeper than promises, deeper than law. It's a joining of souls." Her empathic gift felt the weight of his words, the profound gravity of what he was asking. This was the final piece, the true joining of their two worlds. "I have to ask, not as a man, but as a wolf," he continued, his gaze unwavering. "Will you choose that with me? Will you choose to be my mate, bound in the old ways?" He wasn't ordering or demanding. He was asking, offering her the deepest part of himself with a vulnerability that made her heart ache with love for him. She leaned forward and pressed her lips to his, a soft, sure kiss that was her answer before the words came. She pulled back, a smile spreading across her face that felt like a sunrise after a long, dark night. "Yes," she whispered. "I choose you. I choose the bond." A shudder of profound relief went through him, a wave of emotion so powerful she felt it as if it were her own. The air in the room thickened, charged with a quiet, ancient magic. This was not a moment of frantic passion, but a sacred rite. "Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. He held her, his body wrapped around hers, their hearts beating in a new shared rhythm. They didn't need to speak. She could feel his peace, and he could feel hers.
Chapter 42. Rowan. The Hearth Hollow Inn officially reopened on a crisp November evening, exactly 1 week after Diana said yes to his proposal. Rowan stood in the lobby, watching the final preparations with the satisfaction of a man whose work was finally completely done. Diana moved through the space with quiet efficiency, adjusting lanterns and checking that every surface gleamed. The ring on her finger caught the light as she worked, a constant reminder that she'd chosen forever with him. "Nervous?" Miriam asked, appearing beside him with a silver tray. "Should I be?" "Only if you're not ready to share her with the rest of Hollow Oak." Miriam's smile was fond. "Tonight she becomes the official heart of this community. That's a big responsibility. She can handle it." "I know she can. Question is whether you can handle being the innkeeper's husband." Rowan watched Diana straighten a picture frame with the same care she brought to everything important. "I'll learn." "Good answer." The first guests arrived at 6, Tom with his camera, documenting the historic reopening for the Hollow Oak Gazette. Edgar and Rufus Tansley brought bottles of multiple potions and drinks. Freya and Kieran appeared with armloads of flowering branches that smelled of spring, despite the November cold. "Where do you want these?" Kieran asked, hefting a particularly large arrangement. "Wherever Freya thinks they'll do the most good," Diana replied. "She understands the inn's energy better than I do." Freya began placing the branches around the room with careful deliberation. Where her hands touched, the flowers seemed to glow with their own inner light. "Magic?" Rowan asked quietly. "Just a little blessing. For prosperity, protection, happiness." Freya's green eyes sparkled. The kind of magic that makes a house feel like home. More guests arrived in steady streams. Luca and Lena from the woodworking shop, Cora and Callum, the ranger carrying a bottle of champagne that looked older than the inn itself. Maeve swept in wearing a rare smile, followed by half the Silver Fang's regular customers. Hell of a turnout, Maeve observed, surveying the crowded lobby. Hell of an innkeeper, Rowan replied. That she is. You picked well, Wolf. She picked me. Even better. By 7, the lobby buzzed with conversation and laughter. Twyla had commandeered the parlor, setting up a punch bowl that drew people like moths to flame. Her eyes were suspiciously bright as she ladled drinks into cups. Are you crying? Diana asked, accepting a cup of punch. I'm emotional, Twyla corrected. There's a difference. About what? About watching someone find exactly where they belong. About seeing love win over fear. About knowing this place will be taken care of for another generation. Twyla wiped her eyes with a lace handkerchief. Plus, I'm getting old and sentimental. You're not old. Old enough to remember when this inn was just an idea, when Miriam and Henry first talked about creating something lasting, and to know that it's been 5 years since we had our last big ordeal, and everything that's happened. Well, this just seems fitting, and even more sure that this is where you both belong. Twyla pressed the ladle into Diana's hands. Now it's your turn to take on the heart of this place. At 8, Miriam called for attention. The crowd quieted, faces turning toward where she stood by the reception desk. Friends, she began, her voice carrying easily through the room. Tonight we celebrate more than the reopening of an inn. We celebrate the continuation of a promise. What kind of promise? Called Edgar from the back. The promise that there will always be a place in Hollow Oak where people can find shelter, warmth, and belonging, where strangers become friends and the lost find their way home. Miriam picked up a set of keys from the desk, the brass worn smooth by decades of use. Diana Merrick, these keys have opened doors for countless guests, provided sanctuary for those who needed it, and kept this community's heart beating for 40 years. She placed the keys in Diana's hands with ceremony befitting a crown. I pass them to you with my blessing, my gratitude, and my absolute confidence that you'll honor the trust they represent. Thank you, Diana said simply, for everything. Thank you for accepting the responsibility, for proving that home isn't about where you come from, but where you choose to belong. Applause filled the lobby, warm and genuine. Callum raised his champagne bottle, catching everyone's attention. To Diana and Rowan, he said, his voice carrying the authority of someone used to being heard. Welcome home, both. Welcome home, echoed through the room as glasses clinked and smiles bloomed. Speech, Tom called out, his camera ready. No speeches, Diana laughed. Just celebration. Dance, Twyla suggested. We need music and dancing. I don't dance, Rowan said immediately. Neither do I, Diana added. Tonight you do, Kieran declared. Inn reopenings require at least one dance. Freya hummed something low and sweet, her voice carrying the magic of growing things and new beginnings. Others joined in, creating harmony that seemed to lift the very air. Diana looked at Rowan expectantly. Well, I'm going to be terrible at this. I know. You're going to laugh. Probably. And you still want to? Especially because you'll be terrible. Diana held out her hand. Come on, contractor. Dance with your innkeeper. Rowan took her hand, drawing her into the small space that had been cleared near the fireplace. He had no idea what he was doing, no sense of rhythm or grace, but Diana fit perfectly in his arms, and when she laughed at his clumsy attempts to follow the music, the sound was worth any embarrassment. You're right, she whispered against his ear. You're terrible at this. Sorry. Don't be. I love that you're trying. They swayed together, not really dancing so much as holding each other while music played around them. The inn hummed with life and laughter, filled with people who'd chosen to call it home. Any regrets? Diana asked as the song wound down. About what? Staying, fighting, choosing this life instead of running away. Rowan looked around the lobby at faces lit with happiness, at the inn that had transformed into their sanctuary, at the woman in his arms who taught him what home really meant. None, he said firmly. No regrets at all. Good, because I plan on keeping you busy. This place has a lot of creaks that need fixing. I'll fix everyone that isn't useful for eavesdropping. Promise? Promise. The music shifted to something slower, more intimate. Around them, other couples began dancing, while children chased each other between the adults' legs. The inn had become exactly what Diana had envisioned, a place where community gathered, where joy was shared, where everyone belonged. They danced until the music faded and guests began drifting toward coats and goodbyes. The inn slowly emptied, leaving Diana and Rowan alone in the glow of Freya's enchanted flowers. "So," Diana said, surveying the successful aftermath, "we did it. We did. The inn is officially reopened, the community approves, and we're engaged to be married in spring." "Sounds about right." Diana moved into his arms one more time, her head finding its natural place against his shoulder. "What happens now?" "Now we live happily ever after." "Is it really that simple?" Rowan looked around the inn that had become their kingdom, at the woman who'd become his everything, at the future spreading out before them like an unwritten story. "Yeah," he said, meaning it completely. "It really is." Outside, snow began to fall again. Inside, the Hearth and Hollow Inn glowed warm and welcoming, ready to shelter whoever needed sanctuary. Home, Rowan thought as he held his mate close. Finally, completely, permanently home.